think everything's working correctly. But admittedly, whenever I don't stream for like, how long has it been? 3-4 months? I'm always a bit uncertain when I start again if everything's actually going to work as it's supposed to. But if I refresh YouTube and Twitch, looks like they're both working properly. Cool. So hello. I will give a warning right out of the gate, because I know every time I do one of these streams, people are always like chomping at the bit, like, when are you gonna start the run? And I just want to say right now that it's going to be a bit. In fact, I'm going to do my best to finish the run, but I want to give 2 disclaimers. One, I have to do something with my guild at 7 p.m. Now, I'm currently recording this at 9:50 a.m., so if it takes that long, if we end up streaming for 10 hours, I don't think I will, but that is like a hard cutoff point where, worst case scenario, I'll like finish up the run later. I don't think it will take that long, but I'll throw it out there. Also, leveling does seem like it takes longer currently than we're used to. So I'm hoping it won't be super lengthy to get this run done, but I really don't know what to expect, because every single person has told me it's taking them longer, and for good reason. For starters, it seems like the leveling scaling for like 1 to 80 is not quite as favorable as it was for like 1 to 70, basically. So the new chroming time scaling is not quite as good, which is, you know, is what it is. I don't think it's that bad. I think the biggest reason, and this one is just like provable, the account-wide XP buff from getting characters up to level 80 is just not working right now. And it is supposed to be working, I'm 99% sure, because if you look at the achievement, it specifically says, I can show you in-game in a little bit, but it says that the bonus should be 25% up to level 80 for War Within. And then there's a separate achievement for Midnight, but that one should just be 80 to 90. So we should have 25% experience that is bugged, and so everybody's leveling 25% slower. That is a big deal. So that, combined with the fact that, obviously, like, Darkmoon Fair's not up, we have no real XP modifiers at the moment, scaling in general, like the mob scaling has, from what most people said, been worse, so it's taking longer to kill things, and then obviously XP scaling. Leveling apparently feels slow. So if you are looking to level alts, I mean, obviously you should have done it in Legion Remix, right? But let's say you're trying to level your Devourer, or you have some characters that you're trying to finish up, or whatnot. Honestly, I don't think that you should play the game this week, which, like, I hate to say that, but, like, I always tell people Blizzard designs the game this way, and I don't think they should design the game this way, but they always put, like, all of the incentives, like, backloaded, and, like, with pre-patch weeks like this, it's like, pre-patch launches. Oh, okay, I can't wait to do all the new stuff. When does it come out? The second week of pre-patch. Okay, I guess I'm gonna log out and play something else. Like, I get that there's some element of they want to figure things out, but also, I feel like it's weird to just make it so that there's a week in World of Warcraft where literally nothing is incentivizing you to play anything in the game at all. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a very strange decision, but they do it all the time. So if you're looking to level characters, 1, wait for them to fix the account-wide bug, because you're just leveling 25% slower now. 2, we are getting Winds of Mysterious Fortune next week. I don't remember exactly what it is. They might change it also, but I'm pretty sure it's just 50% additional experience. So you're probably going to be leveling 75% faster next week. So just wait. But of course, I'm going to do my test now, because I want to have this out there. So however long it takes me, you can expect it to be 75% faster for you. Enough with the Lightforged? Yeah, I figured this is a good way to, like, while I yap at the very start, I figured this would be something that I could throw up there. Hey, Goose. Dragon Redux said, the king is back. You don't know what to do this week since Leatrix is dead. Well, I mean, the thing that most people I know are doing is just not playing the game, like I said. It's, yeah, there's just not a whole lot. But, I mean, honestly, that could be a good thing, right? Like, I'm gonna use it to try and get a few things done. It's finally nice, at least for me, to have, like, a breather. I actually thought that some of the stuff was releasing this week, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have so much to do. But now I have 7 days to figure things out, and, well, as a result, I'm like, I have free time. Why don't I take a crack at, like, streaming a 10 to 80 run? Which I did say before that I wasn't going to do a lot of. And I guess that's probably another thing, because I've discussed this extensively in, like, updates on my Discord, but obviously that hasn't translated onto YouTube, so I guess I should mention this at some point in a YouTube video, just so people know. So the current plan for midnight leveling stuff, I am not going to be doing extensive testing for 10 to 80 for either Horde or Alliance right now. This is probably going to be one of the only 10 to 80 speedruns that we get for a while, and that is a little bit different than what I've done in the past. I know if you've been watching my channel for a while, every single expansion since I started doing YouTube, which was back in like Shadowlands prepatch, I've always done like a ton of speedruns before the expansion, testing out the new Chromie time stuff, making a guide. Obviously last expansion got delayed, etc. But this time around, for a few reasons, I'm not going to be doing that just yet. I will do it eventually. We're going to get updated stuff, updated tests. One, and I will just be honest with this, very simply put, I'm a little bit burnt out on the Chromie time speedruns just in general. I've been doing this for, 5 years now? So I will just be totally honest. This is a bit more of a minor reason, right? If I thought it was really important, I'd still do it. But I will be 100% honest and say that, yeah, I'm not, like, as motivated to do these for, like, my own personal interest as I maybe once was. So just want to make that clear at least. But there are some much more practical reasons why I'm not doing it early this time around. For starters, what's it called? Chromie time really isn't changing a whole lot. So every single expansion, there has been at least a uncertainty of, like, what will the new leveling route look like? Will something change? Will we get, like, a new route? Will new zones from the new expansion be better? Like Dragonflight, people were wondering if Azure Span was going to be included. Shadowlands, I know for a bit there, a bunch of people were asking if I was going to include the best parts of... What was it even called? It's been so long. The best parts of Shadowlands, basically, in the route. And time again, it has been proven that, like, the new expansion content doesn't really match up. And for the first time ever going into Midnight, I actually thought there might be a chance that War Within would be included, because Delves actually can be very fast. And then they just didn't add War Within to Chromie time. So this time around, not only is the historical trend of, the route tends to just not get updated because the best zones stay the best zones, there really are no new zones. There's, like, nothing new. Chromie time is still exactly the same. War Within is only from 70 to 80, and, like, there, theoretically, if I do speedruns, there might be, like, a universe where it's worth it to pop into War Within to get, like, first-time profession leveling just for the last 10 levels, or something like that. So from a speedrun context, that might be a thing. Just like how, if you watched my War Within speedruns, I did Dragonflight first craft leveling for, like, the final few levels of 60 to 70. That was still a thing, but it's even more powerful now in War Within. It's been, like, a staple of my 70 to 80 speedruns. So, like, that is something that maybe carries over, but is it going to be fast enough to justify doing that over just, like, continuing to level in a Chromie time zone if you're just casually trying to get your alts up? Almost certainly not. That's the kind of thing where I'll do it in my speedrun, and obviously there, like, the just 5k gold or whatever it would cost to level up professions might be faster. But for an average player, is that worth doing? Probably not. I'll test it at some point, but that's literally it. That is the only thing that could maybe be worth doing. Are you going to pick up where you are in Chromie time and go all the way over to War Within to do, like, 2 delves for the last 10 levels? Almost certainly not. Although delves are fast, the amount of travel time that it would actually take you to completely switch zones for just 10 levels, especially with how condensed they are, it is almost certainly not worth it. And if it is, it'll be marginally faster. There's just not really much to test there. So I can say with almost absolute certainty that the route is going to be exactly the same. I've already had a few people do tests on the beta, and they've said that the route still works perfectly fine. The experience is a little tight for all the reasons that we've discussed, with, like, the bonus not working. Oh, I got disconnected. Alright, well, that's... I think I left the... Huh? Did they do, like, emergency maintenance or something? I swear to God, if they do an emergency maintenance right as I start my stream, holy shit, they did. There's no way! Okay, well, look, let's hop in the beta. I got a yap for a bit anyway, so we'll hop in the beta. Honestly, it's fine. Just my luck. Though, genuinely, I was probably going to sit here for the first hour regardless, just talking over important stuff, because I haven't streamed in like 4 months, right? And there's a lot that we need to talk about. So, hold on. Let me get the beta swapped over. And I'm not going to do beta leveling. Don't get your hopes up right. Well, I will eventually, but just not right now. But it's just something to have on while I continue yapping about the same stuff that I was going to yap about. And just to repeat, I think my beta audio is disabled, because I don't hear anything either. No, it's enabled. I guess the sound is just really low. Yeah, there's like no sound on the beta. Alright, weird. It's fine, it's fine. Let me while I log in, read chat for a little bit. Hey Azro, good to see you. Spending the time messing around with add-ons mostly. Yeah, I don't really... Oh, okay. Beta shit. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, now that I know the audio is working, let me actually turn it down. I guess they just don't have the loading screen music set up. The thing that I need to do with my guild at like 7 p.m., by the way, is Mythic Plus testing. We have like beta and plus testing groups just so we can all get like familiar with the dungeons. And I'm pretty sure that I haven't asked my raid leader, but I'm pretty sure that the way it's going to work is the groups that we're doing testing with are also going to be like our early season like groups for farming gear and stuff like that. They have it all down to a science. Honestly, that's one of the really nice things about like being in a higher end guild. Like they're so coordinated, because like my biggest pet peeve has been like for years at the start of an M+ season, or well, just a WoW season in general. Like I'm always super OCD about like trying to get like everything done and min-maxing my character, and I've always had to invest like so much energy into like getting my guild members to actually like give a shit. Even at the 300 to 500 world level, like you still have people who are just like lazy as fuck and don't want to do anything, and it's just so frustrating. And I'm just like, man, why am I investing all this energy with like people who don't care? But then like now I'm with a group of people who also give a shit, and they're also doing all the beta testing, which is something I've always liked to do for a while. So it's nice. It is such a relief to like play with other people who like share your mindset, you know. Which, I've been like kind of dancing around like wanting to push higher for a while, and I'm definitely glad I did. The only small issue, right, is it's time consuming, which that's kind of the main reason I've been hesitant for a while now, because I'm like, oh, will I have the time to juggle YouTube and raiding and stuff? And I do. The only thing that I've had to sacrifice is basically any free time that I have. But it's worth it. I mean, raiding is fun. Like, that's something I don't mind spending my free time on, so. Let's see. You think it's not a bug that they removed the experience bonuses? No, it's definitely a bug. Yeah, it's 100% a bug. Here, I can probably show you in beta too. I might not have the achievement in beta just because the character thing. Yeah, so you can see here, they're separate achievements, right? And this is the War Within one. Obviously, because it is beta, I don't have this on my beta account. But you can see, additional experience up to level 80. This is supposed to be a separate thing. You are supposed to have the full 25% while leveling from 1 to 80. Like, the wording here is pretty explicit. There's no ambiguity of like, is it intentional, is it not? No, it is 100% intended to still work. The only thing is like, I really, it has to be a bug. Like, I would, like, obviously there's like a 5% chance, I'd say, that it is like something where intentionally during pre-patch they've disabled it for XYZ reason, because it is Blizzard. They sometimes do incredibly dumb stuff for no reason. So I'm not going to rule it out, but this is one case where I'd say like 95% odds it's just a bug, and it's supposed to work, and it's just not working. Which a lot of stuff is bugged right now, so that also just kind of makes sense. And like, honestly, it's fine. as far as like pre-patch stuff goes, I think we all kind of knew this pre-patch was going to be a mess. There's a lot of stuff that's broken, obviously, but is it as bad as I expected? Not really. I think a lot of the stuff that I was worried about, that I'm still kind of worried about, is just more like the general design direction. And yeah, that's not really a bug thing. That's just an intentional design choice by Blizzard. But the XP bonus, like, it sucks. Obviously, it's gonna feel bad doing this leveling run. And when are servers coming back up? An hour? Why are they doing fucking maintenance on a Thursday morning, man? I guess yeah, it's pre-patch. They probably have some shit they gotta fix. Man, it also it irks me so much. Scheduled maintenance on Thursday morning. Fucking scheduled where? Scheduled when? Just call it emergency maintenance. Like, why do you have to call it scheduled maintenance? Scheduled my ass. Whatever. I want to say your speedrun in Leatrix was epic, and you're a beast for all the effort put into it. It was awesome to watch. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, so obviously, I know a lot of people are gonna, they just saw the Leatrix speedrun, and you're coming here kind of off that recently. I was really worried about that. At this point, it's performing pretty well. I'm really happy with it, and the reception has been overwhelmingly positive, so thank you all for that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's so hard to know, though. I'm trying to, like, find the right way to describe. Like, I guess the best thing I can say is the last few weeks have been, like, ridiculously stressful, and I've been just, like, a ball of anxiety. Because, yeah, now the run is doing well, the video is performing well, everybody seems to be, like, enjoying watching it, and that's cool. I'm happy. But it's, like, nothing is guaranteed. And the amount of effort that it took to put that together, there is always that voice in the back of my head that's going to be like, well, you already put out a run earlier in the event, and that video did okay, right? Don't get me wrong. It did fine, but to give you an idea of, like, relatively speaking, it didn't do that great. The new 158 run has already gotten more views than the 715 run I put out. So the other problem is, like, I put so much fucking effort into that 715 video. And I do, like, I will at least say here, if you watch the 10-minute video for the 158 run, and you haven't seen the original video, I would say, like, maybe give it a watch. Maybe, just maybe. Even if you're thinking, oh, well, I already know everything. There's a lot of cool stuff that went into that, like, the entire speedrun behind the scenes that you may not even realize we had to do. And that's one of the reasons why the video is 54 minutes long. It is fully scripted. It was an 18-page script. It took me days to, like, write, record, edit, all of that stuff. A shitload of work went into that video. And I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping it would do better. I'm at least, like, the saving grace is that now the 158 run is doing well. So I consider it like an extension of that. But yeah, it was a little bit disappointing to spend more time working on a video than I think I've ever spent and have it do okay. And the problem with that is, like, the reception that I think a lot of people have to it is you see, like, a 7-minute speedrun, like, wow, that's so fast. Why do you need a 54-minute video to explain it? And I'm in a really difficult position where, like, yes, the run, when you watch it, seems very straightforward. Like, oh, you kill mobs, you go into raids, you kill the raid bosses. Wow, that's so straightforward. Why is that so hard to explain? And so a lot of people will immediately assume that, and then they won't think that any of the stuff is important to watch. But personally, as somebody who spent months working on this, I think there is a lot of interesting stuff. There were a lot of really interesting discoveries that we had to make that possible. Right? Like, yeah, it seems all simple and fast and streamlined when you see it happen in the run, but to make that work, holy shit, so much has to go right. And that is what I spent the 54 minutes explaining. All of the back-end stuff that went into making that even possible. It's a lot of effort, and I spent a lot of time trying to edit the video, make it entertaining, like, showcase the entire path that we took through Legion Remix to even get to that point. And at the very least, like, every single person I know who, like, watched the entire video said they really enjoyed it. They thought it was, well edited, well written, and I'm glad, right?
But obviously, it's very difficult in this age of like short form content to get people to watch a 54-minute video. That's just the reality of it, and I'm aware of that, right? Like, I'm not naive. I understand why people gravitate towards short form content, but I personally enjoy watching like long video essays on YouTube and stuff, and I also enjoy making that. I think it's a more satisfying style of video to create. So I don't want to like stop doing that, but it is a little bit disheartening when the video that I slapped together in like 2 days at the last second at the end of Legion Remix to just like have it ready. And like, I still think it's like the 10-minute video. I still think it's good. I'm proud of the run. I think I did a good job, like with the time I had throwing that thing together. But it was way less effort put into it than the 54-minute video one. So it's just tough. And like, and I get it, but I'm still gonna be like, oh man, you know, it's kind of how it goes. Europe is fine. Yeah, maybe I should have done this run on Europe then. Wouldn't Delves be a gamble since the trash and mobs change daily? Yeah, I mean, well, it's the same logic that applies to the runs I've done the entire time in War Within, right? Like, yeah, there's some variance in Delves, but also I've done multiple speedruns throughout War Within where, like, I just plan around that. For speedruns, obviously, it's not a gamble at all. For speedruns, you just... The way I've done it for the entire expansion is whenever I do a run, I check the Delves ahead of time to know what is active that day, and I wait to do the run until I have the Delves that I want. So that's not like a gamble per se. It is a bit of a gamble putting it in a guide because obviously, depending on the day, there are some days where, like, yeah, Delve leveling is kind of shit, and that's really all there is to it. Like, it's not very fast, but in the case of War Within 70 to 80 leveling, Delve, even the worst Delves were still better than, like, the worst, like, or mediocre quests, I should say. So it was usually still worth it to do Delves for leveling from 70 to 80. But yeah, it is almost certainly the case that the worst Delves would not be remotely faster than, like, good Chromie time stuff. So if Delves from War Within were, like, ever useful for 70 to 80 specifically, it would have to be, like, the absolute best ones, and then they might be ever so slightly faster than optimal Chromie time questing, and that's still a big if, so. But, like, obviously you could plan around it. But, I mean, you are right, though, that it is yet another thing acting against War Within's favor for being included in 10 to 80 leveling, which is why it would have been at least nice if Blizzard had decided to include it in Chromie time. It's just a strange thing to omit. You were waiting for my stream, and you're so happy you were able to stay home today and watch me stream? Awesome. I'm glad to have you here. Season 1 dungeons are also active, so many transmog runs are fucked for at least 6 months. I'm not sure. Season 1 dungeons are active, so your transmog runs are fucked? Why would your transmog runs be fucked by the dungeons being active? I think I'm just missing a piece of the puzzle there. Why are my runs messed up? You're new and learning. I'm not sure I understand the question. Watch it because of a demon hunter not naming any names got overzealous and pulled the boss early. Yeah. Yeah, like that was part of the fun of making that video, like reenacting all the different things that different people were doing at different times and kind of piecing them together throughout the run. Yeah. The returning dungeons for Season 1 are already at level cap? Oh, you're saying, like, so... So, like, the Midnight dungeons... So, like, Seat of the Triumvirate, Skyreach, etc., they're scaled to level 90? Is that what you're... Oh! That's a nasty oversight, yeah. Especially because I think some of them have decor. Algathar has the bookshelf. Seat of the Triumvirate has the crate, I think. So yeah, that's lame. Yeah, if they fuck that up, then... I kind of feel like that they'll fix, though. It is lame that right now that's a thing, but I feel like they will probably address that for prepatch, but... Oh, I see. You were asking the person in chat. Gotcha. Anyone with half a brain could realize the amount of effort that went in and would appreciate it. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? I'm not saying that people didn't recognize the effort. That's not, like, what I'm saying. I'm just... People don't necessarily want to watch it, and that's understandable, right? You know, everybody has to spend their time in some way, and if somebody sees a 54-minute video, they might just... It's not like they're like, oh, this probably is just a lazily put together sloppy piece of crap. That's not what I think people are thinking to themselves. They're probably just like, yeah, I don't have the time to watch this right now. Which I get, but it is a shame. Because it indirectly means that I'm kind of pushed into not making videos like that if the time just isn't rewarded. That's just life, right? It's good that it exists now as an explainer for the new run. Things fell right into the right place. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, in hindsight, I'm glad that I did make it, because it did mean that I was able to just make the 10-minute video shorter. And the people who want it can watch the context there. So, you never know, right? It's entirely possible that over a longer period of time, sometimes videos like that will get consistent viewership. And that's why I rebranded it as, like, How Speedrunners Broke Legion Remix. The idea is that if people are curious, oh, hey, how did leveling work there? Because I think I mentioned this a few times. Back in, like, after Mop Remix ended, a few people would, like, pop into my streams every now and then and be like, I keep hearing about this Mop Remix. Like, what was so broken about it? What made it so fast? And although obviously I made guides at the time, they were much more focused on, like, assuming you already know all the things, like the basic info about the event, and, like, here's how you level quickly. And a lot of those guides I then unlisted because they were no longer relevant. So the idea behind that video was, A, it showcases the speedrun, but it also is like a mini documentary for people watching in the future who want to understand, okay, how did leveling get so broken in this event? And it's going to treat you, to an extent, as if you don't know anything about how leveling worked at the time. Let's see. Blizzard's already said on their socials that it's an intentional design and they can't fix it just for prepatch. Wow. Okay, well, that's kind of bad, if that's the case. That's a really dumb oversight on their part. The reality is, though, with all that stuff, right, they might say it's intentional design. If enough people complain, they will fix it. If they said that, which I'll believe you, then it sounds like they're saying this isn't a priority, and we're assuming that not enough people give a shit to fix it, which unfortunately might be true. I do unfortunately think that the amount of people who would be impacted by that are low enough that Blizzard just won't care enough to change it, but you can bet your ass they have the power to fix it. If this was like some pressing issue that was affecting every single player in the game and there was a ton of shit about it, they would find a way. So, and to a certain extent, the obvious problem there is they should have tested that before pushing it to live servers. The quality control is just not very great these days. But yeah, some stuff is going to slip through the cracks, and I can kind of understand how, considering how many things are broken right now, yeah, that maybe isn't a super high priority. It sucks, but I get it. Let me quickly look. Blizzard moment, yeah. Good luck in the run, Mr. Waterfall. Thank you, Yellishin. Am I playing any TBC or hardcore at the time? You know, short answer, no. Long answer is I wish I could, but I just can't. I'm really disappointed with the whole, like, TBC thing. The timing just is not there. I was really excited for TBC Classic last year, and obviously I played Anniversary to get ready for TBC, and I mean, like, this is the worst possible time for them to have released it. Smack dab in between Legion Remix and a new retail expansion, when I have the most amount of work to do. There, especially for something like Classic, which is a lot of effort. Whenever I play Classic, I want to, like, really sink my teeth into it and, like, actually do all the grinding and stuff, and not just, like, casually play through it. So I'm just not really in a position where I have time to do it right now. Which sucks, because I was looking forward to it. I might check out TBC Classic, like, later on. I no promises in that, but that's really, like, a... Maybe in, like, Black Temple or Sunwell, I might level a character just for fun and then, like, try the endgame raids again. The only problem is, like, I did that last time in TBC Classic. It is a shame because the real thing I was looking forward to this time around is playing for launch. And the only thing I really, really wanted to do is, like, play the launch raids, play Serpent Shrine Cavern and Tempest Keep, because that was the thing I didn't really get to experience. the first time TBC Classic rolled around, and that is the one thing that I am guaranteed to not be able to do. So, yeah, I've just kind of accepted at this point that I just won't have time to play TBC. As for hardcore, I haven't really checked in with hardcore in a while. At some point, whenever there's like a ton of free time, I'd love to be able to finish my hardcore character, but I will be totally honest. Every time I say I want to do something like that, like there's inevitably something else that comes up that I consider a more pressing concern that just ends up taking priority. And if I'm being realistic with myself, I'm probably going to always have more like higher priorities than returning to classic hardcore and finishing that up. As much as like I wish I had infinite time to do everything, and I did enjoy hardcore when I played it, it's just like there's only so much time that I can spend. Oh, 1 second. Have I done any work or research for Midnight 80 to 90 leveling? Research, yes, kind of. Depends on what you define as research. I'd consider it research, right? Like I have not done a test run yet. When I do my first run, which will probably be within the next week, it will be streamed. You will get to watch it. So I have not actually done the test run, and that's for a few reasons. One, I just always need to allocate my time wisely, right? Legion Remix only just ended. And whenever it comes to early expansion leveling, I learned my lesson a long time ago. They do a lot of changes. They're always changing stuff. And it used to be that I would test really early, and then like they would completely change how the end expansion leveling works, and you'd have to redo all the routing. And it's just not really that informative to do testing when like all of it then gets reworked. You get some like muscle memory for the routing and quests and stuff, but I mean you can get that with anything, right? You know, any amount of runs will eventually build that muscle memory. And the real important stuff, the real thing that takes time is like figuring out the exact numbers, like, okay, how much experience do I need before like this breakpoint? Or like what's the best path to do this? How much does the campaign get you to? And they always change that stuff. And at this point, I think they are done changing it. They've made some big adjustments. But that was the thing, right? Like it was about a month ago or so, they made like a bunch of changes to the experience values, and a bunch of people were complaining, and I'm just like, aha, I knew they were going to do that. They always do that. Which is, you know, that's beta. Right? That's the entire point. But that's why people always ask me, like, oh, why aren't you doing any test runs yet? And it's like, I'm going to, believe me. We are going to do almost nothing but 80 to 90 testing for the next month. So it may not seem like I've done a lot of testing, but you have to remember that when it comes to like something that I am working on, I will literally spend nonstop time working on it within a condensed period. We're going to slam like 1,080 to 90 test runs. So instead of doing like one run a week over time, I'm going to wait until we get like the final values, and then I'm just going to like focus test it for the next month and make sure we have all the information needed for the guide. But as for research, right, every single person I know who has done a 80 to 90 run, I have like asked them about it. I've been like, all right, tell me everything that you got from that run. Like, what did you think about like the zone order? What level did you end at for the campaign, et cetera, et cetera. So I have already a general idea from talking to people both like in my Discord and my friends who have tested it on their own about like the general flow. But that's kind of where it's like, you never know for sure until you sit down and actually test it yourself. So I have a vague like mental map of what I think the leveling should look like. But obviously I need to actually do it to understand the exact values. And also, like, when other people do tests, right, most people don't take, like, extremely detailed notes on, like, exact levels and experience and stuff like that. So I have, like, a lot of anecdotal evidence of, like, oh, yeah, I didn't do many side quests and I got to, like, this level or something like that. And that's, like, all well and good, but unless I know for a fact that it was done, like, under very specific conditions and with like however many buffs or whatever, it's, you know, you can only put so much stock in that kind of thing. So we'll see. I definitely will be doing a lot of testing soon, though. Fire all the QA and replace them with ChatGPT. What could go wrong? Yeah, exactly. Possible better way going forward of doing runs like that is first posting the shorter one with the run included, and then on or around the same time upload the explainer. They come as a pair. I get the logic, right? And that's one of those like YouTube algorithm things where like I've tried to do stuff like that. The problem with that is then I can guarantee you the explainer would completely bomb. And then it would exacerbate the problem because YouTube is like very polarized, right? If it doesn't think a video is doing well, it will completely kill it. And then nobody will even know it exists because they will never get shown it. And if a video is like doing really well, then YouTube pushes it even more. So, yeah, I've tried stuff like that before. Doesn't work. Sounds good in theory, it's just a YouTube thing. But, you know, is what it is. It's the same thing with, like, another thing that I've mentioned in my Discord that I should say here. For 10 to 80 leveling, when I redo my leveling guides for Midnight, for 1 to 80, we're going back to the one guide for both factions format. So, we had this debate for years. I always said that I thought the one guide was a better way, and I also said that there were some YouTube things that I think would just make it work better, and a good amount of people did say they would much prefer a Horde and Alliance guide, so you know what? Nobody can say I didn't try it. I tried it for War Within. It didn't fail, but the guides performed significantly worse. Now, there's obviously a lot of variables at play, right? Like, the guides weren't immediately at launch. There was, you know, obviously less interest, less changes this time around. I'm in North America, to answer your question. So obviously, I can't say that the fact that we had two different guides, one for Alliance, one for Horde, that is the reason that both of them performed slightly worse, right? But they didn't perform quite as well, and it actually requires more effort to do it that way, because then I have to redo some of the same sections that I could just kind of combine into like the same faction thing. It was more work for me that succeeded less. And I've been saying for years that my gut is that the singular guide is just a better way to go about it. So that is what I will be doing again in Midnight. Just a heads up. So if you liked the two faction guides, apologies. What I can say is that I will at least change how I format the video. So the biggest complaint that I think I got on some of the older leveling guides is the fact that it kind of switched back and forth between Alliance and Horde. And I kind of understand that. Personally, I don't think it was that hard to follow. I think people just complain a lot, right? That's my opinion. But I get that. That was kind of the main thing that people weren't a huge fan of. So whenever I do remake the guide, I'll probably do something where it's like the entire Horde section is in one spot, the entire Alliance section is in one spot, and then anything that is like shared information between both will be at the end. So instead of being like cutting back and forth, like I think the original version, it was structured by level, right? So it was like, this is like the level 10 to 30 part, and then we have like Horde, Alliance, shared. 30 to 50 part, Horde, Alliance, shared. The new version would just be Horde, Alliance, shared for the entire process. And I think that would hopefully be the best of both worlds. 4-1 said, if you're actually following the guide while leveling, you'll have to jump around the video anyway. Yes, thank you. My thoughts exactly, right? Like, that's the way that I think about it is like nobody just watches it like once and then tries to like perfectly memorize it. And it had timestamps, you know? You could just click on the timestamp. So that was my thinking as well. And I think most people, you know, figured that out. It's also, so I guess I've talked about this a few times, but yeah, probably good to get around, like at least get this stated. So the plan is to make an add-on. I'm going to make a leveling add-on in-game that you can use to follow the route. That, I think, will also help, right? Because then people only need to watch, like, the section of the video for, like, the high-level concept stuff of this is what the route is like, and then for the actual, like, these are the quest specifics that you have to watch out for, that should all be covered within the add-on itself. And that, I'm all over the place. Unfortunately, I got, you know, the servers going down, disrupted my train of thought. But that was the final major reason why we're not going to do extensive chromie time testing right now, because, obviously, making an add-on is a lot of work. And initially when I thought about it, I was like, I might try to have everything done by midnight launch for like all of the different leveling stuff. And A, I think that's just way too unrealistic, but also B, especially given all of the stuff that's, happening with like the lack of changes and all the previous things I've discussed, I think it just makes a lot more sense to focus on like one thing at a time and have it like absolutely perfect. So make sure I have like a really good midnight route, speedrun, video guide, and add-on for midnight. And then after midnight launches, and there's like a bit of time, I can do all the testing for 1 to 80. And then I have like a video guide, good speedrun route, etc. And then I incorporate it into the add-on. So then it covers both. So instead of trying to do everything all at once, we kind of split it up into chunks. The end result of all of this, it should be a lot better, right? There should be a better guide, an add-on, which not even better. I haven't made an add-on before. There hasn't been one. People have tried to like make my route in other add-ons, and I've never officially supported it, but I've never also said no. If people ask me, can I do this? I've been like, go for it. But I've never given any like help to those people if they asked. I'm just like, you do you, but I'm not going to like sponsor it or whatever. I don't know what the right word is. Like, help them make it or whatever. It's just been like, if you want to include my route, I have no ownership over the route. It's just information in a game. If I'm going to, I've said this for years, and I meant it, if I am going to include my guide in an add-on, I'm going to make my own add-on. I'm going to do it myself. And now I'm finally putting my money where my mouth is. So that's the plan. Restless Hunters out of the game right now. Oh, the Demon Hunter talent? Yeah, I think it is, unfortunately. A lot of streamers are pissed at the timing of midnight and TBC. It's almost impossible to enjoy both. Yeah, I mean, so that's a separate issue, but I really don't understand why Blizzard does this to themselves, but they always do this. It feels insane. Like, I just don't understand why. The only thing that I can think is that the classic and retail teams are just really not working in sync together, because the amount of times that classic and retail snipe each other is just fucking staggering, man. They sniped Mop Remix and Cata Launch. They sniped Mop Classic and Mana Forge Omega. Like, they do this all the fucking time. It's frustrating. And like there are so many months in a WoW patch, right? Like, the time that they release Turbo Boost, imagine if when they're releasing Turbo Boost in retail, they're doing a classic release. That would be the perfect time. Like, obviously, I have my own issues with Turbo Boost as a general concept, but a lot of people don't really want to play the game. A lot of times when Turbo Boost comes out, most people I know are like, I have to log into retail. I don't even want to play retail right now. Even when there's like new content, quote unquote, because Turbo Boost is like dog shit, fake new content. But imagine if like at that same time period in a retail patch, a new classic release dropped. That would be perfect timing for me. Every single retail patch around that time, I find myself with nothing to do. There's like nothing happening. And I'm just like, I guess I go play other games right now. And then right as I'm trying to make guides for like the upcoming retail stuff, it's like, oh yeah, we're doing a new classic release. And like, I want to play it, but like, why? Why are we releasing it like that? It's just so fucking annoying. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that a lot of other streamers are upset, but also they do this every time. It's like a fucking trend at this point. So I don't know why they do this. Obviously, any release time is going to be inconvenient for somebody, but the particularly weird thing about this is it's Blizzard sniping themselves. And if it happened once, I'd call it a coincidence, but like, it happens way too often for it to just be pure coincidence. Like, they need to figure out their release schedule better. Because every time I bring this up, a bunch of people are like, oh, they're basically separate games. But it's like, I play both. I try to play both. And I know a lot of other people who just like fucking playing World of Warcraft. Doesn't matter, retail, classic, they don't care. They just like fucking WoW. And if a classic release comes out, they might not be like as into it as I might be, but they'll still try it. Because it's more WoW. But they continually shoot themselves in the foot with this, and there's so many people I know who are like, yeah, I'd like to try that, but I just don't have the time because of retail. So it's a lot to, actively commit to two versions of an MMO, especially when they conflict with each other. You dug up the Blizzard message. It's not intentional design, but rather a limitation of the system as they prepare for Midnight Season 1. Okay. I mean, that makes more sense. But I definitely think that they could change it if they really wanted to. My guess is that if they did work to change it, it would also require a lot of work to revert it, so they probably wouldn't want to do all of that unless it was an emergency. So. You started leveling a Void Elf Devourer DH among thousands of other players. Your DH is only level 12, yeah. I suspect we'll probably run into a bunch of other people doing the exact same thing. There's literally one reason to level a character right now, and it is this. Because everybody who just wanted alts, this moment, they probably played Leatrix a little bit. And they had more than enough alts. Like, I would reckon that there's like a 1% portion of the player base who just like woke up in a sweat like the day that Leatrix ended and was like, I feel like playing WoW today, and then logged in and realized, oh shucks, I just missed the fastest leveling event ever. Time to level an alt. Like, there's barely anybody actually doing that, so the amount of people leveling right now are probably only doing it because they really want to try Devourer. Or Void Elf DH. Whatever. You level 25 to max on Leatrix? Yeah. Really easy to get alts. I have, like, so many extras of like the tank specs that I don't think I will ever use, but they're there. If I need them one day, I have them. So. You only leveled 4 alts in Leatrix, you have a ton from Panda Remix? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, my main accounts, I basically got it to, like, probably 75% capacity from Mop Remix. So, the vast majority of the characters that I leveled in Legion were actually on my second account. The one that I got when I was wrongly banned. So, now I basically have 2 nearly full WoW accounts, which is nice. You're leveling because you just resubscribed? Ah. Well, glad that you're back, but you unfortunately missed the best time to level characters, is what it is. I will say, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but if you are really trying to level up a bunch of alts, I said this at the start of the stream, wait until next week. Yeah, it shows on beta too, so next week we get this thing, Winds of Mysterious Fortune. This will give, I think it's 50% additional experience. So, if you're just starting off, then you won't have the account-wide bonus XP, which is currently bugged for everybody, but you will have this. So it's just 50% faster. If you want to, like, level 1 character, I mean, it can't hurt, right? It's still WoW, but before you get, like, too gung-ho and invest your time leveling alts, I'd say just give it a little bit. You have 68 alts, level 70 to 80, so hence why you didn't level a bunch in Leatrix. That's fair, yeah. You're in WoD right now, and you probably were just unlucky, but you nuked about 20 mobs, not 1 quest item dropped. Depends on the quest, right? If we're talking about the quest starting items, like the Proof of Strength, then yeah, that's RNG. The Warband XP bonus, yeah, it's currently bugged. So, this is not working right now. There's currently, like, I'm on the beta right now, they're currently doing maintenance, so for all we know, when the servers come back up, it will be working. Maybe that's one of the things they're fixing. That would be nice. Pleasant surprise. But yeah, currently, it's supposed to work. You can just look at the text. Like, this is meant to still work up to level 80, but currently it's not. Is the pre-patch event any good for leveling? I have not... I'll be completely honest with you. I know fuck all about the pre-patch event other than it takes place in Twilight Highlands. That's all I know. I have done 0 testing. I will say, though, I have read every single article that Blizzard has posted about it, and I have not seen a single mention of any leveling thing. What I suspect is that no, I don't think that it's intended for leveling, which I think is why they're doing Winds of Mysterious Fortune. Because a lot of times in the past, people make that association, right, of like pre-patch event leveling. So I think that instead of making it for leveling, they're like, we'll just throw in the 50% XP buff as a way for people who are returning to level because they know that that's tradition. They can benefit from this. That is my guess. Because I have read everything, like every article, either from Blizzard or like on Wowhead or whatever, about the event, just out of curiosity. And it's still very vague. Like, I still don't really feel like I understand what the event is about. But I was specifically looking for that. Like, is there anything for leveling? And I did not see any mention of it. So If it is, it's definitely not the intent. But we'll see. I will try it for fun. There's also Decor, which I'll need to get. You leveled 18 alts in Remix thinking to farm gold with World Quest, but you got frustrated? Yeah, so many people are like, I'm going to level 50 million alts and set up a gold farm and stuff like that, and then they quickly realize that it's just like the most miserable way to play the game. Like, look, for people who enjoy doing that, I will never fault somebody for enjoying the game in a different way than I do. The the stuff that I do for leveling, a lot of people think like, wow, that must be fucking boring. And I'm not going to pretend all of it is fun, but obviously I do enjoy a lot of it. And I wouldn't do it if I didn't at least find a lot of the optimization stuff fun. Not everybody enjoys that, that's fine. And there are people I know who genuinely do just love the process of making gold and stuff like that. The thing that I will never understand is the people who like treat gold making as like a job. Because for 90% of people, it's a fucking minimum wage job. Like at that point, you're just playing a minimum wage job in a game. It's just not worth it. Like for the vast majority of people, it is just not worth your time to like farm tokens to pay your sub or something like that. And from the people I know who do that, I've talked to them, and a lot of them just have this like fixation on the idea of like, I feel like it's better to earn my subscription with gold or whatever. And it's just like this kind of weird mental gymnastics to justify the time spent on it. And like personally, I'd rather just spend the $13, $15, whatever the subscription price is, and then spend all of that time doing something that I personally enjoy more. And again, some people do enjoy that. Some people genuinely do enjoy farming gold, and that's fine. But there are people who don't and do it because they feel the need to pay for their sub that way. And that I don't get. I feel like at that point, you're just wasting your own time. See what messages I missed. From your experience with the beta, do you like it more or less than the previous two expansions? I don't have enough experience to comment. I have nowhere near enough experience to give like a review statement about it. The only things I guess I can comment on the stuff that I have tested. So far, I have tested raids, I have tested dungeons, and I have tested some specs. I think overall, the dungeons this expansion, from what I have tested, feel significantly better than War Within. And honestly, I have really not enjoyed a lot of the modern dungeon design, period. I thought Shadowlands dungeons were dog shit. I really did not like them. I don't understand why people like dungeons like Necrotic Wake, Plaguefall. I thought they were absolute objective dog shit. But there are some people out there who like those dungeons. Thought Shadowlands dungeon design was some of the worst this game has ever seen. BFA dungeons very hit or miss. Some were good, some were bad. Dragonflight I thought was better than Shadowlands, but overall I thought the dungeon design in Dragonflight was not the best. A lot of dungeons I thought were just kind of miserable to play through. And War Within kind of also hit or miss. There were some okay dungeons in War Within. I think it has gotten consistently better over the years. I loved most Legion dungeons. There were some... Legion dungeons were like mostly really good, and then some horrible ones, like Original Seed of Triumvirate, etc. And I really liked WoD dungeons at the time. So I thought we got like really good dungeons back in the day, and then they've been kind of going downhill ever since, and then picking back up again. So far, I've tested a lot of the Midnight dungeons, and they're really good. It's one of the very few times when I've done like early testing of upcoming expansion dungeons, and I've been like, this is actually kind of fun. Like, these are like not overbearing. Like, I think the biggest thing is because of the simplification of classes, they've also let that slightly affect their design for like dungeons and stuff. And it feels like dungeons aren't just completely bloated with like a million abilities that you need to like watch out for or you die. And that has kind of been their main advertisement of like, hey, we need to prune classes so that we can do this. And to be clear, no, they didn't. You can just change dungeon design without having to prune the shit out of all the classes. They are not correlated at all. But at the very least, it seems because they're doing the pruning, they've also decided to finally make that change for dungeons. And surprisingly, The dungeons are better. They feel more fun. They don't feel like clusterfuck bullshit, and that's nice. Because I hated a lot of the dungeon design that we've had in recent years. I have been pretty open about the fact that I'm not really that much of a Mythic Plus enjoyer. I would say I do more Mythic Plus than like 95% of the player base, right? I don't push for title, I don't do anything like that because I don't really enjoy it. But obviously, whenever you play the game at a high level in any form of PvE, you have to farm Mythic Plus. So I've at least done high-ish keys. And I've had to interact with the system pretty extensively. But for the first time, I'm actually considering maybe doing some higher-end Mythic Plus in Midnight, because I actually think the dungeons look cool. And they're kind of fun. So that, good. Raids, I feel like it's a little bit too early to tell. Most of the raid bosses I tested were fine. I don't really think any of the raid bosses like blew my mind. The final boss, we can look at the journal. So the final boss, March of Harldan, we briefly got to test this for like all of 45 seconds. I see servers are back up. I'll hop over in a second. I'm just finishing my We briefly got to test this. I don't know that much about it because we didn't fully test it, but this fight looks sick as hell. Bellerin, also very cool fight. So the two bosses in March of Harldan look really cool. Those are the only ones I think that really stood out to me. This boss is dog shit. This boss is not good. It's unfortunate because it's the single boss raid, and this is like, out of all of the raid bosses that we did testing for, this was the most uninspired one by far. It's just a pretty shit boss. Like, I would say, if anything, it would be like a forgettable, mediocre ad fight. But the fact that it's the single boss raid really makes it stick out of like, what? This is the single boss raid? This is like such a generic whatever fight. I do not like this one. The other ones were all fine. First boss is a pretty fine first boss. Voracious is like a patchwork fight that wasn't really interesting, but it was okay. Fallen King Saladar was pretty fun. I like this fight. Veilgor and Ezrak was kind of janky. I didn't hate it, but it definitely felt like there was some testing jank. It's hard for me to tell what about this fight was like testing stuff not being super great and the fight itself, but I see potential. So there's that. And then Light Blinded Vanguard was a pretty cool fight. This is like, it's like Soul Hunters, but better. I quite like this. For a council boss, this was pretty well designed. And then we haven't gotten to test Crown of the Cosmos. This boss I know absolutely nothing about. Could be good, could be bad, no fucking clue. But overall, the raid stuff is like, it seems fine. I have no strong opinions on it other than these fights look cool. And they're the last few bosses, and a lot of times the last few bosses are the ones that matter, so if they end up being really good, I'll probably look fondly on this raid. If they suck, then I will probably look badly on this raid, but we'll rate tier, I guess, because we have 3 raids, right? So. And then the final thing that I can really comment on right now is class design, only for the specs that I've tested. I really like Guardian Druid. I think the Guardian Druid changes are really good. I think it still needs like some minor numbers adjustments, but overall, it feels really good. Moonbear is in a bit of a weird spot. I think Moonbear could probably use some love, but at the end of the day, like, I've always preferred Druid of the Claw, and Druid of the Claw has gotten a lot of really, really nice changes, so I'm really happy with that. Right now, Bear is my top pick going into the next expansion. I've heard a lot of really good things about Vengeance. I personally haven't tested it a lot, just because the odds that I end up playing it for Raid, with how good Devourer is like next to none. My co-tank has tried it because he wants to play it in M+, and I'm pretty sure that if by some miracle we need a Vengeance for DH debuff, he will be the Vengeance Demon Hunter, and I will play something else. So I just haven't really invested a lot of my time into testing it, but I've heard it's good, so, you know, that's nice. Brewmaster is dog shit. I absolutely despise basically everything about the Brewmaster changes, and unfortunately it doesn't really seem like we're getting much there. So basically, if Brewmaster ends up being the meta tank in Season 1, I am going to be very sad, because it looks absolutely miserable to play. It is... I tried playing it in raid testing, and it was like some of the least fun I've had in a very long time. It is a dog shit tank right now. It might end up being good numerically, that's the problem. It might end up being that is the way that you need to get monk buff in your raids. That is like the meta play. The damage could just be overtuned, even though it is like a dog shit boring rotation. It could just end up being like really, really strong because the numbers are big. And even though Brewmaster survivability-wise feels terrible to play because they pruned all of our defensive cooldowns. Stagger is just kind of broken, and you might just be able to live with that if it's tuned well enough. I don't necessarily think so. My read on Brewmaster is that it's going to be shit. Unless it gets overtuned like crazy, the core design of the spec is just pure dog shit. And I just really do not think it has any chance to be a meta pick. But you never know. Especially with how Monk buff has been historically, it's really hard to say. What I can say is that I do not enjoy playing it. I think it's very unfun, and it really needs some changes. And we're probably not getting it. So now all I can do is pray that it isn't actually one of the tanks that I'm going to need to play. I'm still going to level one just in case, because if that is the case, I will play it for the sake of prog, but I'm not looking forward to it. And Prot Warrior is like literally Mana Forge Omega Prot, and Mana Forge Omega Prot is solid, so no real complaints there, but it got very few changes. I think the changes that Prot Warrior has gotten has been mostly positive, so that's good. And Blood DK, I have not done a lot of Blood DK testing myself, because in all of the raid testing, or most of the raid testing, my co-tank was playing Blood. But I looked over the Blood changes, and they look phenomenal. I think it looks really, really, really good. And my co-tank said he really liked Blood. It looks fantastic. Blood will probably be almost a guaranteed one of in raid, especially because like grips look like they're going to be mandatory in some fights. So yeah, very happy with the state of Blood. And Prop Heli, I know it was really, really bad, so I haven't tested it, and I heard that it got massively buffed, and then it was really good, and then apparently it got like a pretty sizable damage nerf like a few weeks ago. I don't know where it's at right now. I will probably test it at some point, but that one has been heavily tuned throughout the course of beta, so I don't really know what to say about that one. You were hoping that the single boss raid was fun? Yeah, the way they're doing this raid tier is kind of weird, though. Like, it's... The single boss raid, the way that you should think about this is it's not like older single boss raids. It's basically like a boss in the middle of the raid that just happens to be in a different location. That's very much how the design feels. I think they just did this for story reasons. Gameplay reasons doesn't really seem to have a big impact, but yeah, this boss is like just, it's so bad. I'm trying to find like a creative way to say like it's different. It's just bad. It's a shit ad fight. It's just a shit ad fight. That's really all there is to it. Like I would imagine that with proper tuning and stuff, it won't end up being like the worst boss I've ever done. I'm probably going to end up feeling like the same way about this boss that I felt like about Lumathar or Soul Hunters or something, where I'm just like, meh. It was a boss fight of all time. I think the fact that it is a single boss raid does make it feel like you expect something crazy, and it's just not. It's just a very mediocre boss. And like compared to the other stuff, like Lura looks fucking crazy. Beleren looks fucking crazy. Well, Beleren is fucking crazy. I tested this boss. Really fun fight. So like these bosses are really cool. Every single person I know who tested it was like, yeah, this looks sick. And I've heard some people be a little bit more positive about this boss than I have, but none of them have been like, yeah, this looks cool. Because, like, what can you say about it? It's a generic dogshit ad fight. Like, there's nothing to say other than it looks like an okay boss. That's about it. What are my thoughts on the add-on changes and updates to the base UI? I mean, add-on changes, I think I've made my thoughts clear over time. And it's hard to say because, like, so... Obviously, disclaimer, UI changes, I don't give a shit, right? Like I'm going to group them. Obviously, I'm a default UI user. I always have been, so it doesn't impact me much at all. I think I don't really have any major strong opinions on, like, how it's going to affect me. I am sitting so fucking pretty with these changes because I have been a minimalistic player for years. And now, everybody who's been heavily reliant on add-ons is, like, scrambling to find replacements, and I'm just like, log in, disable all add-ons, I'm good to go. Like, I do not need add-ons. I never have. And, like, part of that is just, you know, personal preference, right? Some people try to tie, like, add-on usage to, like, player skill level or whatever. I'm not trying to say that. It's just, this has been my personal preference, and it just so happens that these changes work out for me. Because I am barely impacted. So that's why it's like, it's kind of hard for me to really comment because like, I think I can only really say how it impacts the player base as a whole, which I feel like is kind of talking a bit out of my ass, because like I said, it doesn't impact me specifically. The only thing that I will reiterate that I've said for a while is I have disliked Blizzard using the whole add-on pruning as an excuse to tone down classes and change raid boss design. I've said for a while, if they wanted to make raid bosses better, they can just fucking do that. If they want to make classes simpler and easy to follow, they can just fucking do that. Like, Brewmaster doesn't magically become easier or harder with or without add-ons. I've been playing with default UI with like no helper add-ons Brewmaster at all. I have 99 and 100 parses in Manaforge Omega. What the fuck is stopping everybody else? How were add-ons the thing that was helping me play Brewmaster? Why did Brewmaster need to be pruned into oblivion because we don't have add-ons now? Oh no, God forbid I can't track the basic things like Blackout combo. I'm just like, without my add-ons, I don't know that when I press Blackout Kick, it buffs my next ability. Like, that's just something that anybody can know. It's in the fucking name. The entire flow of the thing is Blackout Kick into next ability, Blackout Kick into next. Like, that's just the playstyle. You don't need an add-on to tell you to do that. So, my biggest complaint is that kind of excuse of, we need to prune classes because of the removal of add-ons. It's just a cop-out. If they wanted to fix the classes, they could have done that anytime. And, like, the existence of, like, Fire Mage and stuff in War Within, that's not a fucking add-on problem. That is, we designed a shitty spec, and the only way that it can be optimized is with the use of add-ons. And like, and frankly, I know some people who played Fire Mage without add-ons, and just were really good at it, practiced it a lot, and like, I'm sure that you could. But yeah, I'll admit, I play Fire Mage, and when Fire Mage and like Arcane Mage and stuff, when I had like tracking weak auras that some of my friends gave me, I instantly did more damage. Like, it is just way easier to shift like the cognitive load of like tracking debuffs and stuff like that onto weak auras when the spec is designed that way. But Blizzard is the one who designed it that way. Like, they could have just not gave it 50 billion different modifiers to like the same spell that you have to line up perfectly. At a certain point, like, Blackout combo is a great example of like a good modifier, and thankfully, I will say, it's staying. They streamlined it a little bit, which is fine, but Blackout combo they did keep, which I'm happy with. I was actually worried they were going to remove it. But Blackout combo is like the perfect example of a good modifier. You press Blackout Kick, it buffs your next ability. That's very intuitive, easy to understand. It's like, okay, I don't want to just spam Tiger Palm. I want to weave my kick into my palm. Kick palm. Oh, I need some Brew CDR? I'm going to kick Keg Smash, right? And then like Brew has the intuitive thing of like Keg Smash, Breath of Fire. You're lighting them on fire after you use Keg Smash. So there's a lot of like little ability combos that make intuitive sense just by reading the abilities. It doesn't make sense that like at a random interval, you might get like a proc that increases your arcane blast damage or barrage damage or whatever the fuck. And like there's all these small modifiers that stack up to boost the damage of this one ability. That's not intuitive at all. You can learn to memorize that, just like with anything. But yeah, I agree, that was bad design. But it had nothing to do with the add-ons. The add-ons were the solution, not the problem. So, you know, they, in my opinion, and I've said this for a while, what they should have done is done all of their fixes first, simplify the raids a little bit, simplify the dungeons a little bit. You want to make some more stuff like private auras restricted, okay, a little bit. And in fairness, it seems like that's what they're doing. From what I have gathered based on what like Max and other like really high level people who are like actually digging into the weeds and this stuff, because like, you know, I play the game, but I have not used add-ons like for super high level stuff like, you know, Liquid and Echo and stuff does to solve all these crazy things. Like I said, I've been mostly default UI. Obviously stuff like Fractalus, you need weak auras for it, but I generally don't rely on that stuff. But hearing people who have been heavily involved with like using that stuff to solve high-end problems, they all seem to indicate that with all of the rollbacks that Blizzard's done and like their restrictions, it's not as bad now. So, like, the PR handling of this, I think, was just kind of shit. If Blizzard had just from the get-go said, like, hey, we're putting some light restrictions in next expansion and shifting our design philosophy, and we're going to keep ramping it up over time, nobody really would have complained. The problem is, at the start of Midnight Alpha, they're like, hey, fuck all of your add-ons, we're going to take basically everything away, including stuff that they said they weren't going to affect, and that's why everybody went into a panic. And that started the whole debate of like, why can't you just do this, like, you know, dipping your toes in the water? And I think they've, because of all the backlash, realized, yeah, we need to tone this down a little bit. And now they've stumbled into the correct solution all along, which is to do it a bit at a time. But I don't know. I don't know why that was so hard for them to realize that, like, fix the game first, then add restrictions after the fact. But if the end result, which it seems like it will be, is that the game is fun to play, that's all that matters. I don't give a shit. If the game is fun, if the raids are fun, if the classes are fun, that is what matters. Add-ons, UI, whatever bullshit, like, it's all a means to an end. So, that's my stance on that. Falling a little bit behind on chat. I'm going to quickly read through Twitch chat just because I've been, like, responding to YouTube chat for a bit. A rare live Harldan sighting on Twitch. Yeah, I will. Well, whenever I stream these days, I multi-stream Twitch and YouTube, right? So it's more just a rare live Harldan sighting, period. Last stream I did was the launch day of Legion Remix. I streamed my very first leveling run, and then I just didn't stream again. And then the last stream I did before that was the launch day of Mop Classic, I think. I streamed Mop Classic launch, then I streamed Legion Remix launch, and then this. Those are my only 3 streams. I will say I'm going to stream more frequently over the next month or two. We're obviously going to do a lot of beta testing for Midnight. But to a certain extent, I will say I feel like burnt out is the wrong word. I'm not, like, burnt out on streaming so much as, like, I get more stuff done when I'm not streaming. Like, I didn't stream basically at all for the entirety of Legion Remix, but I'd like to think I still put out good videos, and I mean, well, obviously, we got that speedrun, right? And there is an obvious element of, like, I could not have streamed all of the prep work that we did for that. It was just a lot of stuff over time. And there were a few times where I'm like, should I stream this or whatever? But then it was just much easier to, like, record like a speedrun or something like that, and then just upload the footage. It was as if I had streamed it, same format of, like, yapping and stuff like that, but I just posted the recording instead of actually live streaming it. So I don't know. Sometimes that's just easier, but I still want to stream every now and then. I definitely wanted to stream, like, recently, which is kind of why I'm doing this now. And the main reason why I had to wait for a while is because we were still finishing up all the Legion Remix stuff. So now that's finally done with. I can finally, you know, stream a little bit more, but I'm not going to, like, magically go back to streaming, like, multiple times a week like I used to. It's still going to be, like, an in moderation thing, but I will be streaming at least somewhat more often compared to, like, you know, once every 3 months. Call the Scarab level trick? Oh god. Yeah, that is this week, huh? You're right. It's actually right now. I forgot about that. Oh god. Mari said, "Good day, Harldan. How are you doing? Amazing vibes here. I'm doing good. I am doing really good." Miss Cecil said, "Damn, 2 babies. Thank you for the 18-month subscription streak. I don't understand what the message is, but appreciate it. You're just not doing Mythic Plus with the right people? Maybe. That might be the case. You do M Plus with friends, you wish you did it with pugs? You wish you did it with pugs? So you wish you didn't have to run with your friends? Is that the message? I mean, I will say, there have been times where I'm like, I want to play with my friends, but man, my friends are just not good at M+. In the past, it has been a thing that I have thought before. So if that's what you mean, then I kind of get that. Oh, okay, you've been subscribed for as long as it would take to make 2 babies. Okay, I get the message now. Well, I appreciate the 18-month streak, then. The 2 babies length streak. Midnight looks good for PvEers, another big disappointment for PvPers. Yeah, I can't speak for PvP at all, and I'll speak for that. Sorry to hear that it sucks for you, but yeah, Blizzard has stopped caring about that for a while, it seems. You're waiting for LUI to update, but you're used to it. What are my thoughts on heirlooms seemingly not scaling properly? So, good question. That was going to be one of the very first things that I checked when I logged in, which we'll check it in like 10 minutes. I was going to look through my heirlooms. So, that's another thing that I'll just say. we're gonna try to do the run like all in one sitting today, but I have not looked at any of like the old leveling stuff that I used. We're gonna go onto my bank alt that I used to store all my leveling stuff and just look through it all and see how fucked is the scaling on all of my speed leveling items. And you'll get my, in first person reaction, real time reaction, better word. Heirlooms. So the thing about heirlooms, though, I will just say generally, their scaling has just kind of been fucked for a while now. Period. So it would not surprise me if they're even more fucked now. But as for whether or not heirlooms are worth using, the same thing that I've said for years, even when their scaling was fucked. Yeah, because like, what are you gonna do? Put on questing greens every 3 levels? Like, it might be marginally stronger, but heirlooms are at least like they give enough stats to be worthwhile, and they're like they have enchants, they scale with you. They're at least usable gear, and the amount of time that you would waste constantly switching out different pieces of gear, it's just not worth it. It's better to use heirlooms. You would only stop using heirlooms if they were literally completely broken and gave like no stats at all, which I don't think is the case. So we'll see, but that's been the case with heirlooms for a little while now, at least. Bro doesn't know about Twitch baby culture. I guess I don't. Oh, Malernus. Yeah, of course I remember. That makes more sense. Because I was going to say, I didn't remember your name, but you were like subscribed to me for 18 months. And like, that's strange. I thought I would have remembered somebody who's been around for that long, but that makes more sense. I definitely remember. You're level 23 and your heirlooms are item level 12. Well, item level scaling is fucked in general, but if quest gear is keeping up, then yeah, that might be iffy. They really need to revisit heirlooms just in general, though. So we'll see. We'll see. If anything, you might use like just enough to keep like one of the set bonuses online. And if you get like a really good quest item, maybe you switch that out or something like that. But I have to imagine that at a certain point, the difference will be marginal enough to just not bother. We'll figure it out, though. Honestly, that is one of the main reasons that I'm doing this speedrun in the first place. I want to see that stuff. Because, what's it called? As much as it is, like, again, a waste of time for anybody to, like, actually level characters right now, I want to at least, like, test this, get that information done, because I have had so many people messaging me, like, over the last 2 days asking those questions, and I'm like, I don't know. I can't answer you just yet, so I want to at least have that confirmed so I can give, like, general responses of, like, yeah, do XYZ right now. You can't put leatherworking kits in your leggings? Oh, boy. That's annoying. Like, none of them? Every single kit is broken? Because there's, like, old ones. There's the Cataclysm ones. There's the Dragonflight ones, War Within ones. But I wouldn't be surprised if they broke the scaling in that. Did you see the border of Nagrand and Shatrith is textureless? I did see that, yeah. Saw a screenshot. Let me scroll up a little bit and read through messages and stuff. Let's see. You really enjoyed the Keystone Hero videos. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'll keep it brief because I don't want to go on like yet another tangent. I want to catch them in chat. What I will say for like the Keystone Hero videos is obviously I stopped making the videos just because like there is a certain element of, well, I'm glad you liked it. They did not perform well. Understandably, I didn't think they would. It ended up proving to be like too much effort for me to do all of like the editing and stuff like that just to get the video up on YouTube. But I've always maintained that that was a personal challenge, that it's not like I'm not doing it for videos. And I've continued to do that. I've continued trying to learn different specs, and it's going to continue, right? Like the Keystone Hero Challenge from the get-go, I wanted to make it clear that this is not like I'm going to do like this very, very specific goal. Like my stretch goal has always been, I want to get Keystone Hero on every single spec at the same time, right? But that's really just like a motivation tactic for me to learn different things. And I still want to learn new specs, and I will still continue to learn new specs in this new expansion. So there might be some new videos for that at some point. But if it is, it's just like, this is something that I'm doing anyway, and then I may as well just post the footage or something like that. Honestly, like, I don't know. I'll have to think about how I want to format it, but I will, like I said, I'm 100% going to do that. Really, it's just a question of whether it makes its way onto YouTube or not. So we'll see. You've been leveling only to do some testing on alts for the new stuff because you do a lot of legacy content. You've reported plenty of bugs, but in general, level scaling is mega rough. Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the case with any new squish like this. It might be tied to level 90. It's not tied to level 90 because there's two different achievements. If it was tied to level 90, they would have just replaced the achievement. The fact that there are two completely separate achievements means that there is no way it is tied to level 90, or there's no way it's supposed to be tied to level 90. Devourer DH starts at level 10. Devourer doesn't. Void Elf Demon Hunter starts at level 10. Void Elf skips the starting zone. So this is a Void Elf Devourer Demon Hunter 10 to 80 run. If you were to play Devourer on like Blood Elf or Night Elf, you would still have to do the standard intro, but Void Elf just skips it entirely, so works out well. The 25% buff combined with Winds of Mysterious Fortune should be enough to chain level pretty fast into the pre-patch. Yeah, like it'll be solid. That's why I'm saying like wait for that if your goal is to level. Maybe not as fast as War Within Radiant Memories. I feel that event was overrated, honestly, especially compared to Mop Remix. It was at the same time, and so many people were like spamming that to level, and I'm just like, man, it's so much easier to just do Mop Remix boosting, and you could level 3 characters at the same time. In this case, obviously, we only have one choice. The events don't overlap, but I never understood why people were so crazy about it. I even made a video at the time comparing the two methods, but some people still preferred that, I guess. I don't know. First week of crafting decor, you made enough gold to pay for your sub for 7 months. Fair. There are people who live in countries where like $10 to $15 sub is like several days of work. Friends that do RMT and spend 12 hours a day, including weekends, doing that to get a minimum wage. Yeah, and that's why it's like, so I'm not saying, I want to just quickly say, not saying that, oh, if you farm gold, you're an idiot, right? And I understand that. I actually do know. It's good that you mentioned that. I wasn't sure if I wanted to like bring that up as like a side tangent. I do know that there are people who do that for a living. And what the other guy, Valdira Morim, said, the friends that I know who literally play WoW, in that case, like, obviously to an extent, I play WoW for a living, but like I make videos for a living, right? Like that is how I make money off WoW in that sense. But I do know people who actually do sell real money boosts for a living, which I do not condone, to be clear, but I'm just saying I know for a fact they do that. And they, but I mean, they are in countries where, yeah, the money that they can make from that is better than they can get from a normal job. I've talked to them about it to like kind of understand why. I'm not going to out them, obviously. But I get that. I do think that's like a bit iffy, right? But the specific thing that I was talking about is I do know some people, not those people, who feel like this weird obligation to pay for their sub with WoW Gold, even though, realistically speaking, they could pay for it with real money. That's the specific thing that I was referring to with that comment. BFA had some pretty good dungeons. Waycrest Manor #1. Waycrest Manor's fun, but can be super annoying if the path takes you all over the place. Yeah, BFA, I think, Waycrest Manor is, like, I think is not my favorite dungeon, but I also don't think it's terrible. But, like, I think Siege of Morales is dogshit dungeon, Temple of Sethless, one of the worst dungeons ever made, Shrine of the Storm, one of the worst dungeons ever made, King's Rest, not a very good dungeon, right? And then it's, like, the good dungeons, like, people love Ataldazar Freeholds, some people love Waycrest and stuff like that. I think they're okay. They're fine. They're like inoffensive, Motherload. I don't love. The only BFA dungeon I really, really like is, I like both Mechagons. I think both of them, Junkyard and Workshop, are both pretty fun dungeons, just objectively. Tol Dagor, I don't hate. This one, I'm only pointing it out because, like, I think it's A lot of people, they hate Tol Dagor. I think it's okay. The only thing I don't like about Tol Dagor is like the pulling through the floor is really annoying. But the actual dungeon itself I thought was fine. And then Underrot I think is also okay. But the really bad dungeons in BFA were like really fucking bad. Like Temple of Sethless is literally one of the worst dungeons ever made. Shrine of the Storm I would say is like up there as one of the worst dungeons ever made. And King's Rest, on paper I don't hate, but the tuning on it was never good. I never thought this dungeon was tuned well. It always felt like a pain to run. So, same with Siege of Morales. Like, Siege of Bralis, the only time I ever didn't hate running this dungeon is like at the very end of, I think it was the first War Within season, whenever they brought it back. They finally got the tuning in War Within when they brought it back to a state where I'm like, I don't love it, but it's okay. But throughout the entirety of BFA, this dungeon felt like shit to run. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on BFA dungeons at least. Making everything complicated for the sake of being complicated was when you quit the game. Yeah, exactly. And like, that's the thing. That was a choice that they made. It had nothing to do with add-ons. They always said, we have to do this. It's an arms race with add-ons. It was a self-imposed arms race. 100%. They fucked up, and now they're using it as an excuse to correct their mistake, which, like, better late than never, right? But that's the only thing that annoys me. You think Blizz missed out on making Devourer a two-hand staff, polearm, and sword user? Yeah, so I guess I should say here, I'll swap over and make my Devourer because this kind of segues well. Honestly, I've looked at Devourer a little bit. This is going to be clear, the first time that I have ever actually played it. I have not played around with it. I've looked at like the talent tree and stuff like that. I've watched some people play it. I've had friends play it like in raid testing and like talk about it and stuff. So I know like enough about it, even though I have not personally played it. And obviously that's all gameplay stuff. In terms of the actual what's it called? In terms of the actual like aesthetic design of it, I don't think this is an unpopular opinion because I'm reading somebody in chat like responding effectively to the message where they basically agree with what I'm about to say, and that's why I'm kind of saying this. I think the implementation of Devourer and Void Elf Demon Hunter as a whole is ungodly lazy. It's like getting a new spec and new like combinations good. Like I'm not gonna say that like it's bad, but goddamn, is this maybe the laziest introduction of like a new race class or spec combination that they've done. Even Og, as much as I hate Og had more effort put into it than this. It's it's not great. I'm not thrilled with it. And like that is admittedly partially biased because like Devourer as a spec does not appeal to me at all. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna make the best of it. But I can already tell you right now, I do not think I'm going to like it very much. Full transparency. From everything I've seen, I do not think I'm going to enjoy it. But, like, first off, the customization is just, like, they literally mush together Blood Elf and Void Elf and put, like, no effort into it. Which I'm pretty sure is just, like, a lie compared to stuff they said. Like, I think they said they were going to make customization stuff. Maybe it's just not in yet, but everything about it just feels really fucking lazy. I'll be honest. So, yeah, that's not great. A bit disappointing. But, you know, what are you gonna do, right? Let me create my character just real quick. And I'm not gonna log in just yet, because like I said, I'm gonna log into my bank alt after I make the character, and then we're gonna look through all my speedrunning items and see like what works, what doesn't, because I haven't really done that yet. With my usual setup for Demon Hunters. Lenara. I'll drag it to... Where's my Demon Hunter? Demon Hunter category. Finally sorted through all my character lists. But yeah, I'm not thrilled with all of that stuff. Actually, hold on. Temporarily closing WoW because I just realized my bank alt with all the stored heirlooms and stuff is on my other account. So I'm just swapping over real quick so I can check that. Let me scroll up in chats. And, oh yeah, and the other thing, FSH Stacker, I think is the name, said that I agree with is it is so strange that like all of the marketing and stuff makes it look like Devourer uses a scythe or whatever, and they couldn't be fucking bothered to make it actually use a different weapon type at all. That's, like, it, again, goes into, like, this is just really lazy. I remember my first thought when I saw, like, the preview at, I guess it wasn't BlizzCon? Was it BlizzCon? Or, like, the online preview I think they did. I was like, oh, cool, we're finally getting Scythe Demon Hunter. And then they're like, oh yeah, it uses the exact same weapons. Like, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Why? So, yeah, that's a little bit lame, I think. Where's my bank alt? Harldan Bank. Where is it? I guess I could just search. Let's see. Bank. You see no video. It should be working now. Oh, fuck me. Thank you. At least that's only been the case for, like, the last minute or two. Wait, so you guys didn't see me create the character? Ah, shit. Sorry about that. Well, I guess if the screen has been black this entire time, or at least for, like, the last 5 minutes, then I created my character. Yeah, you didn't... Oh, fuck. Since I closed the beta, black screen. Alright. Basically, I created my character on my other account, and then I swapped accounts to get onto my bank. So you didn't miss much, but... Well, at least we have it figured out before anything important. I guess now you won't know. Nobody will know what server and name I made my character. Get to keep it a secret until the run. Let's see. You one-shot the Mage Tower with your totally fresh Legion remix tune? Yeah, I've heard the Mage Tower scaling's fucked. Hekiligon, gonna have to learn how to play. I mean, the one-button rotation is there, so, you know. I don't recommend using it. I've always said that I think the one-button rotation is a crutch. Like, the only excuses I've heard for people where, like, one-button rotation is genuinely an actual thing, and, like, I guess not an excuse in that case, is people who, like, have some disability, understandable, or people who, like, only play the game for the story. I'm gonna be honest, if you are doing any sort of endgame content, Mythic Plus, raids, etc., and you are using the one-button rotation, this might be a hot take, you are playing the game wrong. That feature is not meant for you. It is meant for, as I said, people with, like, disabilities or who want to play the game super duper casually and stuff. If you are trying to do endgame content, Mythic Plus, raids, learn your fucking spec. Learn your fucking spec. Do the bare minimum amount of research it takes to learn how to push your buttons in the right order. You will thank me later. The game is just more fun when you actually know what the fuck you're doing and aren't just, like, mashing one button over and over. It's, might be a hot take, but I think that's a pretty fair thing to say. One button is nice when you're half asleep just farming something. Yeah, like that too, right? Like, I used it once or twice for Legion Remix characters, where I'm literally just like, I need to do this quest for testing purposes, and this is not a spec that I normally play, but, like, I'm doing the Order Hall on, like, a Legion Remix character, and I can press the one-button rotation and one-shot everything, because, like, scaling. So, yeah, stuff like that, sure. But the people who, like, try to justify using the one-button rotation in raids of, like, oh, it's technically only a 15% DPS loss. Fuck off. Do you know how much effort I put in to get a 1% damage gain on my character for, like, mythic progression? Justifying a 15% damage loss because you're too fucking lazy to learn how to play your spec? God, I cannot stand those people. I can't fucking stand it. If you are going to try and play the game at an even remotely serious level, put in the fucking effort to learn. It's not hard. It's really not. To play your game at a basic level better than the one-button rotation is really not hard. It is just pure laziness at that point. Meanwhile, classic players are saying retail is more easy because you can play the game with one button. Exactly. And it's like, nothing is stopping you, but, like, you're playing the game wrong. You're only hurting yourself. Yeah, it's also boring. I mean, I agree, but some people enjoy it, I guess? I don't know. Assisted highlight, so assisted highlight, very hit or miss. Obviously, that I've heard some people say they think it helps them. The problem with assisted highlight is I think it is not, for some specs, some people say it's good. For other specs, I know it's just not great. So, it's like, personally, I think that you should still understand what to do. But what I can understand, at least in the case of the assisted highlight, is, like, if you've done the research and you understand fundamentally at, like, a basic level, this is what I should be doing, but you want to turn on the assisted highlight as, like, a memory tool of, like, an, okay, I'm gonna, like, have the thing light up and say, this is what you should press next. You're like, ah, right, I remember in the guide it said that I want to do these buttons in this order. Thank you, assisted highlight. And then eventually it becomes muscle memory. But, like, also the assisted highlight doesn't lose you anything. It's just a bonus. Should you need it? Should you rely on it? Should you treat the assisted highlight as like a religious recommendation? No. But there's nothing wrong with enabling it. Enabling the one-button assist does just objectively lose you damage. That's the main issue. The people trying to justify why it's okay for them to play with it, like, those people are just wrong. In any remotely serious competitive endgame content. That is the context for my statement. There are plenty of totally reasonable reasons to use it in like a casual setting, but if you are actually trying to play endgame content where other players rely on your success, put some fucking effort in. That's my take on it. Play Frostmage if you want a one-button game, true. You've only used the one button a couple of times when trying out a new alt on your main dope you learn by playing and have all your abilities keybound? Hell yeah. Exactly. We're here for the infamous Harldan rant. Speedrunner videos optional. You're soloing the Mage Terror on all your alts with the one-button rotation? Yeah, fair. That's fair. Let's see. You liked Heckly for a month or so as for learning a class. You might do the same with the assisted highlight, dropping it once you're used to it. Yeah, I've heard some people also like who used Heckly and stuff like that, and I think it's kind of the same. I think if you're viewing Heckly or the assisted highlight as like training wheels of like, I'm going to use this to help me build the muscle memory, and then if I forget, because like that happens to me sometimes. Now I will say I don't use that. If I'm playing a rotation and I forget, I'm like, oh, fuck, okay, back to the drawing board. Pull up the guide again. What am I supposed to do here? Because a lot of times it helps me realize I'm like, okay, I just used this ability and I completely forget what I'm supposed to do at this part of the sequence. So now I'm like, okay, I have the opener memorized. Let me go back to the guide and remember, okay, what is the priority from this point onwards? And then I try to memorize that. And then, like, eventually once I practice that, you know, it comes second nature. And I feel like if you, personally for me, if I rely on the assisted highlight or something like that too much, haven't tried it, but if I were to, I have a feeling that it would just let me build bad habits. And I wouldn't actually have the motivation to learn. That's just me. I can understand the logic behind using it for that purpose. You can learn any spec in 1 hour to a basic level just by hitting the training dummy? Yeah. Basic, obviously, very big wiggle room there with basic level, but I generally speaking agree with that statement, yes. Some specs I feel like I have perfectly understood within like an hour of hitting the training dummy. Some specs I feel like I have only barely scratched the surface. And it takes me a lot longer to really feel like I get it. But yeah. Definitely, you can get within the level of like the one-button assist with basic research. I have seen some absolutely demonic posts on like r/wow or something of people saying like, I love the one-button rotation. It's improved my parses immensely. And they're like, they show like they went from like gray parsing to like blue parsing with the one button. It like gave me 50 percentiles, and I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it just, how are people out there like, okay, I'm consistently gray parsing in heroic raids. The solution to my problem is to enable this thing to play the game for me instead of figuring out why am I gray parsing in normal raids? Because that is not a thing that should be happening. Like, you should not be gray parsing in heroic raids if you have put in the bare minimum effort. So the people who I'm particularly kind of calling out here, like, it's a semi-invisible straw man. I do know some of these people do exist because I've seen these posts, which is why it's like an irritation point for me. I don't know how prevalent this is, but I've seen it, right? So those people who do that, I just think to myself, I'm like, in the time that it has taken you to like do all of these raids with the one button assist and then like take this and post it to Reddit as like a fucking weird flex, you could have just looked up your basic rotation and like massively boosted your damage. It's just like, what the fuck? Because if you have the gear, like if they're getting blue parses in heroic, then clearly it's not a gear issue. Blue parses with the one button assist in heroic raids, okay, you clearly aren't just under geared, because otherwise you would be doing much worse. So you have the ability to do better than that, and somehow without it you were gray parsing? Were you just pressing one button? Like, what? Hello? There's just no spec in the game where that's the case. So that's the stuff that frustrates me. Gray parses are for people getting boosted? Exactly. Yeah. Wow, Reddit is a cesspool? Yep. You wish people used one button rotation more? Because people in your 10 to 12s are still doing less damage than it consistently. I mean, fair enough. Personally, I would hope those people just do the basic research, but I can definitely see the logic of, like, I'd rather these idiots just put on the one button if they're not going to do the research. Better the one button than, you know, not doing the research and still gray parsing, right? That's fair. But, you know, those people aren't going to be watching my stream anyway, so I don't need to talk to them. People just hate being frustrated, and that's why they never learn. Some people I know click buttons since vanilla because they tried pressing keyboard once back in TBC and it frustrated them. Yeah. That's totally fair. I mean, that absolutely is, like, you don't really improve unless you fail and get frustrated. And, like, you know, I fail at shit all the time. I just get really angry, and I'm like, I'm going to beat this if it's the last thing I do. And then I sink a shitload of time into perfecting whatever it is I'm working on, right? And that's the mindset that you kind of need to have for that kind of stuff, but no, not everybody thinks that way. Let's see. Werewolf subscribe with Pride. Thank you, Werewolf. You only tried for level 90 and a friend tried? It says too low? Ah. You love Toldagor specifically for the Frost Mage tech in the first room. I don't remember that. You think they only really wanted weak auras gone and they succeeded, so now they can ease up a bit? Yeah, but, like, I think that might be the case. I still hate that excuse because... No, I'm not saying, like, you're making that excuse, because you're right that Blizzard has said something to that degree, and the big issue that I always come back to is, like, Fractalus, right? Where they'll cite things like Fractalus as, like, oh, weak auras trivialize this boss. Like, Fractalus is a shit boss with or without weak auras. It's a borderline impossible boss in its original state without weak auras. It's still a shit boss. It's just with weak auras, it is a shit boss that is very easy. And that is preferable, right? You'd rather have, like, a, 15 pull boss that's shit than a 200 pull boss that's shit. I don't know if Fractalus would have been a 200 pull boss without weak auras. Probably not, but, like, still really, really would have been annoying. You had 999 characters within the first week of December? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to really quickly speed through the remaining chat messages that I didn't respond to, because now, like, servers are actually up, so I can check through this stuff. Your wild speculation is that they think it'll be easier to make the game feel balanced if the delta between the worst and best performance of the spec is narrowed. Yeah, that'll never be successful. There's always ways, like, that has been a constant thing that I've seen cited over the years, and then, like, you look at the best and worst players of a spec, and it has always just been a massive gulf. I think I remember hearing that as, like, the logic behind some of the pruning that happened towards the end of, like, Mop and Wad, and, I mean, that just didn't work, right? You might not be wrong, though, that might still be how the Blizzard developers view it, but that's obviously just, like, a faulty way of looking at it, and if they looked at history, they would know that that just isn't the case, that people will always just be bad, no matter how easy the spec is, and there's always ways to optimize something. It's just sometimes the way to make something feel optimal to play also kind of makes it unfun to play, and that should be their priority. People want to trivialize content with add-ons, let them do that. I disagree. Depends on what we're defining as, like, trivializing content. I mean, the problem with saying that, right, is, like, imagine there was an add-on, like, obviously this is a major hypothetical, but I think whenever I hear stuff like that, I always think the best way to counter it is, like, take it to its logical extreme. If there was literally an add-on that you could download that would make it so you just are guaranteed to get cutting edge, right? Like, somehow the add-on gives you such a massive advantage that, like, cutting edge is just a complete joke, and mythic rating is just a complete joke. I mean, I'd quit the game. Immediately, I'd quit the game. So, and I know a shitload of people who would also quit the game. I think the idea that, like, if add-ons give you some sort of advantage, it's fine, let people do it. No, you absolutely need to, if the game is supposed to be even remotely competitive, take some consideration for that. The thing about that, though, is compared to the way people talk about add-ons, compared to, like, how it actually is, the difference is not that big. The difference only really matters on fights like Fractalus, for specifically stuff like weak auras, for tracking the mechanics. But, like, personal play, other than very specific specs, like, I don't use weak auras or add-ons for my specs, and I've gotten 99 of 100 parses every single expansion, every single tier, for years and years and years and years. It's absolutely not necessary to play this game at a high level. In PvE, I think PvP, like, you need people use kickbots and dumb shit like that, which is why I've never really liked PvP. But in PvE, playing your rotation correctly, doing mechanics correctly, like, at a general level, does not require add-ons or things like that. But, like, if you ask the average casual person on, like, Reddit or, like, Classic Player or whatever, they'll tell you that without add-ons, you can't play retail. And that, like, literally, retail players, like, are like, oh, my add-ons, I don't know how to do raids without my add-ons, and that's just objectively false. So, the problem is, I think, like, people act as if there is this colossal add-on advantage. There really isn't, and there never has been, other than very specific situations like the weak aura stuff. And if Blizzard wants to crack down on that, literally nobody's complaining. I think it's great. I don't like having to use weak auras like that. So that stuff nobody has ever pushed back on. Everybody's always said they'd be more than happy for Blizzard to crack down on that stuff. But then the problem is, you know, people go into like, oh, who cares, right? Like, kind of that. I think it's good if people want to cheese content with add-ons. No, you don't. Because if that truly was the case, if you could truly download an add-on, the game would just suddenly die, right? I mean, the competitive side of the game would die. Anybody like me who remotely takes, like, endgame mythic rating seriously would just immediately quit because it wouldn't be fun. If that hypothetical extreme were the case, where add-ons literally could trivialize the game for you. The reality is they can't. They haven't been able to. So that's why I still play. This is a great yap session while you tank some dungeons. Stream on non-demon hours. My sleep schedule's so fucked, ironically, from all of, like, the Legion remix stuff, that, like, I have basically unfucked my fucked sleep schedule. I had to sleep, like, for 12 hours or something, and now I've accidentally ended up with a sleep schedule that just happens to seem somewhat normal. But it's, yeah. That's just how it goes. You put out awesome videos? Thank you. You missed Legion Remix already? I'm gonna be honest, I'm so fucking glad Legion Remix is over. I've been happier the past few days than I've been in the past 2 months. I'm so glad it's gone, man. Like, look, I had my fun. I don't regret the stuff that we did in Legion Remix, but, like, oh god, I'm so glad that it's over. It has... Whenever there's an event like that, I always feel like, you know, this obligation to do all the videos and stuff, and now that it's finally done, it's like, there is no lingering sense of, like, I should be doing another speedrun or whatever. It's done. I don't need to care about it anymore. So, it's a relief. You only like the hard mode, open world, and remix, everything else is just boring grind? I didn't even like the hard mode, open world. That became trivial very fast. I'm not going to speculate on the next remix. I have seen so many discussions of people confidently arguing for what they think the next remix is. I have no fucking idea. It could be literally anything. There's zero real case to be made. The honest, like, if you want my opinion, which is a completely ungrounded in reality opinion, it's literally just my gut feeling, right? I think it's going to be Northrend. The most compelling case I've heard is Wrath Remix, because we're getting Last Titan. That is the most compelling argument I've heard, and people are like, oh, but it would require too much effort. I'm like, yeah, but, like, you know, who fucking knows? If they want to put in the effort, they will. If they don't want to put in the effort, they'll do an easier remix. Do I know if Blizzard's going to want to put in the effort to set it up or not? I don't know. But I think that makes the most logical sense to me. Everything else is just like, but collectibles would be better from this expansion, or people, like, really want this one recolor that doesn't exist, so they're advocating for it. Who fucking cares? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's going to have probably the same general systems. All that will change is what appearances and whatnot will be available and what content will be running. And they can change that, right? Like, they added Heroic Royalty and so much to Legion Remix, so who knows? Whatever we get is not even going to remotely resemble the expansion that it's based off of. Just like Legion didn't really feel like playing Legion, and Mop Remix definitely didn't feel like playing Mop Classic, so, like, who cares? It's just a backdrop at the end of the day. Yeah, I think somebody's message got censored, because all I see is, like, that's indeed a message, that is a crazy message, but everything I'm seeing before it is pretty tame, like normal, so I'm curious what like the YouTube auto mod deleted before it reached my eyes. Interesting. Devourer doesn't have any heirloom weapons? Really? Huh. I guess we'll find out in like 5 minutes. You can do a Wrathy catch-up for the set of gear with the same item level as heirlooms if you don't own any heirlooms. Thrashblade is the only heirloom... Wait, really? That's strange. How happy am I with sub 2 minutes? Is there anything you want to say about it that you forgot to say in your video? Well, I didn't forget to say anything. Let's make that clear. I mean, there is a lot... I'll say this. There is a lot that I want to say that I'm not going to say. But everything that I said in that video, the narrative was controlled. It was a scripted video. I'm happy with the script. And how happy I am with the sub 2 minutes? I mean, extremely happy, right? Like, as I said in the video, I never expected sub 2 to be a possibility. I'm more than happy with that run. That, like... If I wasn't happy with that run, I would have tried to get a better time. Am I going to be leveling via time-locking dungeons? No. No, I'm going to be using my regular route. I have heard that time-locking dungeons are miserably slow with the changes. And, I mean, they already weren't faster than my previous route, so, like... And yeah, I mean, 4 dungeons to get from 70 to 80 is not that fast, keep in mind. Like, let's just remember that 4 dungeons, like, if each dungeon takes only 5 minutes, that's like 20 minutes, 70 to 80. You could do that significantly faster by just doing profession leveling and, like, 1 or 2 delves. So, and I think 5 minutes, from what I've heard, is probably a lowball estimate for the average time-walking dungeon time. So, yeah, 4 time-walking dungeons for 10 levels is not good. Everything is relative. Add-on race, I think they made it worse, because before we had only maybe 3 to 5 add-ons to get what we wanted. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I can't really comment on that, right? Because for me, I need 0 add-ons to get back to where I was. So it doesn't really affect me at all. But I have heard that exact same opinion expressed by a lot of people who did use, like, a lot of weak auras and stuff. So that is fair. I think for most people, the changes are a net negative for them. Where's our undead paladins? Give us night elf paladins before that, but both would be cool. Wish we could have DH at normalized. Yep, agree. Okay, I think I'm close to catching up. What's the word on pruning? Is it a lot for different classes? Very much hit or miss. Obviously, across the board, more specs have been pruned than not, but, like, I'll use Guardian Druid as, like, the strange example. Guardian Druid, if anything, has more buttons than it did before. Which is, like, I'm not complaining, because I think Guardian actually is really good. But it's the classic case of, like, out of all of the tanks going into next expansion, the one that got more buttons is the one that I am most excited for. So, obviously, I am not a fan of pruning. I don't necessarily think that more buttons is a good thing, but I think that Guardian Druid, if anything, got more complexity, and it's better for it. Now, you could argue that prior to that, Guardian Druid was one of the much simpler tanks to play, and now there's actually like a lot more going on, which is great. I love having more stuff to solve. I think Guardian's really fun, and definitely I think it's going to be a lot stronger than it was before, but that's why it's like hit or miss. Guardian objectively got like unpruned, if anything, but then like Brewmaster got pruned into oblivion, so hard to say. And then like Blood Decay got kind of side grades, right? Blood Decay lost some buttons, gained some stuff. I think the Blood Decay changes are good. Vengeance Demon Hunter also got like a lot of changes. I don't necessarily think it got pruned, right? It gained some stuff, lost some stuff. So I think there are a few specs that got like massively over pruned, and a lot of people keep citing those as like, this is bad, and that's fair, right? Like if your spec got fucked over and you're upset about it, yeah, understandable. But it definitely isn't like all specs are completely fucked. If anything, some got more complicated in a good way. So the way that they have kind of marketed all of this is just strange. Maybe they just think that if they market it as specs are getting easier across the board, then it'll drag in more new players, which is fair, I guess. But it's led to like a lot of panic and stuff. Vengeance DH no longer has the hunt. Yeah, that one's kind of a bummer, I'll say. You hate how Fractalus was between a Raz and Soul Hunters, where after your guild progged Frac, everyone's brains got shut off, so it took more pulls than it should have? Are you saying, like, it took you more pulls to kill Fractalus than it should have? Or, like... I guess that's probably what you're saying. So you're saying the fight was easy, but because everybody was just, like, in mindless, follow the weak aura mode, it took you longer than you should have. I guess that's your point. And yeah, that's fair. I mean, Fractalus, I've ranted about him so much. Is Fractalus a he? Not sure. Elements, his, okay. So Fractalus is packing some, like, giant crystal dick off screen, I'm guessing. Yeah, so Fractalus, I think the main thing that annoyed me about his fight is, like, on reclears especially, it was so fucking frustrating where it's like, it's not even a hard fight, but like one weak aura breaks, and then it's just an insta-wipe. There's no recovery. Like, I've had Soul Hunters rekills where like so many people are dead, but it's not a binary pass-fail thing. It's just, it gets harder if like the healers die and stuff like that. But there have been Soul Hunters kills that my guild has had on reclear where like we crawl to the finish line and like almost everybody's dead, but we still manage to clutch it up. And you can't do that with Fractalus. If it gets fucked, like he just gets all the walls and then it's just, fight's over, you're dead. And that is a real bummer. I've had like literally sub 1% wipes because the last second somebody drops a wall in the wrong spot and then everyone instantly dies. Just dog shit fight design. The BFA dungeons are slow and mechanic heavy. People keep failing the mechanics. Yeah, that makes sense. I would expect that it's one of the slower time walkings. Wrath Remix GDKP. 1080 speed yap stream, as is tradition. How does Brewmaster feel with the changes? It's like my least favorite tank right now. Brewmaster feels horrible with the changes. I have heard some people who are less negative on Brewmaster than me, but like the best opinion on Brewmaster, like the most positive opinion I've heard about Brewmaster is like, maybe it won't be that bad. Like that's the best I've heard of like, I think everybody's a little bit too doomer. It's only kind of shit. It's only like slightly a shitty version of Brewmaster. Whereas I think it is like objectively one of the most dog shit variants of Brewmaster we've seen in a very long time. We're talking like, if you played BFA Brewmaster, it's as bad as BFA Brewmaster. It's bad. It's bad. It's really not good. It's probably a little bit better than that, admittedly. But compared to like the previous iterations of Brew, I mean, like I said, it is my least favorite tank going into the new expansion. I'd rather play literally any of the other tank specs than Brew. It is really bad. Does not feel fun to play. Precious Dirt said, yo, what's up? Thanks for the guides. No problem. Glad you like him. Yeah, Prot Warrior basically the same. I liked Prot. I played Prot a little bit. I mean, Prot is basically, like you said, Mana Forge Omega. Same thing. And I think Mana Forge Omega Prot's good. If anything, Prot gets slightly better. I played it a little bit in raid testing. Mountain Thane, I think, has like less RNG now, so that's nice, I guess, but it feels mostly the same. And Colossus Prot, which I personally prefer, feels a little bit better. No complaints. Prot Warrior solid. I don't necessarily think Prot Warrior is going to end up being like a meta tank, because I think Warrior DPS is looking really good. So you just probably don't really need Battle Shout. And like Prot Warrior looks solid, doesn't look bad, but nothing about it like stands out to me as like, this is amazing. Like the numbers are tuned a little bit on the low end, at least last time I tested it. And it doesn't do anything like particularly amazing, but like it's Prot Warrior. Can't go wrong with it. Your raid leader opted to play Hunter just to raid lead that fight without the stupid weak aura. If you killed that without the weak aura, I mean, Godspeed, but even as Hunter, I'd still say it's easier to use the weak aura. Alright, I think I finally caught up in chat. Let's look through my bank. So, I have not sorted through this character in a while. My storage is probably going to be a complete mess. So, for some context, right? Obviously, like, a year and a half ago? Yeah, has it been? It's been about a year and a half. A year and a half ago, my main account, this account, got wrongly banned. Never got fixed. Let's just reiterate that. Never got fixed, is what it is. I had all of my speedrun stuff stored in this character. So in the 6 months where I like got my new account and started working on that, I had like a second character that I used as like a temporary speedrun storage. And then I got all of my guides finished. And after I was done making all the guides, I just took all the stuff in that character and just like mailed it over here and dumped it into my bank. So like, there's zero organization here. It is just, I remember this, and at the time I'm just like, I'll deal with it later. It's a complete mess. I think my heirlooms are also like on some different characters, so we'll see. But I'll try to put together what I think I would end up using for a speedrun. What's it called? Yeah, it is officially later. It is time to sort through this. Now, I'm not going to do like super crazy sorting to an extent, right? Like I said, 10 to 80 testing right now, it's still on the back burner. We're doing like just a temporary run. Darkmoon Fair is inactive, right? Yeah, so I don't need to worry about Darkmoon Fair items. But, you know, I figure I want to do this now. That's what the sort button is for. Yeah, I'm terrified of pressing this button. I have a feeling that it's just going to make everything worse. Every time I've accidentally clicked the sort button, it has just made things worse. Okay. So, first off, actually, let me look at heirlooms for Devourer in general. Because a lot of people were specifically saying that. Heirlooms, so... Level 60, so... Item level 69. So it looks like the way that they've scaled it, it now is literally 1 item level per level. Which is not how things normally scale. If I look at, let's like leather legs level 60, there's usually a range, like 67 to 69. It's around the same here. So this is item level 60. And it is 13 main stat and then a combined 26 secondary. This is 15 main stat and then a combined 30 secondary. So, like, what I think is probably happening, because somebody earlier in chat was like, oh, the heirlooms aren't scaling properly. I think because the heirlooms appear to be scaled, like, you know, you get 1 item level per, maybe? Then they're, like, falling behind quest rewards, which are probably set at, like, for this expansion or this level, it's like a fixed item level across the board, but heirlooms scale. It looks at the very least like the numbers I'm seeing are comparative to what you would get around that level. So my best guess with heirlooms is that like the scaling will pick up at some point if this is the end state and the end state looks compared. Let me look at crafted items though for War Within. What's a good one that we can compare 1-to-1? I think it's called like Pioneers, right? Pioneer's Perfected Cloak. Yeah, that's the stuff. So Pioneer's Perfected Cloak, level 71, is item level 80. So if we look at this, it's only 3-star. I have no idea if that makes a difference. That's 10 agi, 10 crit, 10 verse. And then what is a cloak? That's a very minor difference, right? So that's a 2-level difference, 69 versus 71. And that's only like 1 stat in each slot. Which is nice because historically, right, like going into War Within, it was very important to use those level 71 BOEs because it was not like that smooth of a jump. It was a colossal item level jump and subsequently stat jump from level 69 to level 71. Now it seems like in addition to the like heirlooms being squished, all of that stuff has been squished as well. So that at least should be smoother. Oh yeah, you're checking the Pandaria crafted gear. Let me know if you're checking that, and I'll let you do that. Report back. Augment runes plus 6 stats. You can get the same plus 6 stat flask thing in Mop for free. Huh. Which augment runes are we talking about? Endgame or the leveling ones? $69, nice. I knew somebody was gonna say it. Hey Axara, good to see you. Yeah, so I don't know. My like at first glance, I don't really think heirlooms across the board are that bad. Now, there may be some like specific levels where heirloom scaling is fucked. But again, that has always been the case. Heirloom scaling has been fucked for a while. So if at low levels heirlooms are not like scaling super well, then that doesn't surprise me necessarily. If you get a good quest item, maybe use it. I don't know. But I feel like if this is the end state of heirlooms, and their end game scaling seems to be where it should be, at least compared to what greens are scaled to, whether or not the overall scaling is good or bad, at least it's the same compared to like quest rewards and stuff. That's fine then, and then it's probably still worth using, right? But okay, so let's now if we've addressed that question, let's look at Demon Hunter, Devourer. Okay, so somebody said that the only heirloom for Devourer is Battleworn Thrashblade. The thing that you need to keep in mind is that they are notoriously bad at updating this. There are many specs where if you sort by that spec, it will not show you like weapons that you can actually use. So I think that's what they probably meant. Now, it's entirely possible that there aren't actually any usable weapons that are intellect, but they also may have just forgotten to do that. So, real quick, let me swap to one of my Demon Hunters and just see which heirlooms I can actually wear. Swap to this one. I think I logged out in my house, so you'll get to see a sneak peek, I think. Jumping puzzle video will happen at some point in the indeterminate future, I should say. One small sneak peek, so I got to housing level 6. So if anybody like has seen my jumping puzzle and knows like the general layout, I got an increased room budget and a bit of increased decor budget. So I've already spent, I think, all of it, right? If I look at the floor plan. Yep, I've already spent my entire increased room budget. Now, I haven't finished those floors yet. God, I can't even do the stupid skip on DH. This skip jump is surprisingly hard to do, even when I'm cheating. So the 2 rooms that I've expanded is I've added a little closet here. I'm going to do something with this. The idea is I'm going to revamp this room, because this was like the earliest room that I designed. So I've already changed the doorway. What I'm probably going to do is like you're going to go up here, and the original plan for this room was to have it cut back across the middle. And because I needed to cut down on budget, I just got to this part, and then it's like, okay, you go straight to the end. But what I'm probably going to do now is there's going to be some like cut across the middle of the room. You're going to go into like this closet area, and it's going to wrap around, and then the exit will be from this side. And that's going to be... There's some jumping puzzle shenanigans I'll design through the door. I haven't... Like, I threw this together literally this morning,
so I haven't finished actually designing the jumps or anything like that. But that is like the vision for the redesigned Silvermoon suite. And get that there. This room, so the they added a hitbox to some of the items that I was using to shape this asteroid, and it completely broke a lot of the jumps. So I already had like an idea that I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm actually gonna bother rebuilding this room. I figured I might just leave it as is, but because they already broke some of the jumps that I had in here, I cut out like the entire part of this asteroid, and I'm going to remake it. So I added a second stairwell room here. The plan is, instead of just dropping down and then continuing along with the jumping puzzle course like normal, I'm going to make it so you, what's it called? You drop down through, I can't do this stupid jump. It's like still like under construction. You're going to drop down through this little like hole over here and go into this room. So I'll have like a divider here. So you'll go in here. This room will probably be like cut in two. It'll be like some big maze to like navigate through here. It's going to be heavily Draenei themed, right? Because you'll be inside the little broken Draenei house. And there'll be some sort of jumping puzzle that like drops down here and then wraps like up around the room before like eventually dropping down back to this side. And then you go through here and then you go back to like the rest of the puzzle in the original design. And then it'll continue like normal. Also, now that I have like, how much has my budget increased by? Yeah, I have like way more interior budget than before. So the, if I can stop sucking and do this. So this room, I will probably add like more stuff to complete my original vision. I wanted like the Maniforge aesthetic, of course, but it's pretty bare bones. So now I think I finally have enough to like buy more pipes and like finish the full design that I had planned for it. And I'm pretty sure you can get to like higher levels right now already. So I've so much to do. Housing is frankly not a super high priority, but like I already have so many different ideas for how to expand this, and I really want to work on it, but there's more important stuff. But since I logged out here, I figured I'd at least show the changes that I made this morning. So there's that. I guess I could check the heirlooms while I'm still sitting in here. Second, just tabbing over. The 100k game augment rune gives +6 stats, and the moplin that you get from the mountains is +6 stats. Oh, really? That's lame. Do I have any? Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. Well, that's that's really lame. I mean, I guess I already bought one on my monk, but maybe I won't buy the infinite augment rune in my other alts then. That's good to know. What's it called? Oh, they did one thing for housing though. That is kind of cool. Oh fuck. Now I'm stuck down here. I forgot that I don't have, like, I deleted the path back. I can't easily escape my own jumping puzzle. Fuck. Chart a course. I'll have to do, like, the somewhat cheese strat. Can I? I think Demon Hunters could probably just jump from here, yeah. Okay. W Demon Hunter cheese. I don't need to do my own jumping puzzle. Yeah, they've definitely changed some of the lighting. So, I don't remember the glow effects being this good. I'm guessing when they added, like, the Hearthlight whatever thing, which, I haven't gotten yet. I haven't played around with it, so I don't know exactly how it works. But they must have also just changed how lighting works, because, like, the glow effects look so much better. Like, from the little lantern and stuff like that. It did not used to be this good. It's like, yeah, you can see it brightening up, like, everything. And especially, like, my Legion room, the fell glows look way better. The ambiance in this room is, like, really, really nice. So, yeah, I'll definitely have to mess around with the light thing. I'm really curious to see. Because some of my rooms, I felt like I had to add, like, excess lighting just to make it not look super dark. So, if I can change around just, like, the default lighting, that would save me a lot of decor space and, like, 50 million lamps that I've scattered all over the place. But okay, we're not here for housing. I need to... No housing today. Just heirlooms. So let's look just, all classes and go to weapons.
Okay. Can't use maces, so that's a no-go. There's, like, an actual chance, though, that, like, if the only weapons you can use are, like, agi weapons, you might just do that and, like, put intellect gems in here for the Hellscream weapon. That's an actual possibility. That's a strength sword. Isn't there, like... I thought there was a caster sword. Heirloom caster sword. I guess not. They did really fuck up here, huh? It goes to show how fucking lazy this is. All they really need to do, though, like, realistically speaking, just make it so all the agi weapons are agi int. Problem solved. Can you use offhands? Is that a thing? Also, wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, it's not scaling properly. I don't have this one upgraded. Okay. Well, you can use offhands, I think, on Demon Hunter. I'll switch, to Devourer just to check. Oh, they haven't nerfed Drogbar Rocks. By the way, yeah, so scaling stuff for old trinkets, if anybody's watching this, Drogbar Rocks, Giga Stonks. Look at this damage. Has a chance to proc for 5.7k. So that, like, this is a 80 item level Dragonflight trinket, by the way. Let's take a look at Manaforge Omega. Soul Hunters. Sigil of the Cosmic Hunt has a chance to deal 1.6k. So... yeah. Offhands are less int than a real weapon. I mean, you're not wrong, but, like, the point is there are apparently 0 intellect weapons that you can use as Devourer main hands. So if your choices are 2 agi weapons or an intellect offhand and something, then you'll take what you can get. At this point, like, so obviously Blizzard needs to add intellect to some of these weapons so that Demon Hunter has options. They probably won't because they're fucking lazy, but in the meantime, you really only have 2 options. It's either use an offhand plus something, or just buy an endless amount of like intellect weapons, or realistically, don't level as Devourer. Is, I think, the lesson that we're learning in this stream. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Just stick to Havoc. So, I'll make it work, but it's not looking good for Devourer here. There's, realistically, I think genuinely, my best option is offhand, definitely, because, I mean, it has intellect, and can I use it? I can. And then it's just a question, any one-hander, can I equip this? It works, right? Like, you can use that. So that's just, you'll do that. And obviously, I have the Garrosh Heirloom, but it's functionally identical to Musty Tomb of the Lost. Definitely an oversight, yeah. But I mean, they have... heirlooms in general have been constantly oversighted. I don't know, is that, like, a word? Does that work? But, like, they haven't touched heirlooms at all for, like, the last 2 years, so... does not surprise me. But yeah, that's probably all you can really do. Then the only real question is, out of the one-handers, you probably have to use, like, if you don't have a Garrosh Heirloom, then, like, maybe just buy a one-hander. I'm probably just going to use a Garrosh Heirloom, because why not? These both give strength. So our options are Hellscream's Cleaver or Hellscream's Doomblade. Oh, this one just gives more stats, period. For some reason. The socket bonus is irrelevant here. Is there anything else that I can use? That, like, you wouldn't use this, because you're not melee attacking anyway. These actually give more stats than a Skullforge Reaver. Heirlooms feel borderline useless? Yeah. Like, I've been saying ever since they kind of neglected the heirloom system, that it's not worth it to upgrade your heirlooms, but if you have them, they are still technically worth using. So whenever somebody is like, are heirlooms worth it? I'm always like, all right, let's separate that. Are they worth using if you've already spent the gold? Yes. Are they worth spending gold on? No. If you have them, use them, but yeah, they're not worth investing in now. They should be. Crafted Dread, what level is 35? Yeah, so it seems like kind of every item is roughly around the item level of the level requirement. That makes sense. I'd have to see how that compares. Like, I don't know if I have a level 35 character that I can log into and, like, compare that one-to-one, but, like, I guess that makes sense. That doesn't seem bad to me. Tracks with kind of the numbers I've been looking at. Do I have any unscaled heirlooms that I can use as reference? So, like, let's use the 45 one. I actually have... It's a belt. Yeah, so this is like a level 44 chess piece. Obviously not the same slot compared, but 9 primary stat, which, like, chess piece, that makes sense. It's supposed to have more. And this is 18 secondaries compared to 14 secondaries. Again, the chess piece is supposed to have more. That tracks. It seems like they're scaling properly, so it looks like we might actually be back to the mop crafted items being meta again. Which, I mean, I'm fine with, I guess. They used to be really good, and then Blizzard forgot to scale them, so now that everything else has been scaled down, and they appear to have not been touched, they're once again good. And that's not even including the socket bonus, which is one of the big reasons that it's good. So that's good to know. Yeah, so I guess you would probably just do a Hellscream's Cleaver with 2 intellect gems in it, and offhand intellect tome. I mean, you're losing out on, like, what? It really isn't much. It's some amount of primary stat. Actually, we can see. You're losing 45 intellect. Now, that's, like, not great, of course, but the question is it enough of a damage loss to care about buying constant greens? I don't necessarily think it'll be that big of a deal, but we'll see. Shall see. Yeah, and then all of the... They did at least make it so all of the armor scales, both intellect and edgy, so that should be easy enough to do. I did... Oh, yeah, I need to... Let me switch characters real quick. Find a character that's in Org or something. Just hop onto my monk. There was... I did, like, a cursory glance through the heirloom collection to see if anything jumped out at me, and there was one heirloom that I noticed. I was like, oh, wow, that is not scaling properly, but in a good way. And I did not have it upgraded, so I'm going to go do that real quick. But I have to go to Org, or I guess Stormwinds. Or, where's... The Alliance one's in Ironforge, right? Okay. Heirlooms make the new player experience bad. You try group content for the first time and join a dungeon. Heirloom tank just runs all the way into the distance and you don't participate at all. Yeah, kind of, but... I mean, I would say that's more of a problem with, like, dungeons as a new player than anything. Which, like, you're not wrong, but I don't necessarily think heirlooms are the problem there. Because, frankly, I could do the same exact thing if I'm tanking with, like, random questing greens. So. Where's the Borealis portal? I guess it's in the back. There it is.
Heirlooms aren't that powerful? Yeah. I mean, exactly. They're not enough to make that possible. That's just possible if you're playing hard. I don't disagree that like the new player experience in dungeons and stuff is not great, but there's a lot of reasons for that. Okay, where is the heirloom vendor again? Do I have gold in this character? Only 20k? Should be enough to buy any of the upgrades I need. The new player experience is not a great period. It's in, yeah. Completely agree. Which is a shame because they've kind of made targeted changes to the new player experience, and I think across the board the changes have just been like dog shit. Nothing burger changes that don't really meaningfully improve the state of the game. Okay, so the heirloom in question is this thing. So, real quick, I want you to compare the stats on this. Touch of the Void. This is, by the way, max scaling, 22 verse. Purified Shard of the Third Moon is not even max scaled, and it has 39 verse. Now, raw stats, like at that level, means significantly more than these like damage effects, right? So the Void Tendrils, I have not tested how they scale now, but it's not really enough to care about. So, like, think about it this way. Most of the time you end up using Swift Hand of Justice, and that's plus 22 haste. Haste is actually very low value compared to other stats. Crit and haste, kind of both. But haste, generally, you get so much of it on, like, the regular heirloom pieces. Crit, at least, is a good stat while leveling, so you don't mind having a lot of it. But this is, like, whatever. Versatility, you get very little of it on your actual gear, so it's really good. So the fact that this thing is not scaling properly... and I mean, the easy way to see is it's a 129 item level, so they forgot to tune the item level properly. And that's a bummer for them, but I am going to use it for this level. You know what? They forgot to put intellect on the weapons. I think it's only fair if we use an heirloom that isn't scaled properly. Kind of offsets it, right? Why is that not? The heck? Am I going to be able to use this? Hello? Blizzard? Alright, sometimes I get this bug, and then if I log out and back in, it fixes this. But that's with decor. So I'm hoping... Okay, yeah, there we go. Wait, that's crazy! If you fully upgrade the heirloom, then the scaling works properly. So unscaled heirlooms. I just read your message. So, okay. On the plus side, we have learned a valuable piece of info. Partially scaled heirlooms are overtuned. Oh, that's so dumb. Wait, so does that mean that, like, if I partially level this scroll, it'll give me... That's so stupid. Check Judgment of the Nario? Good point. Oh, there's no way.
Wait, that does good damage to you. Oh man. This is peak spaghetti code. Holy hell. Yeah, no, that's good damage. You're not wrong. It should, yeah. No, you're not wrong. It definitely should work. Let me just test on a different heirloom. So let's test on Tide Sage's War Scroll. Test leveling it to 44. Is it a blanket bug? Or is it just with those heirlooms that it breaks? Interesting. So it's only a bug for this one. That's so dumb. I think it's scaled with the first two that I did, though, right? So if I do this... Yeah, this boosts it. And I'm pretty sure... Yeah. Okay, so you just get it to 2 out of 3. This is the only one that I don't have max. That's, like, yeah, that's not bad damage. Actually. I wonder if this works for, like, level 20 twinks and stuff. Because, like, in theory... Well, I guess level 20s, it might not scale that well. It might still be their best possible trinket. But, like, level 70 twinks, I know, have had some scaling issues. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Also, let me upgrade this offhand. I want to see how the stats compare to the Garrosh heirloom, because the Garrosh offhand has no sockets or anything. Is it a weapon upgrade for this? Okay, no, I just bought one too early. Goody Branches said, you caught a live stream, love my videos, thank you. I'm glad you like them. Okay, let's upgrade this. Okay, so this is 24 intellect, 15 haste. And that is 24 intellect, 15 secondaries, so it's the same. I have no idea what the Devourer stat prio is. I think Devourer wants mastery, I've heard. That's about all I know about it. Frankly, I'm not going to do a lot of research. If you guys happen to know, you're welcome to tell me, but like we're just testing right now. So I don't really care enough to do like extensive research into the stat prios. Haste mastery, okay. Gotcha. Crit is generally still good for leveling though, and I feel like I'd get diminishing returns if I went only haste, so I will probably still run the Garrosh one. And, like, the thing about versatility, right? Like, so even if versatility is their weakest stat, which makes sense, it's the case for a lot of specs, getting, like, a huge amount of verse relative to other secondaries, especially at lower levels, is still, like, a massive damage boost. Even if it's not, like, a good stat. And I'm assuming that the priorities are for, like, whatever they have at endgame. Goob Scott said, never caught you live, love the content. Glad to hear it. I guess the real question, what is the second trinket? Obviously, yeah, you wouldn't even be able to run 2 of these, because unique equip Demon Bane. So I guess the second trinket would probably be still Elemental Confluence? Probably? At least I'll test the tendrils just to see if they do, like, relevant damage. I don't think they will. But I'll test it just to see. Alright, let's... I think that's all I need to upgrade. I'll
Let me throw this on something since I bought it. Sure. I also... Which is the character that I use for heirloom storage? I think it's this one? Now that your food is here, you can rebuild your TSM profiles. Was that like a required ingredient for rebuilding the profiles? Food? I think this is my heirloom bank. No. This is not my heirloom. Where do I... It's on one of these druids. I just gotta find which one. I don't... It's not on this... Maybe it's this druid? I don't know why this one's in Hillspread Foothills. I might have flown him out to Hillspread Foothills to, like, test something or whatever. We'll see. Was I here? Oh, was I here for the Yetimus, the Yeti Lord thing? Or not that, the, whatchamacallit? The Winter's Veil boss. I think I might have brought him out here for that. It's getting late in Europe. Yeah, definitely a good time to make food. I probably should have had something to eat before starting stream. I had something to eat like early in the morning, but I haven't had anything for a while. Why am I in Orbos? I can at least check my bank to confirm whether or not everything's here. I'm pretty sure this is my heirloom character because there's a lot of this stuff. Yep, this is my heirloom character. Okay. Interesting. Could have ate while the servers were down? Perhaps. Just dump all this stuff in here. I have no idea how well some of this stuff is scaled. Like, in theory, I could use some of this stuff for the run, but I'm not going to. Because all of this stuff, you may notice, it's like, I have a shitload of socketed... These are all socketed BOEs. Some of them have tertiaries. These are all very rare BOEs. I remember I had them stored on one of my characters. Apparently it's this one. So I have a lot of very, very, very rare BOEs. Some of them already enchanted and gemmed. If I do more speedruns in the future, which I probably will at some point. Yeah, like, look at this one. Double Mastery, Rare Roll, Leech, Socketed BOE Gloves. So, I'm going to hold on to these for, like, actual speedruns. I doubt it'll be that much of a loss to just use, like, whatever I happen to pick up from questing. Whoa, no. Okay. I guess I gotta be careful and make sure I... You have to set them up is because you said F it and wanted to clear out your folders and start again with the add-ons. Fair enough. I guess anything that's unusable I can right-click. I'll do now just to save time. The rest of it I'll just leave in here. And then this is all higher level stuff, so I can speed through this. One thing that always seemed daunting to you is seeing endgame players with loaded bags and banks. You get lost in it all. Well, to be fair, this is a storage alt, right? On my main characters, I try to keep my bags and bank like relatively clean and organized. I'm like super OCD about that. But then the easiest way to do that is if I have a bunch of stuff like this, like I need to store this somewhere. This is all like important stuff for speedrunning. So then I have a character like this where this is like one of my world record characters from Shadowlands. I don't remember which run this is, but like at the time, one of my Guardian Druid world records, I've just had this character ever since. Like this is my designated storage character. So I need someplace to put like a bunch of BOE items. I send them all in the mail and just dump them into my bags. And are my bags a mess? Yeah, but that way I don't play this character, so I don't actually need to worry about it. It is purely a storage spot for all of this stuff. And then whenever I need this stuff for runs, well, then we do this. And then I hop on and I look through. And I do try to sometimes organize all the, like, these characters, the bank alts, to make sure it's easy to find things, but every now and then it's just easier, faster to dump it all and worry about it later. Okay. So, the main thing that I can say for sure is that we want this ring, because you guys said haste mastery, so we want to prioritize mastery, because mastery is the hardest thing to find on the different rings. And are these all the same amount of stats? So this is 29, 29, 29, yeah. Okay, so they all add up to the same secondary, so that's not an issue. So in that case, we just take Crit Mastery and Haste Mastery, and that's the max mastery that we can get. Mark of the Trained Soldier is Mastery, I believe, so that is probably going to be the most value. The neck enchants are... I'm pretty sure Hidden Satyr is, like, still completely dogshit. I saw a screenshot somebody posted in, like, a Twinking Discord of their damage breakdown, and Hidden Satyr was, like, 1% of their overall, so I think that it is still tuned to be abysmal for some reason, which is a shame. But in that case, just raw stat enchants on necklaces are the only ones that matter. For cloaks, it is... Damn, it's really just this, right? Do I have any intellect cloaks? Because there are intellect-specific cloaks. What are the stats on them? I can just check if that would even be worth using. Blood Moon. I've never actually upgraded it, huh? But it's just crit haste, so that... Yeah. I would rather use versatility, because versatility on heirlooms tends to be better. Man, I still have a lot of... Yeah, like, look at this, actually. Prophecy Tarot. That's, no level requirement on this. 17 item levels. At least I don't think there's a level requirement. It would show, right? Yeah, I think. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I have a lucky double-sided coin. Oh, these are... Oh, yeah. No. These are from my speedrun. These are soulbound. Okay. Right. Speed gems, so... That makes sense. You're OCD and you gotta have your bags organized the same way on any character. Yeah. So on all characters that I actually play, I'm the same way. And I try to make sure they're all, like, very neat and tidy, but... It's like... For stuff like this, I just deal with it. I'm just like, fuck it. Just let them be chaotic. So I want leather heirlooms. I guess the question is whether are any of the enchants on leather heirlooms going to be broken. They are, yeah. At the very least, like, all stats, that I can just copy over 1-to-1. That I don't need to do anything fancy. Shoulder enchants. I don't have any. So shoulders and pants. If I want the armor kit and like scroll, I don't have any leather ones, I think. I know I did a Boomkin speedrun at some point, but I can't remember if I ever got enchanted heirlooms for that. I think when I did my Boomkin speedrun, I'm pretty sure that was during the period where heirloom enchants were broken, so I just did it with unenchanted heirlooms. I think. It has been a while, though. Do I have any? I can always just buy it off the auction house. Not seeing anything. Oh, also... Okay, wait, yeah. I need to make sure I take the right ring. Yeah, okay, I have a mastery enchant here. These are both +6 mastery. I have no idea if this is still the highest ring enchant. I can quickly look through. The Dragonflight enchants clearly have been hit. So, I think this is Tenet of stats? No, Tenet is +4. Interesting. So whatever enchant I have that's giving +6 is the highest that I'm seeing on any of my existing heirloom rings. Because I have a bunch of different enchanted ones, and they're all... +6 is the highest there. Could be gift, yeah. I wish it showed the name. And then I guess, yeah, I'll want one of these. I technically could use this, but normally I use primary stat gems in my gear. I don't put them in the weapon. But also, one of the main reasons I had secondary gems in my weapon is because the scaling on these used to be really good. It used to be that you got, like, significantly more secondaries compared to your primaries, so I only use, like, one primary. But now, I have somewhere here... is it in here? Yeah, like, look at this. These two gems are +4 strength. And now these ones are +4 mastery, so +4 secondary. So now, when it's primary versus secondary, you obviously prefer the one that has more primary. And even if you had to pick, right, you take the one that's like 2 agi, 2 crit over, you know, +4 secondary. Especially at lower levels. Okay, so I have intellect and chance on, like, the male stuff. That's probably what I was thinking of. I know I did that at some point. Interesting also that, what is this? This is,
Remember, everything has value.
Quick light scene. So it looks like the way the scaling has affected gems is now it's based on quality. So the masterful jewel clusters that I have, those are rare quality. They're giving +4. But the epic gems are giving +5. So it looks like if you are going to use gems, you would either use primary stat ones, but they're obviously unique equipped. Then you would either use primary stat +2 secondary. This is also, I believe, epic. Or +5 secondary. That one is probably case-by-case basis. Boosted a character yesterday to 80 and you got gear with an item level of 80. Your Priest from Dragonflight is better item level than that. Yeah. The scaling from, like, Dragonflight and early War Within gear is really fucked. They messed something up. I showed this briefly, like, 20 minutes ago, but there's certain Dragonflight trinkets that are scaling better than Mythic Manaforge Omega trinkets. So, it's a bit weird.
You made an entire set dedicated to Mage Tower? Yeah, now you could probably do Mage Tower naked, given how messed up the scaling is. Probably a BFA enchant? Yeah, I could see that. Okay, so I have this stuff. The only stuff I still need is I still need to figure out the weapon. Weapon, shoulders, and pants. Yes. I think that's all I'd be missing. Obviously, the rest of the heirlooms that are unenchanted, we would just... normal stuff. I am curious just about the scaling on these things. And for gems, I will probably use... because I'm not going to do any socketed stuff like this. Like, I'm not going to mail this stuff over. It's not like that fancy of a speedrun. I will probably just go with 2 intellect gems in the primary weapon. That way there's at least something there. All the other... And I don't have any intellect gems on me in this bank. I'm off the auction house. Let's just go withdraw 50k, should be enough. Okay, so it is Gift the Crane? What is it? Of the Crane. What are the shoulder enchants called again? Oh, you're right. Just Greater Crane Wing. It looks like it should work. The application of it, at least. From what I can tell, the epic and rare ones give the same effect, though. So, maybe would have been better to buy that, but who knows? They might adjust it later. And then for legs, it's Spell Thread. It's like Ghostly Spell Thread, I think. Intellect in verse, spell power verse. Let's see. Spell power stamina, spell power stamina. Intellect by 3. It looks like Powerful Ghostly Spell Thread is the strongest that I can see. Interesting that this is not strictly worse. It's 2 int 2 verse. This is 3 int 1 verse, but it's just a redistribution. But more primary is usually better. I'm just surprised that the scaling works out that way. Now, see, this is interesting. This one... Vibrant Spell Thread. I'm not seeing a level requirement on this. Some of these enchants don't work. Like, if we look at this, you'll see requires level 70. So, like, even if I applied this to an heirloom, the enchant would be inactive. I'm not seeing that on this Spell Thread. I wonder if they changed how Dragonflight enchants scale, because Dragonflight is now, like, part of the new player experience. That would be interesting. Intellect by 12 and Stamina by 12. What I'm going to do is I'm going to buy the Dragonflight Spell Thread and the Powerful Ghostly Spell Thread. And I'll just make 2 copies. And if the Dragonflight one works, then I use that. If it doesn't work, then I just use the other one. And in theory, if there is like a cutoff level where the higher one does kick on, then that would probably still give more stats at that level, so it's probably still worth prepping that. I should also check the other stuff, right? Like the other enchants. Neck enchants I'm not going to bother looking into because they they've been pretty bad for a while. I doubt anything will change, and that stuff is just not raw stats, so I can't just magically like look at the enchant and know if it's good or bad. There's no other shoulder enchants that are worth looking at, so I won't bother there. It would be... I guess I could go either way. I think I probably want crit. Generally speaking, you get more forced haste, so... What's the best way to level these days now that time walking leveling is doomed? That's what I'm trying to figure out to an extent. I mean, from what I know, target is too low level. Okay, so there is some sort of secret cap on the Frozen Spell Thread. What I can do, though, is try and see if I can... I'll test this later. I suspect that this won't work, that this will require, like, level 60-something. But I'm going to put this in my Warband Ink, and we'll try it on one of my other characters. I know for a fact that my general leveling route still works, and I suspect that probably is the fastest, but just a general disclaimer. Leveling is really fucked right now because the account-wide XP bonus is not enabled, and they're doing a Winds of Mysterious Fortune literally next week, so there's no reason to level currently. I'm still doing my test, but if you plan on leveling alts, I would recommend waiting until next week. You could still use this as a reference. The general route will probably end up being the same, but it'll just be like 75% faster if you do it later. They hotfixed the eviscerated muscle food? Yeah, I saw that. That's unfortunate. It's probably not worth running anymore, but who knows. Speed is always a weird one. Like, speed, obviously, if you can get a lot of it, is really good, but there's an opportunity cost, right? Like, if you have to choose between a pretty good food buff and, you know, a tiny bit of move speed, especially in the era of dragon riding, is it really going to save you that much walking? If you're, like, fast enough to round up enemies and kill them quickly in combat, then, like, 5% move speed isn't realistically going to change the overall leveling time for you. There's diminishing returns for sure, and... like, obviously, it shines in areas where, like, you have extended indoor running, so there are cases to be made of, like, if you know that you're going to need to run in, like, a non-flying zone for a long period of time. A good example would be, like, the Dollar Run intro in War Within. Speed was really good there because, like, there was a lot of indoor running around on, like, non-mounts. And in that particular case, it was literally right at the start of the expansion, so every bit of second that you saved there made a huge difference. Because if you got ahead of the bottleneck, well, that kind of snowballs, right? So all that stuff is relative, but it is unfortunate that it's unfortunate they nerfed the food, but it was obviously bugged, right? So I kind of figured that was going to happen. Classes. Are you prepping the stream for the speedrun and then doing the run today? Yeah, we're gonna do the run today. I'll repeat what I said. I have... let me check the exact time. I have about 6 hours from now to complete the run. After which point I gotta do something with my guild. I think that should probably be enough time, but, like, we'll see. If for some reason I'm not finished by the end, what I might... I don't know. We'll either do it another day, we'll just call it, or maybe might even stream my guild's dungeon testing and just finish up later. We'll see. If that, God forbid, that happens, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Okay. Let's... But yeah, the thing is, I haven't looked at any of the prep items and stuff before starting the run, so obviously there's going to be a decent amount of time that I want to look into that. And frankly, I would argue that in many cases, this is more important for leveling than the actual run itself, for anybody that cares about optimizing leveling, because, like, this is crucial info that applies to all characters, not just, like, Devourer DH. So that's the main reason I'm spending so much time on it, is this will be relevant for, like, all future runs that I do. Are there any 5 in select gems? There are. think the rest are just, yeah, 4 intellect is the max. So we'll do that. We'll do elemental force. Hello, it's done with mirrors. You're gonna be here to watch the run regardless? Awesome. Feels... It's like blasphemy doing this, but... it's the best option I could do right now. So, we'll make do. I think... all of the other stuff should be on my other bank alts. This one I just primarily use for heirloom-specific stuff. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the stats enchants. Stats enchants... The cloak one, if I recall, this enchant was like +7 primary stat, and it was like way ahead of the rest. So the fact that it's still +5, I can quickly look through my cloaks. Yeah. This is probably still the best cloak enchant. I'm not going to bother looking through that. But I will do at least a cursory glance to see if anything has changed for like the plus all stat chest enchants. Maybe one of them is like 4, while the rest are 3. That sometimes happens. Let's take a look. Item enhancements. Chest. Stats. Required. 1. Okay, yeah, that's required 50 though. Yeah, so out of the ones that actually work, 3 is the highest. Speedrun prep work takes a bulk of the time. When you got your PB for Kingdom Hearts, is after repeatedly loading saves for 4 hours, 35-minute time. Yeah. It's funny you say that, because, like I made a Reddit post for the 1-minute 58 run that we did, in Legion Remix. And there's, like, a few people who commented, like, oh, but if you factor in all the time that it took you to set this up, then technically my 1 hour time that I leveled my character with the other day is faster, so I don't think you're counting the time properly. It's like, yeah, that's not the fucking point of a speedrun. The entire point is to see, okay, we've done all of this crazy prep. Yes, it took forever to actually set this up, but it's like, once you do all that, how fast can it go? But some people just, like, cannot get that through their thick skulls. It is what it is. I'll hop on my monk and see if I can enchant the pants. Seems to you that questing is the best, but maybe a mix of this and BC Dungeons? Yeah, well, I'm not sure how the scaling in BC Dungeons is. I've heard that it's been kind of hit or miss for a while, and that was even before the pre-patch, so it could be bad. Not sure. I don't know if I really want to test them right now. The problem with TBC Dungeons is, like low-level dungeons are so heavily dependent on either the tank or the healer. If you're playing, like, a Windwalker Monk or something, and you know for a fact that you can literally solo it, then it's not bad, but I don't know that I can do that on Devourer. So, I think the queue times would be extremely long, and I don't know how well it would go, so I'm not going to test that right now. At some point, if I do a test run as, like, a tank, maybe like a Guardian Druid test, then I might test BC then. I think for this, I'm probably only going to do questing, just to get an idea for that. Has there been any news on if something's happening with heirlooms? Unfortunately, no. I'm still messing with them because, like, they're obviously worth using, but to my knowledge, no. There's no updates planned for them, which is unfortunate. It's the first time in a very, very long time that they completely forgot to add updated heirloom item levels for a new expansion, which really just goes to show how little Blizzard gives a shit about this kind of stuff.
Unfortunately. Is this... Okay, no, it doesn't work. Worth a shot, but I kind of figured that would be the case. A lot of times those high-level enchants don't work, even if they don't display a level requirement. But that's fine, because we have the Ghostly Spell Thread, which is good enough. They've been weird for a while? Yeah, exactly. These are all soulbound, right? Can't reuse them, fortunately. Nothing, I don't really think my Brewmaster is anything relevant. We'll hop back over. Where did I keep Harldan Bank? I think, oh yeah, I remember where I put this. I created a storage category. That's where it is. The actually comments, yeah, exactly. There's always some fried comments on WoW Reddit when someone does a speedrun like that. Yeah. I mean, I will say, look, I don't want to, like, shit talk too much, but I will be completely real and say that some of the speedrun posts that have been made throughout Legion Remix have been, like, poorly made. The one egregious example is... I have no idea how many of you guys saw this, but, like, it is... I think my highest upvoted Reddit comment of all time. On one of those, like, /played posts that somebody made, they were being just a massive fucking tool. And every time somebody asked, like, how did you do this? How did you do this? They were just like, I can't share my secret just yet. And I saw the post, because, like, every now and then I check WoW Reddit. So I opened WoW Reddit one day, I saw the post, I'm like, okay, cool, they got a time. Mind you, I already had the 715 at this point. I just hadn't finished the video yet. So I had the 715. I knew generally what strat they were probably using because I had been aware of the Infernal strat. And I saw their post. They weren't explaining it. They were like, we're going to get a better run and then we're going to explain it. Kind of stupid, but whatever. So I went to sleep. I woke up 8 hours later. I look at Reddit. It's still one of the top posts, but they're still leaving comments like, I still got to do more tests before I explain it. And the top comment on that post was like, in the time that it's taken me to read through this post and see that OP hasn't explained his strategy, I could have just leveled a character or something like that. And after literally going to sleep and waking up and seeing that this idiot is still trying to, like, gatekeep the fucking Infernal strategy for some weird reason, like, why? It's not even an unknown strategy, but, like, obviously random people on Reddit might not be aware of it. So I finally wrote a comment and basically said, I don't know why this guy's trying to keep it a secret. I know what he's probably doing, and then I explained the Infernal strat. Within 30 minutes, this motherfucker starts responding to all the comments. Like, he posts his video link, he's like, it's the Infernal strat, it's the Infernal... And then he finally, after responding to everybody else, leaves a comment to my post and said, oh, it's technically what you said, but we did this one other thing to slightly optimize it. Glad we beat you to the punch, not that I'll get the same recognition. Just, like, weird cringe shit, man. It's like I would not have written that comment and made him look bad if he didn't just act like a cringe weirdo and try and gatekeep a known strategy from random people on Reddit. Like, why was it such a big deal that you kept it to yourself? My best guess is that he thought he had discovered something revolutionary and that nobody else knew about it, when I'm just like, motherfucker, people in my Discord have been using the Infernals to level for, like, the past week and a half. So, just weird shit. But the problem is people like that kind of, unfortunately, make the general community more sour on the idea of those types of speedruns. Where, like, in my post, obviously, I explained exactly how it happened. And anytime somebody left a comment asking a question, like somebody asked a comment about, like, the level 20 Twinks, I responded and explained it. So it's, like, not that fucking hard to just explain your strat. But then people go and do cringe shit like that, and it makes the rest of us look bad. So, yeah. For other video game speedrunners, they at least have the time, they practiced each run, learn the steps. Do I include... Are you asking me if I include that? I mean, I'm always very transparent with how much time it takes me to set up. Like, usually people ask, like, how much time does it take to prep? I'll say, well, just getting all the items sorted usually takes me multiple hours, and that's even when I'm not streaming. But, yeah. You're at the point of ignoring anything Reddit says, yeah.
our next speedrun video shut them up. I actually, well, we're talking about a different guy. We're not talking about probably the one you're thinking of, Goose. But yes, I'm not going to comment on the other people. But yeah, they did some shit too, obviously. The person I'm talking about is just some random fucking guy. I don't know why he did that. It's just weird. I haven't actually seen him say anything to me, though, so I don't know. Glory chasing, like taking credit for Van Gogh paintings just because you're missing it here. That's a good metaphor. You figured out the Infernals immediately as they launched. You first only told Harldan because you thought it's a bug? Yeah. Yeah, a few of you messaged me on Discord, which was helpful, by the way. It was still useful, because I think if you're one of the people who DM'd me, usually what I asked you is, I'm like, you know, I haven't tested it personally. Obviously, we later on tested the Infernals extensively to do the sub 2 minute run. But at the time that most of you guys were messaging me, I was busy working on the 715 video, and I was also trying to do the housing stuff. So I wasn't really in the mood to test Infernals, but a lot of you, I was like, hey, can you do like a run from X level to Y level and like get detailed information on your levels? And a lot of you gave me really good info, so definitely appreciate that. It made it easier when I eventually did start testing it for the sub 2 minute run. And then Blizzard only made the Infernals stronger, like at the end of the event, right? So people get high on I know something that you don't. Exactly. That shit pisses me off, man. Always hate that stuff. It's why, like I've always said, if I make a leveling add-on, it's gonna be free. No strings attached. I'm just gonna make it free. So full disclaimer, right? What I'm probably gonna do, I haven't exactly figured out the details yet. I am probably going to finally, for the first time, make a Patreon or something like that. And the leveling add-on will be 100% free for everybody. But I'll basically be like, hey, I have a Patreon. Basically unrelated, but, you know, a bunch of people, whenever I talk about the add-on, have said, like, oh, if you made an add-on, I would pay for it, or XYZ thing. So I want to make it clear, like, hey, if you do mean that and you want to help support this stuff, optional. Completely optional, that kind of thing. But I want to make sure that all of the actual, like, add-on information, etc., is completely free to access for everybody. There will be, like, zero paywalling. What do you think on... Yeah, like... My thoughts, if the question is, what do you think about XYZ paid add-on? Not good. I don't like it. It's really that straightforward. If it's a paid add-on, not good. That simple. It's a very binary thought process. I've not seen a single reason for why an add-on should be paid. Especially not when the recent versions of certain paid add-ons are literally just regurgitated versions of my free routes. Shitty regurgitated versions of my free routes. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to do when literally they'll have nothing going for it. My routes will actually be better tested, and obviously straight from the fucking source, not like a shitty secondhand version, and it has an add-on for free. Like, what reason will people have to pay? Very curious to see. Late to the party, but perfecting an easy spec like BRF Demo Warlock with core procs and 1 trinket proc is an infinitely better than 10 procs you need a computational weak aura? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, dealing with, like, 50 proc effects is never really fun, for sure. You can have fun rotations with, like, a lot of complexity and stuff, but the worst way to do that is with, like, 50 million conditional damage modifiers. Let's see. Let's finally open this up. Take a look. So I guess I'll probably want some gunshoes, gliders, you know, the usual. How are my... Oh, I actually already had a mastery thing here, huh? I'll bring some XA1000s just cuz. Procs exist to add more strategy, so you have something to react to instead of predictable boss spells. Well, yes. With an asterisk, right? There are good procs and there's bad procs. Like, if your damage relies on reacting to, like, a bunch of different stacked procs, that's bad design.
But, like, good procs should be low impact, but, you know, if you respond to them correctly, it's still a damage increase. Bad procs are like, your damage entirely relies on stacking these things up at the right time. How much do I really care about for trying to optimize all this stuff? I guess all of the stuff that I already have here, I could probably take, right? Like if it's already in my bags, like, do I need Shadow Core oil? I don't really think I do. Do I need drums? Probably not. I rarely ever remember to use drums. Do I care about using the augment runes for like 3 primary stats? Not really. The scaling on these is really bad. Holy. I guess what I could just do is take the lowest level of this, because the difference is so negligible. I could just take 20 of these intellect ones. I have them. I may as well use them. And then I'm just not going to send the rest, because, like, oh boy, I can get 1 more primary stat. La-di-da. Yeah, if I have it, for sure. But also, like, there's a certain element of, like, do I really even want to use a bag slot? Do I want to use a bag slot and the mental bandwidth required to press this button in the middle of the run? It's like another thing to remind myself to do just for 1 intellect? No, I don't give a shit. That's not worth it. That genuinely, the time it would take to remember to get that buff would be wasted. Like, some of these potions are not scaling correctly. Like, 74 damage proc, like, compared to my abilities at this level, which, I'm level 70 on this character. This is supposed to be scaled to this level. This is not doing proper damage. Let's just use a weak aura to remind me. Yeah. So much for all the people who always used to be like, I'll design you a weak aura that reminds you to use your buffs. Well, there's a reason. There's a reason that for many, 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 many years, I have said I'd rather just try to keep track of it myself. It's better to build the muscle memory instead of relying on external factors. I was playing 5D chess this entire time. It says ineffective over level 50. I'll send this food and just see how good it is. How's Mongoose? I have Mongoose somewhere. 5 agi and 1 crit. What's Darkwind Firewater, though? That's the real question. Where's my Darkwind Firewater? I guess I can just search, right? Where the fuck? Where's my Darkwind Firewater? How do I have none on this character? Hello? That's weird. Let me wowhead it. Actually, I guess I could just check the auction house. I'm sure there's going to be some there. Attack power by 8. I'm sure I have it on some characters, so I'm not going to buy it again, and it's AP, which won't matter for this run anyway. But Darkwind Firewater scales, right? So, Mongoose is... Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Because that's level 20, so that's... that would be actually more than Darkwind Firewater. Because that would be 10 AP, 1 crit. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's, big bear tartare and fried bonefish. How do flasks scale? So, does Glacial Fury... No, Glacial Fury does, like, no fucking damage now. Man. All of the old damage proc items have been nerfed into oblivion. That's really unfortunate, because they historically were very good for leveling. They're only good if you can actually, like, take advantage of them.
Don't love that. Mana oils. Yeah, that's a good call. I think I have some mana oils sitting in my bank. They might not be on this character, though. Brilliant mana oil. That's pretty good. Wow, that's actually really good. That'd be... yeah, so I'd use that up until Hissing Rune, and then Hissing Rune would be better. Right. Do I have mana oil? It's not. I'll buy some. This is the only one? Sure. Buy 20. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. What else? Minor speed. I guess I'll send that over so I can re-enchant boots, because I'm not sending any BOEs with it. Do I need... Fort Scrolls would be nice. Do I have any in the bag? Not seeing any. 99% sure that I have in storage scroll. Do they still cap at level 50? Okay. It's fine. Wait, whoa! I do have oil. It's just not mana oil. It's brilliant wizard oil. Look at this shit. 12 intellect and 6 crit? Okay. Whew. Goodbye, Hissing Rune. Not be applied to items higher than level 320. Isn't that... that honestly is kind of close to Algari mana oil, even for level 80s. Interesting. Oh, man. Yeah, I saw some screenshots of this on Reddit. I knew that this was going to be the case. All of my old healing potions are restore 0 health. Great. Lovely. That's awesome. Does that stack? No, I don't think it does. I'm not going to bother with any crafted stuff right now. I might just buy it off the auction house when I get to Dragonflight, though. What about my flasks? So... Volcanic Potion. I do have some intellect stuff here. Yeah, they really, really fucked healing potions. God damn. You can't level from 10 to 80 in War Within... Well, you said can't level from 10 to 80 in War Within yet. To clarify, you will never be able to level from 10 to 80 in War Within at the current trajectory. Unless Blizzard changes their minds. The current design is that it's not a thing. So it's not like at a certain point they're going to enable the ability. It's just not a thing. Which, in my opinion, is not good design. I don't know why they're doing that, but... I talked about it earlier, but basically the side effect of that is I'm eventually long-term going to remake my guides, but there's, like, really little reason for me to rush to do that now because the route is, by definition, unchanged, right? We're not really getting any new content. There's maybe some potential for, like, War Within crafting for specifically the final 10 levels of Chromie Time, but that's about it. Dragonflight triggers PTSD. You leveled a few too many characters in Dragonflight. Yeah. Multiple Riders Barding. This stuff I need to rebuy every time, anyways.
Containers. Just buy, what's like a cheap cloth, right? It's a... Oh, I out of money on this character. I bought one bag beaver cloth. So I need 3 more regular bags. Come on. Let's do this, them all in one row, like so. Not the best idea, but Dragonflight was the new player experience plan. Yeah, I gotta test that at some point. I don't know, I'm debating on when I make the add-on compatible for, like, 1 to 80, how am I gonna structure it? Like, I thought about making, like, 2 separate guides, one for, like, my route and one for the new player experience, but from everything I've heard, the new player experience is just, like, complete dog shit, so I feel like, as it stands, I might just, like, if I were to design my add-on right now, with the knowledge that I have about how things work, I'd probably just say, like, don't follow the new player experience at all. Like, literally just follow my route. And if you want to use the new player experience, it's unsupported because it's unrecommended. And I don't want to even give people the option, because, like, if I put, like, guide for new player experience, then people might be like, oh, well, maybe I'm a new player, I should follow that. So if I instead don't give them the option and say, this is poorly designed, just use my route, trust me, bro, then I think they would overall have a better new player experience than if I tried to, like, somehow wrangle together a decent route with what Blizzard's done. But I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. There's still plenty of time. That won't be for, like, multiple months. So it looks like a lot of the higher level stuff doesn't scale well. Like, Spectral Power gives less primary stat than just a... This is what, BFA Intellect Flask? So... I don't know what the scaling of the other expansion ones is, but, like, this looks good enough, so may as well just use that. I'm not really seeing many good stat potions, though. Like, Volcanic Potion seems fine, I guess. But it's, like, what we have... Phantom Fire damage doesn't seem awful, but the problem is this would require me to use Shadow Core Oil to make it better, and I'm not going to use Shadow Core Oil. So I think I just stick with Volcanic Potion. The scaling on this just seems like it would be better for the entire run. I forgot I put that stuff here. Is there anything else that I could justify using? This might honestly be it. Outside of, like, obviously the Darkmoon Faire stuff, if it was currently active, I'd still use that, but it's not, so I don't need to worry about it. Do I want to use Algari Mana Oil over this? I guess maybe. Just for, like, whenever I get to that section of the run, it could be worth it. I'm trying to think what else. What else from the old stuff could I even use? Do I have a YouTube video on my most current route? Yep. If you go to my channel, well, you're actually, this is a YouTube chat message. So, on my channel, if you go, obviously they're War Within guides, right? So, like I said, I'm eventually going to make an updated Midnight-specific video, but it's going to be, like, basically the same thing. It'll just be, like, the same general route, but, like, hey, here are some, like, minor optimizations that as of Midnight you can do. And I'll probably change the structure and stuff. But if you look on my channel, the how to level from 1 to 70 only 2 hours, I guess you know what I should probably do? Temporarily, I'll change the title to 1 to 80. Because I mean, 1 to 70 previously is the same as 1 to 80 now. I'll change that for both Horde and Alliance. The thumbnail still shows 1 to 70. Probably temporarily I'll just
update the thumbnail to say 1 to 80 and then have the midnight logo, because it's basically the same route. So in the meantime, that way people will know, like, this is what you should follow for pre-patch. Yeah, I hope it serves you well, but I've heard that it still works, and that's what we're going to be doing in this run. You don't know what the fuck Blizzard's doing? You swear the 1 to current expansion experience gets worse every year? The irony is, I would argue it got better in War Within, actually. But, yeah, they've kind of fucked it up again. I mean, admittedly, a lot of this has to do with the stat squish. That is a big factor here. So keep that in mind. But it was getting better. And then they just, you know, they did this. You know... Huh. If I... The tooltip here has not been updated. If I crafted an item with this, would it be set to actually 545 item level? I don't want to get banned, but like... That's kind of sus. Could work. Knowing Blizzard, it absolutely could work. Also, why do I have a random heirloom chest piece in here? I forgot that that was there. Time to science. Look, I have shown it. I have shown it on stream. If somebody else has one of those sitting in their bags and they want to science it themselves, by all means, I'm not touching that shit. Though, realistically speaking, if you craft it and that, like, it turns into something really powerful, like, that wouldn't get you banned. But then if it worked, right, and you got a 500 item level piece, and then you decided to clear Mana Forge Omega on Mythic, which, like, man, all of the people who use that Time Walking gear to kill Mythic Dementius, like, they are getting sent to the fucking Shadow Realm. Those people are fucking stupid. Because Mythic Mana Forge is actually so easy with the nerfs. Imagine, with it being as nerfed as it is, deciding to get yourself banned because you wanted to cheese it with, like, some Time Walking gear. It's crazy shit. Yeah, you're right. It is absolutely a joke. Which makes it all the sillier that they decided to do that. I think this is... You know what? Let me pull up my old shopping list. Google Docs. Because, like, obviously this is everything in my bags, and I'm like, running through my memory, like, here, trying to see, is there anything that I'm forgetting? Should also, before I forget, I get the non-enchanted heirlooms, just so I can mail them easily. Demon Hunters, that would be what? This? Trinkets. Classes. And then the offhand is what we wanted, right? Yeah. Is that it? We have rings, check. Necklace, check. Trinkets, check. Weapons, check. Pants, chest. Shoulders. Helmets, yeah, all good. I'm not using any crafted gear or BOEs, none of that. No. Mount equipment, yeah, I have Rider's Barding. Brilliant Wizard Oil. Draft of 10 lands, Vile Mysterious Wisdom, check. How much stats does this give? 4, okay. Probably doesn't make that much of a difference. Healing Pots, rest in peace. Those. Damage Pots. Unbridled Fury, yeah. Yeah, so my shopping list, I remember, the way that I did it, the earliest potions were the stat ones, like Volcanic Potion. And these seem to still be scaling pretty well. But then all of the potions I used after that were damage proc potions. And the scaling on them has been fucked. I guess I could get tempered pots for when I get to, what's it called? Here, yeah, I can get Alchemical Chaos is 26 secondary. Is that even worth it? I actually don't even know if that would be better than this. Like 11 intellects. Yeah, honestly, I'm just going to use this. It's probably about the same. And Tempered Pot. Oh. Wait. Wait, that's just worse. I mean, I guess this would be what? Like, it's 20 of every secondary. So that would be what? Like 60 secondary versus 21 primary? It's like actually not that good of a deal. This is probably technically slightly mathematically better, but not by enough that I even give a shit to spend the gold on it. So. I'll put drums. I may as well. Like, I have them here. I'll probably forget to use them, but I'll send them. Just the base ones, though. I got my scrolls. I got my bags. Don't need any profession things. No Darkmoon things. Yeah, that's it. I'll keep this open in a second tab, just in case, like, when we get to Dragonfly or, War Within, I'll do the crafting stuff, and I'll just refer to that. Last time you ran into something similar, it did not give Giga item level. It could 1000% just be like, this is a tooltip display issue, and the item itself, like, converts to the correct item level when you craft it. But you never know. I mean, we literally, provably had a bug just now, like the other day, where there were, time-walking items not scaling properly, and some heirlooms are not scaling properly. Now, admittedly, the scaling on this relative to the heirloom stuff, or the time-walking stuff, is nowhere near as bad. I'm actually curious, compared to, like, Manaforge Omega stuff, this would be... what would be a good comparison? Yeah, this heirloom is higher item level. That's funny. This is higher item level than Myth Track stuff. And, like, look, this gives 46 mastery. This gives 57 verse. Now, obviously, the damage proc in this is probably not as good as, like, some of the other stuff. This is on use 1k damage, and, like, the Saladar trinket is on use 78k damage. So that's not the same, but, like, the raw stats on this, really good. Oh, it does convert to a regular item level? Gotcha. That's good to know for sure. Also, I've been looking at different items. My current thinking is that based on, like, a lot of the scaling stuff, I suspect that the best in slot setup for leveling, assuming Drogbar Rocks doesn't get nerfed, but honestly, even if Drogbar Rocks is not nerfed, right, I think that if you have a Mythtrack Screams of the Forgotten Sky, this will probably be better. Maybe even Heroic, hard to say. Like, this trinket is not amazing, but the way that, like, launch day leveling always goes is you have one passive trinket, usually a damage proc, because, like, the problem with, like, stat proc trinkets is, like, over a longer fight you get value, but if you just want to, like, one-shot a mob and move on, then damage procs are way better for that. Which is why, like, that's always been the case for speed leveling. So, out of all of the available damage proc trinkets, like, Screams of the Forgotten Sky is the best by far. Because obviously, you know, you have Soul Hunters, like, this one just does, like, fuck all damage. Brand of Ceaseless Ire does a ton of damage, if it has time to ramp up. But it decays really fast outside of combat. Like, Tome of Light's Devotion for tanks is okay if you're being actively attacked, but you have to be attacked to make it proc. The damage proc on this isn't very good. Like, what I could see, for some people, it might be worth using Nether Prism as, like, I have an okay damage proc trinket, and then, you know, because you can use it as an on use as well, that might be passable. For casters, you probably just run Void Core, even though it's like stat trinkets aren't usually that good. Like, the stats in this are really powerful. Stuff that you wouldn't want to run is like, what's it called? The caster trinket up here actually could be quite good. I think that's, yeah, this could be pretty good for casters, though. I honestly think there's a chance this might just be better than using Void Core for casters if you're leveling as one. Which, like, to be fair, generally you speed level as, like, a melee or a tank, but, like, Astral Antenna you don't want to run. Obviously, Astral Antenna is good in a vacuum, but for leveling purposes, like, good luck running around playing Pac-Man with the orbs while trying to speed level. It's just not gonna work out super well. This trinket for strength users actually could be quite good as an option, but I think the best, like, catch-all damage trinket is Screams of the Forgotten Sky. Like, this one will be solid for everybody. So I suspect the meta is just going to be run this trinket in one slot, then every single person right now, I can already tell you, you're going to want this, because this is the only good on-use damage trinket for the entirety of Manaforge Omega. And since we don't have, like, a Fated season, there's no, like, oh, I'm going to get Vexy's, like, whistle or whatever the fuck from Undermine. The scaling is atrocious. But this one does really good damage. So you're going to use this. Basically, everybody will want this. And then the question is, until this is back off cooldown, because 2 minutes CD, on launch day you can switch between different trinkets on use. So you'll want to have, like, different on-use options. And as for what that will be, it really, like, the only things that you have to choose from is, like, dungeon trinkets, I guess. But honestly, there aren't really that many good choices. It's like, technically speaking, you can get the Honey Buzzer on M0 difficulty, but, like, the scaling is not great. It doesn't do that much damage. Like, this stuff also doesn't do much. If we talk, like, current season, only current season stuff that you can get on Mythtrack, like, what is good? There's really not a lot, honestly. Yeah. There's a lot of stat stuff. There's very few, like, on-use damage trinkets because, like, I can think of... You have Cursed Stone Idol, but the damage that this actually does is quite low. It, yeah, it's like, pretty mediocre. I think this might be a good option for any Agi strength just because it's okay damage. And generally, it's just a good trinket for most people, but... This is basically just, like, a stat trinket disguised as a damage trinket. Realistically speaking, if you run it, you're running it for the crit. So. Does Tazavesh have anything that I'm forgetting? Not really. Yeah, so that's... There really isn't much else good besides the Treacherous Transmitter from Raid. Whatever it's called, Perfidious Projector. It's really just this. So get your hands on this if you can. Otherwise, there's just not many good options. Like, back in, like, leveling this expansion, we had, like, Grief Torch, rotating between that, Beacons to Beyond, Kazara's Hellforged Plates, and that stuff. And I had, like, Trinket Swap macros. This time around, There's just not much else good besides this one. Any haste on haste on hit class would use Gruul's Trophy from TBC. What's the scaling on it? That's not bad. That's actually really not bad. There's definitely... Okay, so there is, like, some potential here with some old trinkets being, like, really fucked. I mean, for low-level Twinks, there's definitely potential there. For launch day leveling, it is a surprisingly large amount of haste. Do I think you'll use it just because you lose so much primary stat? Probably not. But that is funny that it gives that much haste. That is crazy. I'm sure there's going to be some trinket that, like, everybody's forgotten about. Like, what about the ones from here? There's some neat stuff. I recall. Embrace the spider. It's not terrible. Yeah, like, one thing I've noticed, though, I don't know why it's working like this, but on-use trinkets are scaling way worse than proc trinkets. Like, way, 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 way worse. Now, obviously, on-use trinkets normally give less stats than proc trinkets, but, like, we're talking, like, old expansion with this squish. Stuff like Dragonspine Trophy, I've seen more stuff like that, like Drogbar Rocks, where, like, a damage proc or a stat proc is not as impacted by the scaling, whereas, like, on-use trinkets give, like, fuck all. Just keep in mind, like, the number here, 35, may not seem that much lower than, like, 79, but this is raw attack power. It's not primary stats. This is closer to, what, like, 17 primary stat on use, which is really bad. Whereas, like, 79 haste, it's not good, but is it, like, for this item level, is it good? Yeah, that's pretty good. Interesting stuff. You loved Grief Torch? Same. Grief Torch was so much fun. Dragonspine Trophy making a comeback in the year 2026, yeah. Rip Beacon, true. Case in point, meaty Dragonspine Trophy. Wait. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, I see. For that's Blackrock Foundry, right? Man, I miss Vial of Convulsive Shadows. Back when that gave on-use multi-strike. Oh, baby. Breath of Sindragosa Blood Decay. Wait, so the meaty Dragonspine Trophy, hold on, that's 102 haste. Is that the same as regular Dragonspine Trophy? Wait, regular Dragonspine Trophy gives more? What the fuck? The WAD version, higher item level, mind you, gives less. Huh. There is some shenanigans afoot with the scaling. I do not understand, but there's some shit. Also, let me look through Twitch chat. I haven't read your guys' messages in a bit. Have I tried leveling after pre-patch? That's what we're doing today. But yes, I have heard it's very slow. Kurt said, Hola, buenas, Harldan, saludos desde Chile. I think that's greetings from Chile. Greetings from the United States of America. Thank you for watching the stream. Classic Blizzard, yeah. Sometimes less is more. Okay, I think we have everything prepped, though. Yeah, I looked through my shopping list. I couldn't find anything. We have all the stuff that I need. So, realistically, it's just a case of... Well, yeah, so... Right, I need to make a character on Thrall and then mail it over. So... I'll check all this in my Warband bank, and then I'll create, like, a level 1... and send the mail. Some of the heirloom weapons gave negative primary stats too during the War Within pre-patch. Would not surprise me. Then once... I'm going to move all the stuff into my bank. Actually, the heirlooms I can just mail. So that's account-wide. Mail that too. That too. And then I am going to, before we start, go to the bathroom real quick. And then we should be ready to go. Oh, actually, I'll go to the bathroom and then I'll make more coffee. Shouldn't take long. Like, worst case scenario, this is not meant to be, like, a super serious speedrun. I'm trying to make sure that I have, like, all of the same general stuff that I normally have access to, minus the obvious of, like, Darkmoon Fair's not active and the buff is bugged. But outside of that, I want to at least use the same stuff that I would normally have to at least get, like, a comparable reference. That way, if it is really, really, really slow, which very well might be, then we know it's because of the scaling and not because, like, oh, I didn't bother using heirlooms or something like that. We don't get classic time walking right before launch because Ramstein's bolt usually breaks. There's 10 time walking dungeon queue. I mean, there's some. Wait, apparently we get turbulent timeways? Oh no, turbulent timeways is still active right now. Okay, this is Shadowlands. And this week is Wrath. So it's Wrath, then Shadowlands, then Cataclysm, and then... yeah, there's nothing this week. This is... Miss of Pandaria. Yeah, so we won't get Classic for a while, it looks like. Actually, come to think of it, if Turbulent Timeways is still active, then it would be beneficial to at least do Time Walking Dungeons to get the 30% buff. Like, spamming Time Walking Dungeons, without a doubt, not going to be fast. But I'm going to actually do that, come to think of it, purely so that I can get the 30% buff to basically simulate what it would be like if we had the account-wide bonus, because that's bugged. So I will actually do that. I completely forgot Turbulent Timeways was still a thing. That's interesting. But yeah, BFA Time Walking sucks dick. I'm still going to play Devourer, though, so I'm not going to get, like, 10 Qs, but we'll make do. Honestly, like, if one of you guys wants to give me 10 Qs, I wouldn't say no, but that's entirely optional. But that way, I want to get the buff just for simulation purposes, just to make it more accurate. And then the rest of the way, we're just going to do questing. But if it's active... Yeah, if you want to do that, Goose... keep in mind, I'm like I said, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and then make coffee. So like we'll start in like 5-10 minutes ish. But if you're around, then yes, you can give 10 Qs. I think Goose has got it, but thank you, I appreciate it. All right, I will AFK real quick. Alright. You go faster if you... Or you could go healer. If you want it to go by even faster. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Wondering why I had a ping. It was the previous message. Still showed us unread. I think my character's on the other accounts, right? Yes. You know what I could do, though? Do I have room? I'm, like, constantly at the max character space, so I can make a character on, like, Thrall or something. And then mail it from this account, and then just switch. Because I think I might be at max slots, so this way I don't need to delete anything. But we'll see, who knows. I'm probably at max slots in this character, or this account too. Oh, I am not. Alright, that's good. Everything over, and then I'll switch accounts. We'll do the thing. Wait, the thing... There's no way. The DH rune? Well, that's not an augment rune, right? Is that... Yeah, that's a flask.
Soldiers.
Okay. That makes more sense. This counts as a battle and guardian elixir. Has anyone figured out how to break into Eversong? Wait, have they... Did they overwrite the original Eversong Woods and Ghostlands? I would imagine they didn't. That would be silly, because they've moved away from doing that. The low-level sigil trick doesn't work? Ah. Darn. Well, for the best, realistically. But for a second, I thought it would have been fun. It's not an overwrite? Okay, I figured. For a moment, I was like, wait, does that affect, like, the start of the run where you go to Silvermoon briefly?
You need something?
Alright. Let's just give us, like, 15,000. I think I have enough room. Yeah, perfect. That is everything I need. Need to take a portal off to the side instead of flying into it. I see. That makes sense. Like a Zidormi type ship. Let's do that, and I have enough silver to do the rest. Okay, there isn't even Zidormi, it's literally just a portal. Gotcha. I'll have to check it out at some point. Screen will go black for a moment. I'm switching to my other account, which is where I created the character. Am I going to need beta testers for my leveling add-on? TBD. I will cross that bridge when I get to it. The short answer is probably not, but if I do think I need beta testers, I will like announce it in my Discord or something. We'll see. Alright, let me real quick. Gotta get my timer set up.
I'm so used to using /played for all this shit that I'm not, didn't get my timer prepped in advance, but it would be helpful. Let's hop onto a character and move it into position real quick. It should be somewhere over here. Oh. Lagging a little bit. There we go. Midnight Isle of Quel'Danas is not a phasing zone. It's a brand new zone. Makes sense. Your guess, it'll be painful to level with Devourer. Yeah, I think it will be. I don't really expect this to go super well. But that's why we're testing it. That is the idea. Looks good. It's down to there we go. Okay. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I can just log in. I'm not, like, super concerned if, like, I bleed a few seconds at the start. Start the timer here.
The Void, a force of infinite hunger.
Timer. I do want to disable, like, most add-ons, though. Forgot about that, but yeah, I'm going to disable all, and then I'm going to specifically pick Leatrix Plus. I know that one still works. And Postal isn't working, okay. That's fine. This is my my custom add-on, by the way. For the speedruns, Speed Turn-In. It's for the fucking pet battle quests. Give me a moment. I'm gonna just set up my shit here, because it's obviously... It's... class colors... And... gameplay enhancements... It's good. Okay. There's no point doing that if I'm going to immediately switch to Devourer, but... Yeah, what do we have? I guess I'll start with Vengeful Retreat, why not? Here, Goose, are you able to invite me? And then I'll suggest invite people. If you can invite CJC in chat. Depends on faction, though, keep in mind. If you're the wrong faction, that might affect it. And then... Agents of Decay A52. I can try to invite in a second. So give me a second. We will... I want to get all this stuff sorted first. Chromie time, I guess, does it really matter which one I pick? All that really matters is, like, I guess dollar on Hearthstone might matter, kind of. Your Horde. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to invite.
Greetings. Champion, an urgent war council is underway. Your presence is requested in Stormwind Keep.
Get all this stuff set up, though. Just want to make sure before I do anything else. We actually start with pretty decent bags. I guess that's probably the bags that you get from, like, the Demon Hunter starting zone normally. I'll test that. Touch the Void. See how that goes. I have... Yeah, Troy pointed that out to me, but that's, it's not an augment rune. That's a flask.
Would you like to purchase something?
You don't think the Garrosh heirloom has int? You're correct, it's not. Also, you're banned. I respect the balls for being willing to post in my chat, though. But also, go fuck yourself, you fucking dickhead. Did I not send over more gun shoes? I guess I didn't.
Very well, then. Good day to you.
Only one more DPS then for full 5. If everyone who wanted to help is still there, yeah. Goose, if you... Oh, you passed me lead. Here, try... Like, throw it in Molten Core or something. And then maybe people can apply or something like that. That might work. Let me put minor speed on my boots. Swap from YouTube to Twitch, much better. Yeah, I usually like to multi-stream because everybody has their own preference for that type of thing. Can you... Yeah, you can apply that immediately. That's pretty nice. I can't see how much stats I'm actually getting from it, though. I'm going to assume it's scaled down, but... Okay, what else am I missing? I think that's everything. I'll throw, like, random bits and bobs. We can add things after the fact. Alright. I think I'm all set. I think we've gotten everything. Yeah, so if... I mean, honestly, like, how long will it take to find one DPS in queue? Probably not any time at all, so I think we can just queue. If there's nobody else that is joining, that's totally fine. Tank and healer are the biggest thing. So I have all this stuff. So 77 damage. Oh, you can't queue as cross-faction without a full group. Right. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I guess so. If anybody else in chat wants to join, then this is the group, to be clear, in Molten Core. But worst case, yeah, if we don't find anybody for like another minute or two. I'm still looking for my gear anyway. And the gem scaling is actually pretty good. $77 versus... Yeah, the damage on this doesn't seem that great, though, relatively speaking. But obviously the main reason you'd be running this is for the flat verse, which is decent at this level already. Okay. Yeah, if you want to just switch, just so we can get it going. I still need to check. I'll do the Legion intro. Well, you do that. I think... Is it phased for me correctly? Okay, the crummy time phasing did not work properly. I wonder if the Demon Hunter thing breaks it. I mean, on Legion Invasion. Travel to the Broken Isles. You know what? I think it... Yeah, it is broken because Demon Hunters aren't supposed to be able to do this quest. Okay. I guess I'll just go and fly from Azuna. That should work. Azuna portal's in the back now, I think. Yeah, I did that quest already. Okay, but you can't take... Can I just use the dollar on Hearthstone? No. Okay. So, yeah. Demon Hunters are just shit out of luck, I guess. It says onwards to the Broken Isles, but from where? How do you expect me to get there? Oh, this is so poorly implemented, man. Blizzard. Alright, I mean, it's fine. You don't need dollar on Hearthstone. There is a port to Azuna. It's not working. I just tried to click it. It must have some, like, level requirement. Maybe you go Vengeance or Havoc? That wouldn't affect the portal. Demons and Mage Quarter? It doesn't matter. Like, look. This is all for dollar on Hearthstone. It does not matter. It clearly does not work easily. In theory, right, would there be some way to do this long-term that we could figure out? Maybe. If this was ever required for a speedrun. But... it's not, like, important whatsoever. You have to do the event in the Citadel. Okay, so you're saying you literally need to go to this and complete this quest.
Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Let's get to work.
Okay, I see. We have a group, though, if you want to queue now, Goose. This is, like, not important. I'm just doing this while I kill time. Okay, yeah, so you have to do all the intro stuff, I'm guessing, to... What have you given?
A king is the causes he serves.
Okay, first bit of combat. So this is... instant... tested in dungeons. Back to the Demon Hunter camp at the Stormwind Mage Quarter. Oh, fuck me. Fucking Temple of Sethralus, man. Oh, this fucking place. Oh, boy. Okay, so how much damage did that... Do I not have auto loot? Automatically enabled? Okay, I don't even see my tentacles showing up on the damage breakdown, so... yeah, I don't think this trinket is very good. I don't think... actually don't think it did any damage whatsoever. Ow. I'm gonna deal with the ads, I guess. I'm not doing that much damage, but, you know, from the little damage that I'm doing, I think it's gonna be worth killing off these ads. Melee range tentacles with janky spawns. Yeah, I mean, they've been buggy for a very long time. They haven't been good. I do kind of need a little bit of healing, guys. And fortunately, I have, like, no abilities, so I can't really get myself alive out of them. I'm gonna wait for this to go off. Just in case. Yeah, no, I'm aware that it has been severely nerfed. The entire point of testing it was like, hey, did the stat scaling change it at all? And it does not appear that it has. Yeah, you're good, don't worry. It's time walking, it's not too serious anyway. What? I actually never checked. 1 versatility, holy shit. Stonks. The cast while moving is quite nice, though. I will say that much. I really, really, really hate, like, turrety casters. So, at the very least, it's not a turrety caster. It's better than nothing. Stats are an outdated mechanic. Yeah, I'm not even... I mean, here's the thing. It could just be that Blizzard damage meter is bugged, but I also just don't think they're actually doing anything. And I know for a fact that this trinket is good, so I'm just going to use that.
All of their swings were miss and dodge? Wait, really? I didn't even see that. That's great. Oh, God. I mean, this is just flat damage, so it should be fun. The mob kill XP in here is so bad. How well does Secret Technique scale? 6 crit. Seems like the scaling is pretty normal. That's a good idea. One thing I know that is broken for time walking dungeons is City of Threads. This trinket, Cyril's Concoctory. At least back in War Within, if a low-level character got this buff, it wouldn't scale down, and they would get the full effect, and then they just start one-shotting everything. But very few people actually use that trinket, so it's not common. Oops. Oh, wait. I think that just randomly targeted me. For a second, I thought it's because I didn't move out of the thing in time, but I think that just picked somebody. Skippable roleplay. Yeah, remember earlier in the stream when I said that this is literally the worst dungeon ever made? I'm so glad they added it to the time walking pool. That's really what we needed. Perfect timing finding my channel. You're about to level your Resto Shaman. Nice. Well, if you want, like, guides and stuff, my War Within guides are still perfectly applicable here, and they're on my YouTube channel. Really, the only thing I'm testing now is exactly how the XP scaling and just general mob scaling has changed in the expansion, and also mostly Devourer. But the overall, like, leveling stuff, that has not changed. Blizzard's gonna hear this and add it to the next M+ season. I can believe it. I wonder how long it takes for Devourer to actually get abilities. Obviously, I'm still only level 10, but... You have to be level 50 to see pre-made groups? You're missing out. Yeah, I heard that there's some weird stuff with pre-made groups. Can I just shift past this? You can. Nice. Not having any AoE abilities is obviously going to make dungeons like this rough. Yeah, it is actually really stupid that they have not fixed cross-faction LFG at this point. It's a bit of a bummer. I mean, they should never have designed it like this in the first place, but I have not seen anybody defending this design decision. And they keep... Every time they say why they won't add it, it's for some, like, strawman person who doesn't actually exist, who's like, I want to believe the faction war is still present. I don't want dirty Horde players queuing with me when I'm Alliance. It's like, literally that person is not real. They do not exist. But there are a bunch of real people who are genuinely impacted by the fact that cross-faction is so bullshit. But fucking Blizzard loves their stupid, you know, appeal to lore reasons arguments, even though it doesn't make any sense. Let them opt out? Exactly. Did I see the lore walking crates and the party sync crates give item level 120 gear? Yeah. A bunch of people in the XP off Discord are posting about it. I mean, I feel like that's going to get fixed, though. I guess theoretically I could technically do that on this character, but yeah, like that wouldn't really be super accurate. I'm getting the time walking buff because the account-wide buff is bugged. And I'm willing to use, like, Judgment of the Naru because the fucking heirloom weapons are bugged. They're, like, small enough counterbalances. But that would just kind of trivialize everything. Okay, I can't get this one because I have high stacks. Suits appeal to more reasons that they keep breaking. Exactly. Nice. Void Ray is one of your core, luckily. Yeah, I think I get that literally at level 11, right? So, any second now. It's part of the dungeon. Huh. Open Eye of Seconds. I don't remember this. You have to channel to even make it active? That's lame. Wait. Oh, so now instead of... Okay. Actually, I mean, this dungeon still sucks, but that... So it's now just a channel instead of having to do the fucking hot potato mechanic. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh. I hated this part. They have the alliance-only checkbox for that one guy. The argument still doesn't work. Yep. Ever really do, just spam consume. Fair. Made an alt into the lore walking until you got 2x, item level 120 weapons. You're now leveling 10 to 80. Fair enough. I mean, I would imagine that it is faster. Like, if I was just trying to do, like, speed leveling and that was an actual thing, yeah, it makes sense. But what I'm trying to do is, like, obviously do testing. It would definitely be better than having an agi weapon on, but we'll make do. Sethless coming to Season 2? Wait. Oh no. If they are updating it, that might be the case. I hope not. I mean, there's no way Blizzard is dumb enough to add Temple of Sethless back into the game. Like, I feel like that would just be a surefire way to have one of the worst Mythic Plus seasons of all time. I really hope not, but you are right. It is suspicious that it's mysteriously changed. God. Devourer looks, or is kind of fun at max, but it looks boring while leveling. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of specs that are not very fun while leveling, so... I'm not, like, overly judging it or anything like that. It is just unfortunate that, like, yeah, this early process is slow, and, like, I mean, time-walking dungeons are just not good. The literal only reason we're doing this is for the XP buff. Because obviously that will boost the rest of the process.
Immolation Aura. Okay. Isn't that... Soul... Okay, that replaces Immolation Aura. Wait, also... Oh, I have Void Blade, and I just never added it to my bars. I guess that would have been good. I was missing a button this entire time. Oops. My damage breakdown look like? It's mostly just consume. Fair enough. As soon as you have the buff, how are you going to continue to level? Just following my standard guide. If you're new and you don't know my leveling guide, then check out my YouTube channel. Because yeah, this is Twitch, right? So my YouTube channel should be linked to my channel somewhere, and just go to my videos and you'll see my War Within 1 to 80 leveling guide. Well, it was my War Within 1 to 70 leveling guide, but now that the scaling changes have happened, War Within 1 to 70 is now Midnight 1 to 80. And if you've never watched my leveling guide before, you're in luck because, well, I'd like to think they're really good, and the vast majority of people seem to agree. So I'm just going to be following the route in there. Same exact thing. Yeah, the stats in this are way better, huh? I'll hold on to this for now. What happened? Roll check. One of you... Yeah, two of you guys are queuing as healer only, so one of you has to go DPS. I don't think I've ever looked out at the backdrop here. Pretty cool. You're new and found it? Awesome. Yeah. Leveling guides are like kind of my thing, and I think you'll find them helpful. No TVC leveling guides, no. I don't really cover Classic. The first Classic expansion where I started actually making leveling guides is Cataclysm Classic. And then, I mean, I have a guide for Moth Classic, but it's basically prior to Cataclysm, it's just so different that my knowledge base really only starts from, like, Cataclysm onwards. I still had to do a lot of testing on, like, Cataclysm Classic to find the fastest route there, and there actually are some notable differences from my retail route and like my Classic or Cataclysm and my Cataclysm to Moth guides. So it's not exactly the same, but it really helps when like I already am familiar with the general like good Cataclysm revamp zones, but there's so much different in like the base vanilla game. So basically, think about it this way. There's already so many good, like, dedicated Classic guides for people who, like, that is their main gameplay. Vanilla TVC Wrath. And that is, like, the main thing that they've dedicated their entire life to, like, perfecting. And the amount of time that it would take me to just get to, like, a comparable knowledge level to those people, it just wouldn't be worth it. Just to make a guide that would, like, match them. But, like, Cataclysm onwards, there were significantly less people who were familiar with that era of leveling. And considering I already had, like, a lot of overlapping knowledge there, I figured it was worth it to do the research required. And, I mean, my mock guides have been doing very well. They're consistently getting views ever since I published them. And the Cataclysm guide did well, so it was definitely worth it for me to do that. But yeah, I just would not really be able to make those super old guides. I still, like, enjoy Classic. I've still played it. But I have a pretty high standard for myself when it comes to, like, making guides. I'm not just gonna, like, throw out some slop. If I make a guide, it's because I would consider myself genuinely one of the most knowledgeable people on the subject. And I know for a fact I am not that for Classic leveling. Ow! Holy shit! Okay. I got wombo comboed by the bird. I know, right? Fortunate thing about YouTube is you lose money by having standards. You look at, like, a lot of the bigger WoW YouTubers, and they'll put out a guide on fucking anything. There's a reason it took me, like, a month and a half to finish my remix leveling guide. I think, objectively speaking, it's pretty safe to say that I am probably the most knowledgeable person in the world about Legion remix leveling. I think that's maybe a little bit fair. And yet, multiple bigger YouTubers put out a guide literally week 1. I took a month and a half. Because it wasn't until a month and a half where I felt confident enough in my information to post the video. And I probably lost a lot of viewers because of it, but it is what it is. Careful here, by the way, because I'm pretty sure we're... Yeah, this is going to be rough. Because we have the scaling from, like, all the bosses, right? We don't have an allied boss? Oh, no, we do have an allied boss. Okay. Interesting. We didn't have to do the special event. How to level from 1 to 80 in only 2 hours as Alliance? Yes, that's the video. Basically, so... the general route from War Within to Midnight has not changed at all. So I still have to update that stuff, but the important thing for leveling like that is the route, like the quests that you follow, the zones that you go in. That's what matters. And the best quests, the best zones, that has not changed at all. At some point, obviously, I will make an updated guide, but everything in that guide will still be accurate. The only thing is, like, some of the exact levels that you may see are going to be slightly different now because of the level changes, but you can still follow the entire thing from start to finish, and it will get you to max level faster than anything else. It's just that now it's spread across 10 to 70, or 10 to 80 instead of 10 to 70 for Chromie time. And 1 to 10 is, like, virtually unchanged, I think. And then there's also a Horde guide. If you're Horde. Or accurate, Adaris is spamming that shit in Soul Hunters. Fair. So you can shift through invisible walls. Okay, that's kind of nice to know. Shift feels like just a better Infernal Strike, honestly. Also, Goose. I might kill this mob, but just a heads up, I have threat on something back here. Okay, I killed it. Is it? It's 100 Fury for that. Does Void Ray actually do any? Void Ray hits like fucking nothing. Considering how long it takes to charge up Void Ray, it does very little damage. It's probably still worth like the singular button press and small channel compared to like just spamming consume, I think. But I don't even know. It doesn't do that much, that's for sure. Honestly, on single target, I don't even know if that's worth it compared to just pressing consume. On AoE, sure. Consumes 443. Wait, what the heck? Okay, yeah, so Immolation Aura is not even worth pressing until you get Soul Immolation. I'll pass, I already have that one. How much does this do? 380? Void Blade. Void Blade's not even worth pressing. I'm guessing there's like talents later on that have like special effects on Void Blade. As of right now, yeah, so now Soul Immolation is worth it. Let's do that. Big Cultier and Refine, yeah. You say that, but they added Grimbatol. Hot take, Grimbatol wasn't that bad outside of the way that it's scaled into higher keys. After the fixes, I did not mind Grimbatol as like a +10. The only problem with Grimbatol is, as far as I know, I did not really push that high that season, but I think it was like never really tuned properly for like some of the scaling could fuck you. But that was less of a Grimbatol issue, because they fixed a lot of the major problems with Grimbatol. I was very skeptical. It could have been a lot worse. So the bigger issues with Grimbatol was nothing specific to the original version of the dungeon. Ow, 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 ow. Oh my god, I'm at literally 1 HP. And it more just had to do with, like, the changes that they made. They never scaled it properly. Which, like, that could happen with literally any dungeon. You're good. Don't worry, Goose. Wish I had healing pots. That would certainly make this easier. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's unfortunate. I do some, like, fancy shit. Ah! Glide? Spacebar? Hello? Why is my glide not working? My glide is bugged! What the... Of all the times for my glide to bug out and not fucking activate, hello? That's crazy. This game's so fucking shit, man. Hello? I swear, I'm pressing... Okay, there we go. Now it works. That would have been so fucking cool. Okay, a Goose says his glide is bugging too. Alright, I'm not crazy. I was like, I was gonna do a fucking glide past the railing. Oh, man. The game just had to choose that time to make me look like a fucking idiot. Update has a lot of bugs, yeah. Ain't that the truth? I guess if we just kill him fast enough, we don't need to actually deal with it. Oh, Demon Hunter. Hey Uchiha Cloaky. Let's see ya. Yeah, see, now my glide's not working, look. Just randomly disables itself. That's what it is. Whoa! Stacked, huh? Let's do it again. Oh, no, okay. It's all good. Reap and Void Blade stop mattering when you get Void Ray. I mean, I have Void Ray, and it's still not very good. I'm guessing there's some, like, later talents I get that make it actually worth pressing. It seems like it does okay damage on, like, high targets, but right now on single target, the damage is not there. Just, like, fair. That's the case for a lot of low-level stuff. Yeah, like, it did okay there when there's, like, however many targets. Was doing glide hotfixes just to fuck with you. Do you know if you complete Mage Tower and Druid as Feral, if it'll give you the Fell Bear? I don't think so. But I mean, from what I've heard, Mage Tower on literally any spec is face roll easy with current tuning, so worth trying. Nothing bugs you more than a YouTuber's guide is just them reading the Wowhead article or some crap? Exactly. There are a few YouTubers I know of who literally that is their entire job. They just regurgitate other sources for information. Whenever somebody else does something, they are the first to throw it on their channel as well. I'm sure some of you guys know exactly who I'm talking about, but obviously I'm not going to name. It's also not one person, right? There's multiple channels that do that. But I know them all. At least all of the notable ones. And every time I see it, I wonder, why do people watch this shit, man? Probably just don't know any better. Oh shit. Thankfully that didn't, like, burst. One's next. This one. Oh, shit, I'm hitting the wrong one. Nothing grinds your gears worse than someone reading words per word Wowhead post this video. Yeah, the Wowhead patch note reading things are like the most low effort, like, but common content that I see.
I think the thing is, if you're going to make a video talking about, like, a news topic, like, the one time I think I've ever covered something that, like, technically Wowhit made an article about was, like, Chromie time scaling changes. And I made, like, a 2-minute video. I forget when this was, but I remember I made, like, a 2-minute video talking about, like, some important Chromie time scaling changes. Because I thought, like, obviously it's relevant for all this stuff on my channel. And instead of just reading the entire blue post, I just said, like, here are the important bits that you need to know. Here's how this will affect the guides, basically. And that was, like, one of the extremely rare cases where I, like, oh my god, I did a blue post reading. But obviously there's a specific reason for that. But some people will literally, anytime Wowhead posts, like, an article, there's, like, new patch notes. They'll make a video on it. I feel like certain people, like Dratnos, for instance, I think can get away with that. Because Dratnos, I think, will usually cover patch notes that are, like, more relevant. And as far as I know, he tends to add, like, some insight. I don't really watch his videos, but historically I've seen Dratnos as, like, a fairly knowledgeable person. But, you know, if you are, like, a high-level player, and you're reading, like, patch note changes about, like, high-level content, like, yeah, that makes sense. Is it technically still low-effort content? Sure. But do I necessarily, like, fault Dratnos for making videos like that? No. That's not, like, what I'm talking about. It's the people who, like, literally are pure casuals, have, like, nothing to offer in terms of information, and they're, yeah, like you said, just reading Wowhead articles, like, word for word. That's the stuff that, honestly, could not have said it better, grinds my gears. Because it's just like, yeah, you know, that is literally just slop content. There is no added informational value of, like, hey, this is a knowledgeable source giving, like, their insight on top of the news, kind of thing. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, Dratnos is, like, a good example. I still don't love that genre of content in general, is what I'm trying to say, but my point is, like, if you're gonna do it, like, the way Dratnos goes about it, like, that's kind of, I think, the proper way to do it if it has to be done at all. Another thing that kind of slightly different, but still same general idea, is the people who do... It's a lot of times it's the same channels. The people who do the Mythic Plus recap videos. And it's literally just, let's go on Raider.io and see, like, what the comps are for the top keys, and just read that off. As if people can't just, like, open Raider.io themselves and just, like, literally look at what the top specs and the top keys are. Mythic Plus analysis for week fucking 58 of the season. The same teams that have been meta for the entire fucking season are still meta. Hit like and subscribe. I will neither confirm or deny what I saw in party chat. Yeah, the scaling on this is definitely better.
How is this possible? My ancestors defeated you ages ago.
Get a video of the patch notes and then just beeline for their mains changes and ignore the rest. Well, I guess I can't even think of any examples of that. I haven't, like, seen videos of, like, that particular example. But I would actually argue, let's say, because there are some YouTubers out there, right, for who example, like, only cover one spec, and, like, their entire thing is, like, they are the person who you go to if you want, like, shaman information or, like, warrior information, and, like, their entire thing is, you know, guides on that particular spec. If that is your entire thing, then making a patch note covering of just the changes for your spec and talking about, like, how that will impact that spec, a little bit more understandable. It's kind of like how I made a video once about, like, the chromie time changes, because my main thing is leveling. So that was, like, relevant for the guides. Now, if it was like, you know, you're a shaman content creator and shamans get a 4% damage buff, and you make, like, a 20-minute video about, like, how will this 4% damage buff change shamans? Well, that's, like, a different story. But if there's, like, actual, like, major hotfixes to your spec, and you want to make a video about that, I'd say that's probably understandable, but... Yeah, I think Zorthus is a name that I'm aware of who usually makes, like, good content. I don't remember... I think he does Shaman? But I don't know enough about him to say. But the few times I have seen his name mentioned, it's been alongside reputable stuff. So that's probably a good example. He is Shaman? Okay, cool. And I've seen some, like, resources that he's put out, not, like, videos per se, that have been pretty good, so. Generally would consider him, from my limited knowledge, to be one of the better ones. Listen, you can't read, and that's why you need a YouTuber to read it to you? That probably is their target audience, pretty much, yeah. Worst dungeon you ever done M+ in? I hated Sethralist more, but this was a close second, for sure. I did not like this one. Also, I haven't spent talents. What if you read it in a funny voice? Maybe there's a market for that. What if you, like, inhale helium and then read patch notes or something? Do to get the boss to summon? We just run here? Yeah, okay. Starts the roleplay. Oh my goodness! I did not see those below the stairs. I'm on my way. Can I gun shoes in here? You can gun shoes in here? Oh shit. One hour and only level 17. Well, yeah, I knew you can mount, but I figured gun shoes would be disabled inside instances. I guess not. Alt tab for 1 second and I die. See, that's the problem. You should have been watching. The moment you looked away, I died. Correlation equals causation.
You going crazy or do Outlaw Rogues have no need for Slice and Dice? Slice and Dice is, assuming it's still the same as it used to be, search your spellbook for a passive called Cut to the Chase. They may have changed the name or something in prepatch, but it used to be, yeah, take Slice and Dice off bars. It used to be that there's a buff called Cut to the Chase that's like one of your main spenders auto-applies the Slice and Dice buff to your character. I don't know if it's still called Cut to the Chase, but that is, I think, what it used to be called. But honestly, that's been one of my biggest complaints with, like, a lot of their spec design historically. They do stuff like that, but they don't clearly communicate it through tooltips. So I remember the first time I was trying to figure out Rogue, like, I knew instinctively that that was the case, that you didn't need to apply Slice and Dice, just because, like, I had seen enough rogues playing the spec that I knew it was no longer a part of their playstyle. And I knew that it was, like, a passive buff. But I remember when I was trying to learn it, I wanted to understand, okay, what is it that is applying Slice and Dice to my character? And it took a surprisingly long amount of time for me to figure out what was applying the buff, because it's not well communicated in-game. Yep. Alright, there we go. So it is still the same thing. That's good to know. Spend my talent points, huh? Well, definitely consume damage. And... like that. Do I have kick? When do I get kick? Okay, so now consume just does, like, almost as much damage as reap. There's, like, literally no reason to even press Void Ray currently. Shit. Am I dead? Oh. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Welcome, Brother Pike. You have arrived just in time to witness our victory.
Quickly, heroes! Stop them before the fleet is lost!
Not speccing into int is honestly the healer way. Yeah, true. I guess this might be worth it on 2 targets. Hard to say. Wait. I just read solo. Wait. It does the damage to yourself. Wait, why am I pressing this shit? I thought this was Inflation Aura. I thought this was just like a reskinned ammo aura that it does pulsing damage to other targets. Dude, what the fuck is the spec? I'm guessing that, like, the soul fragments are probably going to be an important resource later on. Like, doesn't that fuel your main, like, big explosion thingy? But I don't even have that yet, so right now they're just dog shit. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so at the moment, it's just... It keeps you in meta longer? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I figured there's no way it's, like, a useless spell, but right now, it's a pretty useless spell. Oh boy. It's killing me. Oh, it's just ramping damage. Devourer's dog shit spec in pre-patch. You don't even want to use the star in single target? Really? Yeah, I've heard it's a little bit janky at the moment, which is, like, to be expected to a certain extent. I mean, like, when Havoc first came out, it was basically a one-button spec. They have trouble kind of tuning the specs when they first release them. So. It's a mid-class right now. I mean, I'm very curious to see if that stays, though. Because I feel like there's no way that Blizzard lets it not be at least a one-of in the Race to World First, for instance. That would just be such a weird situation if that happens. And, like, when I'm trying to think about, like, potential tank comps, it's, like, I'm almost banking on Demon Hunter buff being covered, and then kind of working backwards from there. If Vengeance is, like, required for Race to World First, or, like, just even general tank comps, I guess, like, for most guilds, you almost certainly won't need to have Vengeance, because, like, somebody in your guild's gonna be playing Devourer, right? But I guess so, specifically for Race to World First, I'd be curious to see if that is, like, a thing. Devourer would somehow not be played. Need to go unlock Void Elf DH. Yeah, I think it's like a questline in Koresh. I already completed most of it for the rep early on, and then there's just a short quest afterwards. Thing for your guild is that it gets rid of a melee for a range true. That's actually kind of nice for a lot of people.
We must return to the sea, and Queen Ashara will grant us the power to do so. For the last time, join me or die.
Are there any other consumes I can use? I can use Ghost Elixir soon. I'll put that on my bars. I guess there's literally no point for me to even use Soul Immolation. How's the scaling on the orbs? Will this actually... Okay, it does actually break it. Figured there was a chance scaling was not good. Like, with this kind of stuff, there's a good chance it either one-shots me through the shield, or it doesn't do enough damage to break the shield. But it actually works, so that's good. You want to test Vengeance? I've heard only good things about Vengeance, which is nice. Like, at some point in the distant future, I will eventually return to Vengeance Demon Hunter, probably. Because I've heard enough good things about it. But I'm not even going to worry about it right now, just because, like, I have enough stuff on my plate, like prepping different tanks. And frankly, I still think Bear looks good. So. We'll see. Feel like all the class redesign pruning is balanced around level 90? Oh yeah, for sure. None of this stuff is ever balanced around the levels. You enjoy Vengeance? Nice. I know what I forgot swim speed potions. Ah. It's not a big deal.
Remove its influence from the shrine.
Also, Hunter Angel, I saw your earlier question about, like, Panda versus Legion Remix. I am planning to answer that. I forgot to actually address it, because it's a good question. I read that, and I'm like, oh, that's a good topic for, like, rambling about after we're done with this, and I'm just, like, brain off questing mode, and I just have a long thing to ramble about. And yeah, I appreciate you guys helping with the dungeons. We're done after this particular one, because I have the buff stacked up. But I appreciate you helping. So, perfect timing, man. But yeah, I do have some thoughts on Panda versus Mop Remix. Or, Mop versus Legion Remix. For sure. Yeah, that's crazy damage, the meteors. Nope, it's 4 stacks. You get up to 15%, and the 4th stack gives you the 30%. Not having a kick here is actually really fucked. Like, don't they full heal if the cast goes off? So if you had a full group of people who aren't high enough level to get their kick, that would be bad. I have this one already, right? Yeah, I think I went ahead and farmed all this stuff at some point. Your spells have a chance to grant you 40 crit for 15 seconds. That's not bad. It's like not bad at all. Alright, yeah, there we go. 3 hours, 30% buff. GG's, thank you guys for the help. Now we quest. Am I walking high M plus keys? What does that mean? I guess I may as well do the Legion intro just so that I can finish getting to 20, and then I can turn on war mode before we really sink our teeth into the rest. Yeah, that's not bad. Are you asking, am I doing Mythic Classic right now on the stream? I don't think that scales, Goose. I'm pretty sure it's still level 80. I appreciate it, though. Okay, Voidblade actually does relevant damage now with that talent. That's good to know. Huh, that's weird. Okay, that's good. Definitely this. I'm just looking at the other stuff. I mean, those are Those are okay, I suppose. But yeah, Beckon, that's actually quite nice. You just do a big combo. Boop, boop. Reap into consume. Go there. Yeah, Citros, if you could clarify your question, I can try to answer. I'm not sure I understand. Sorry. That's flat haste. I'll keep my heirlooms on me. I'll keep double checking to see when the scaling is good. This is what? 13? This is basically the same. I'm just going to put this on now before I forget. And as for the rings, this is 17. This is 19. But this has my enchant, so... So yeah, like, even dungeon gear gets outpaced pretty soon. Oh, and just in general? Yeah. I don't do, like, super-duper high-end M+. That's never really been my thing, but... My, outside of, obviously, like, the leveling guides and stuff, which, that's, like, mostly for YouTube, it's also just kind of like a side hobby. The main thing that I play this game for is Mythic rating. And even if your main goal is Mythic rating, you have to do Mythic Plus in order to get, what's it called? In order to get gear. So there's, like, a lot of important stuff that you need to get out of dungeons, so... Like, I do 12s and stuff to get gear and vaults, to farm crests, etc. And then every now and then I'll push up to, like, 14 or 15 if, like, my friends are doing that and I feel like it.
Hello. See you later.
My favorite healer. Favorite healer to have with? So, like, as a tank, who is my favorite healer to be healed by? Or, like, what is my favorite healer to play? I should also note, by the way, all of my opinions are going to be prior to pre-patch, right? Because a lot of stuff just changed with the pre-patch. So, a lot of specs play differently now compared to how they did, like, even just a week ago. As a tank to get healed by a healer. Honestly, so yeah, that, it really doesn't matter. The thing about tanking is current day tanks are, by and large, very self-sufficient. So, a healer's main job in Mythic Plus is to heal, like, the party members, not, like, the tank. The tank generally, like, they still need to keep their eye on the tank, right? But it's not like, a top concern. So, other than, like, very specific situations, like, there's sometimes when, like, Disc Priest synergizes, like, well with a particular tank. Resto Druid historically has done pretty well with, like, Brewmaster Monk, but, like, that's only ever so slightly min-maxy compared to the other healers. Generally speaking, you don't really notice it. And, like, a Blood DK, you literally don't need a healer. Most other tanks, you really don't notice the differences between healers. If anything, like, when it comes down to what tank and healer you're running, a lot of it comes down to utility. Just which one is better, or, like, group buffs, right? So, like, a lot of times, Priest ends up being the meta healer. Historically, I don't know what it is at this exact moment. But, like, Disc Priest, Holy Priest, have generally been pretty good for a while. And then your tank spot is, like, flexible, usually, but... Like, for instance, sometimes if Resto Druid is good, which I think Resto Druid is pretty good this season, well, then that kind of hurts Bear's potential, because then you'd be bringing 2 different Druids, so you're not getting an extra buff. That matters infinitely more than, like, what healer feels better for tanks. And generally speaking, the more important thing is which healer is better for the group. Like, Disc Priests have really good burst healing, so they can keep squishy DPS alive in case of, like, burst damage. Tanks are generally self-sufficient. The only exception is, like, in rare cases, there are dungeons where at really high levels you need externals. So... since somebody mentioned Grim Batol earlier, it's on my mind. Grim Batol, which was a dungeon in the first season of War Within, the final boss hit really fucking hard. Final boss was like, had a
big tank buster. And so I'm just looking at messages real fast. Pit of Sauron, Algathar, and Seat. Oh, this is what you guys were talking about earlier. Okay. Yeah, so, like, that boss hit you really hard, and some tanks could survive every tank buster, but, like, other tanks that are more cooldown reliant didn't have a cooldown for every single one. If they didn't have a cooldown, they couldn't live. So those tanks really struggled without, like, a healer that had an external. So, like, Blessing of Sacrifice, Pain Suppression, that kind of thing. But, I mean, even something like, you know, Resto Shaman using their Spirit Link as, like, a tank external can work in cases like that, but generally speaking, those are very rare cases, and frankly, the meta tanks that season were able to live it regardless. They were not concerned about it. It's some of the off-meta tanks struggled without access to specific healers. Oh, that's level 30, right? Let's do... Just get all this sorted now. So I don't need to worry about it. Did you know you can buy Myth and Hero Track Warglaives for gold at the moment? Wait, really? Where? I did not know that.
What can I do for you? Light be with you. Well met.
I'm curious how difficult the open world scaling here is going to feel. I have a feeling that this is not going to be very difficult, but yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. Also, since Void Ray struggles with like high targets, there's definitely a case made of like you just play around it. Oh my god, yeah. Devourer is kind of paper. At the very least, you're good at kiting. Okay. Only kind of good at kiting. Alright, yeah, so you're not a tank, that's for sure. But you gotta try for science. Always worth. Especially because, like, I lose, like, what, food buff or something. Refresh that easily. I could probably still pull a decent amount of mobs, and, like, I tried to face tank there for too long. If I kind of do a slight kite around in circles and, like, Vengeful Retreat when they all get close, I could probably kite them for a fairly extended period of time. Wowhead just posted? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's definitely a bug. That is 100% a bug. I'm very surprised Wowhead actually posted that. They usually don't post, like, blatant exploits like that. It's weird, because obviously that's, like, an oversight on Blizzard's end, but that's the type of thing that they will 100% ban people for abusing. If you buy one by accident, I don't think you will necessarily get banned, but, like... This case, I think it's innocent enough that the chance of them doing anything about it is low. I'm more surprised that Wowhead did something. That's kind of crazy. You have to have at least completed a 12 Floodgate. That makes sense. Do my souls, like, heal me at all? The healing from the souls is really bad. I feel like they really fucked some sort of scaling with healing effects. Like, these souls give fuck all for health. 47 health is like a drop in the bucket. Like, aren't they supposed to be percentage-based? And then, like, health pots, obviously, are fucked.
So I just have really bad self-sustain because of this. Which is a bummer. The fact that that barely doesn't kill is really unfortunate. Guess I can eat this. Does this scale? Yeah, okay, it does scale slightly to versatility now. It's something, I suppose. Will the pre-patch event be good for leveling? I do not think it will affect leveling at all, no. I have not heard anything about it. I have not tested it, so I can't say for sure. But as far as I'm aware, there's nothing in it for leveling. This does such pitiful damage. It's actually crazy. Like, for a fully charged ability, the damage on that is not okay. That's so low. That is really bad. I don't know if it's just, like, it's reliant on so many modifiers that it's just not good right now. And, like, it did okay damage because it's hitting 4 targets, but, like, keep in mind, like, as Havoc, I-Beam on that instantly deletes all of those, guaranteed. Like, I-Beam fucks at low levels on Havoc.
You need something?
I can go pick these quests up.
How are you? What can I do for you?
At least, honestly, this PvP talent actually makes Devourer so much better, though. Like, this thing, right? The instant cast consume after, that is really nice. It's interesting because they've actually taken out a lot of really nice PvP talents for other specs, I've noticed. Which is a bit of a shame. Because that was one kind of nice thing about War Mode. I don't love War Mode existing. But it was cool that, like, if you enabled it, you got some, like, other neat effects. So it's cool that they've at least added some new stuff. Jesus Christ, though. This is... I feel very unsafe right now. 4-hide leggings. I'm not gonna vendor that just in case it's, like, good transmog or something. There's a lot of cool PvP talents, that's why... And you're like, why is this PvP only? Yeah.
Well met.
True.
You need something?
You need to lurk for a while, work meetings, good stream, catch up later. No problem. Good luck with your meetings. I will answer your question at some point, because it's definitely the previous one about Legion versus Mob. I'm trying to catch up in chat. I like to save those questions where I'm like, yeah, that's a good thing that I can ramble about. Where, like, I've fully caught up in chat, and there's, like, nothing going on in game, and I just feel like rambling about something. And that's definitely a good contender for that type of topic. So I know for a fact I have a lot to say. Let me back to... Recently only bought Midnight, so you've been trying to understand housing. Endeavors make 0 sense to you. I don't know if somebody else, like, since you sent that, explained Endeavors. From what I know about Endeavors, it's like...
this kind of group-wide, like across your entire neighborhood, effort to add like decorations and stuff. And then there's also like little activities that you can personally complete to get more housing experience and unlock certain decor items, I think. Admittedly, I have not played around with it a ton myself, either on the beta or now, but that is like my general understanding of how it works. Should be a rare mob over here, because I'm seeing all the rares are up. Yep. Chest in this area? Worth checking. There can also be chests, I believe, at the Murloc area. So I'm gonna... I'm not seeing any chests, though. Nothing seems to be there. Let me go, I'll kill 4. If you never pick up the Void Meta talent, you will learn the Void Meta ability at 20 and can stay in Void Meta for basically ever, as it doesn't do the Fury Drain ability? What? Really? Wait, you're right. It does automatically. Wait, what? Oh, dude. Small indie company for real. Wait, how does this work, though? Like, that's not possible, right? Because I need to spend enough talent points to get this. I won't be able to access the rest of my talents. I guess for now, it technically works. Dude, that is so weird. How many souls do I need? 50 soul fragments? Well, like, if I fly away, I lose my soul fragments, right? The spec is like beans for leveling. Or is it just like you have to have consumed them over a period of time? It looks like it's just you have to have consumed them. Okay, then that's... Sure. Havoc had the old momentum build when it first came out? Yeah. You have a feeling RSI will be a major thing for most people in Midnight? What's RSI?
How are you? Safe travel. Good day to you.
Have you had the chance to test out the Midnight pre-patch event? I have not. No.
You need something?
I have not heard any mention of it for leveling, though. The time walking runs were helpful for you. That's good. You didn't expect Elwyn Forest to be a part of the speedrun? Elwyn Forest has been a part of my route for a long, long time. Elwyn Forest has very good quests. I mean, just look, the quest density here is pretty good. There's a lot of rare mobs, a lot of chests. It's a pretty good zone. Even without the rare mobs and chests, it's good, but obviously, if you're in a position where you know for a fact that nobody else is here and you can take advantage of the rare mobs and chests, then it's even better. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright. Fuck. The spec is so squishy. I wouldn't risk it, Chori. They're probably gonna fix the
the glaive thing, even if you are able to buy it. Sometimes there's a chest in here. Oh, fucking hit it. What? Okay. Thank you, game. Oh my god. Trying to dragon ride around like dense trees is so annoying. At the very least, the flap upwards doesn't cost any vigor anymore. That's actually quite nice.
Hey there.
At 25, you get basically locked into it. Interesting. I mean, the problem is, though, like, I can't imagine it's very good. Oh, look at this amazing quest reward. 5 minor healing potions. Yummy, 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 yummy. 0 HP restoration. Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you. Ah. But yeah, like, I've fought how many mobs, and I haven't gotten anything remotely decent. Or, like, in terms of souls, like 50 soul fragments. By the time that I'm actually able to activate this, I'm going to kill, like, 1 mob, and then it's going to expire before I fight the next mob. Stuff like this is just really terrible for leveling. Any mechanic like that requires extensive ramp-up time. It's why, like, upfront damage procs and burst and stuff is always the better option. You think a naked priest is... I mean, priests are tanky as hell. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And at least they can actually heal themselves. Alright, whack him with my agility weapon. There we go. I can't believe I actually need to do this. I cannot believe this is actually a thing that I am doing. I genuinely think that I'm going to need to start weaving Recuperate in between pulls. That's how bad the survivability is. I mean, if it works, it works, but, like, God. Dragonflight healing potions actually say they give -0? That's crazy. How's the spec feeling so far? Not good. I mean, I can safely say at this point, like, already, this is a very bad leveling spec. Like, very bad. Especially at low levels. Some specs that are very bad at low levels end up being okay for, like, new expansion leveling if their kit functions really well at a higher level. So I don't want to be like, oh, you shouldn't do day 1 expansion leveling with this just yet. That might be the case, I don't know. But this is, without a doubt, worse than both Vengeance and Havoc for low levels. Not even close. Do heirlooms scale as bad as it seems? Not really. A lot of people were asking that. Like, obviously, the heirloom scaling is bad, but I think a lot of people are, like, freaking out about heirloom scaling and not realizing that, like, heirloom scaling has been fucked for a while. And from everything that I've seen, the heirloom scaling is, like, as bad as I would have expected it to be, given the historical, like, changes from War Within. I don't really think that, that the level squish broke anything. I think heirloom scaling has just been kind of bad for a while now, and they just haven't changed it. But I'm not noticing that it's, like, especially worse than I recall. At least it's 1-to-1 on live beta is horrendous. I don't know. I mean, it depends on horrendous, but that's the thing. A lot of people have been telling me
like in chat and even before this stream, that like, oh my god, the heirloom scaling is so bad. And like, it's not good, don't get me wrong, but you know, is it worth running heirlooms still? Yeah. I noticed you lost all your soul fragments when you picked a talent. Yeah, I mean, this... I think Void Metamorphosis is probably just trash. Server shut down on Europe. You guys are probably getting the patch that we got earlier today, like right around when I started my stream. I believe that. Probably should have set my Hearthstone before.
See you later.
What you're saying is level 20 Twink Devourers will be big. I think a good level 20 Twink will kill anything long before you're even able to get all those souls. Come on. Talents aren't better than perma increased damage. You could go higher. The talents aren't better than perma increased. Well, I mean, is it perma increased damage though? I guess the real question is, if this bug causes you to stay permanently in your meta form even after like moving and stuff, then maybe. I guess I'll try it. We'll see. I'll activate it and see like how long it persists. But it would have to be a literal permanent buff to make it worth using. What's making my consumes instant cast? PvP talent. Very, very, very good. This is like the best part about Devourer so far, this PvP passive. Yeah, I mean, that is how it goes for a lot of specs. They have a really broken War Mode talent, which is one of the many reasons to enable War Mode. You're able to fly around and turn in quests and everything. It dropped whenever you picked a talent. So whenever you leveled up and selected a talent, that's when you lost the effect? Which I guess, if I'm sticking with this, then in theory, you should. Alright, let's test it. Okay, so what do I get from being in this form? Enhanced. Call. I mean, I guess it's just it buffs the damage of them. Void Ray reduces your Fury Drain, deals increased damage. Okay. I guess it really depends on what the actual, like, raw numbers on the damage increases are. Like, it definitely seems like it's doing more damage. But it's not like I'm one-shotting everything, right? Nice, we got a chest. It's good damage, I'll give you that. With this bug, it definitely seems like, at least for the next few levels, this is probably better than whatever I'd get for my talent points. There's nothing good in the class tree that would be worth spending points on.
And Spectre, I don't remember. I glanced at it before, but I don't recall there being anything amazing. Your mastery is also doubled? Well, I mean, like, I don't have that much mastery. Yeah, the I-beam is definitely, I don't know what's up with that. There has to be some sort of, like, damage modifier at higher levels that makes it not shit, because right now it feels like shit. It does not feel good. I just realized I set my Hearthstone earlier. I meant to remember to do that. Fuck off. What's the bug that causes Furi not to decay? I guess, like, you automatically get the ability at level 20, and if you don't talent into it, the Furi decay is not applied. Devourer is topping the damage meters at max level, really? I mean, it persists through, like, Hearthstone, so that's something. It's probably worth it for now. I assume that this thing is just disabled while I'm mounted. Are there any rare mobs that I haven't killed that I can't get? Actually, while I fly here, I can fly along the shore and check for rares here. Right, yeah, so that's bad. Bad. That's actually pretty good, but it's okay. That's good. That would be good, I guess, having another AoE ability, because right now I'm very limited. So when I'm eventually able to spend stuff, the problem is, so how many points would I need? I want this, Reap gains an additional charge, and then I want this. I think, like, what, level like 35-ish is probably when I have enough talent points to get, like, all of the good stuff. At that point, it's probably worth, like, dropping this bug. Am I taking Armor of Souls? I mean, I'm probably going to take that as my next one, but the instant cast Consume is, like, really good damage. Right now, that is hard carrying my damage, so I don't think it would be worth it to drop it. Double mastery, that's like a +5 increase. Yeah, exactly. Good to see you, Pixelina. You're level 65 and you rather have no talents and permanent void meta? Really? I guess it's hard to tell, like, how much... Because, I mean, if I saw the exact numbers on, like, how much of a damage increase this was... Because this is, what, like, 10% damage? I would imagine that it's buffing Consume by more than 10%. The second charge of Reap is nice, but that's probably not enough to justify this. I don't really have a frame of reference for how good Hungering Slash should be, but, like, all of these other talents feel completely worthless. This stuff is good for, like, mobility and whatnot, but it's not that important. Do I think Shaman is going to be a good class to main as a pure DPS player? So, okay. I'll give you two answers. One answer is the crystal ball answer, which is, like, there's no way to know. So I think it's never really a good idea to ask, like, is XYZ good? Because tuning is, like, very subject to change. So that is just a very generic question. Anything can look good or bad right now, and it could very easily change by the time the raids or, you know, dungeons come out. So that I would not use as a frame of reference.
specifically for Shaman, I gotta be honest, is it a good option for a pure DPS player? No. If we're talking like outside of tuning specific stuff, generally stuff, first, disclaimer, play whatever the hell you want, right? If you think Shaman's fun, play Shaman. Don't be like, but I need to play the meta. Like, you are going to be the best at whatever you have the most fun playing. People always make the mistake of like, I'm going to chase the meta spec. For years and years and years, I just played the spec that I thought was the most fun, and I was really, really, really fucking good at it. And then eventually, when I started getting into like higher end guilds, they were like, hey, we'd like you to play like this other tank that's like, that matches our comp. And then I started doing that, right? But, you know, when you're rank 1 in the world, or like I was consistently top 10 for Vengeance Demon Hunter for a very, very long time when it was not very good. I still got invited to guilds and stuff, and I still kept climbing. Now, admittedly, I also play Brewmaster, which has always been very good. So that made it a little bit easier to stomach when I'm just like, hey, I mostly play Vengeance. But if you're really, really, really good at something, even if most people consider it to be bad, they won't give a shit. So I'm not saying Shaman's going to be good or bad. If your heart is with Shaman, play Shaman. That's the most important bit. That sounds like corny, but it's genuine advice. Genuine advice. People constantly burn themselves out playing something that they think is meta, that they don't actually like or are good at, or whatever, and then they perform worse. Some of the best players I've ever played with have been on, like, suboptimal specs, and they'll absolutely demolish the damage charts, and they'll be, like, rank 1 in our guild, and, you know, getting constant rank 1 parses, because they're just so fucking good at that one spec that they care about it enough to, like, optimize the hell out of their damage. But, that being said, if we are talking from a perspective of, historically speaking, has Shaman been a good option? Frankly, no. And that is purely from a, like, historical angle of, like, is this a reliable pick? If your only metric is, like, is this a good way to get, like, raid spots and stuff? Historically, no. Does that mean that you shouldn't play it? No. But, like, Shaman has, generally speaking, been a one-of. Like, one of the specs is good, and that is the only one that gets brought for that tier, and then, like, people will bring that spec as a one-of for Shaman buff, at least in War Within, right? Since we've gotten Sky Fury. Before that, there were times when Shaman didn't even get brought. And there have been tiers where Shaman was really good, but then there's also been tiers where it's not, and then it just doesn't get brought at all. But if you want to talk, like, historically, these specs have been, like, multiple brought. If, like, your only goal is, I want to make sure that I get a raid spot, which shouldn't necessarily be your goal, but if it is, Warlock is usually one of the best options. Mage is also historically one of the best options, that kind of thing. Like, you're very likely to find some raid spot if you play those. But you shouldn't be using that as a reference for your decision. But if I want to give you an honest answer, that is the honest answer. Just play Og and get invited to everything at midnight? I mean, Og looks good, but again, everything's subject to change. At the very least, it seems like Og is not, like, as cancer for other people to interact with, so that's something.
Well met. Farewell.
Well met. What can I do? Greetings. Be careful.
I'll have to remember to reapply that. Feel like your damage is literally doubled in Void meta. When you say double mastery, you mean your mastery increases cosmic damage? Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, I will admit, it does feel better, right? Like, if I didn't think it was good, I wouldn't still be using it. I would have spent my talent points, but... Right. The real question then becomes, what is the jumping off point, right? When does it become better to actually use your stuff? I'm not sure. Mage does seem cool, and you never played it properly before. Yeah, I mean, like, so Mage is another one where, like, there's a class buff. So you need it. But historically, also, Mage has been very, very good. Like, if we're talking, these are the specs that have been, like, multiple of them have been brought, it's usually Mage or Warlock. Historically speaking. But not always, so it's not a guaranteed, which is, again, why you shouldn't necessarily play the meta. Because that could end up being the case, right? Could end up being that Mage or Warlock, like they have been in the past, end up being really good. But they also couldn't be. And then if you don't like Mage or Warlock, and you play one because you think purely, I want to try and get into a raid spot, and then Mage or Warlock doesn't actually end up being good, which, by the way, this is a genuine thing that I've seen happen to people who fall into this trap. They're like, oh, I'm going to go Warlock next year because, like, this guild says they need a Warlock, but I've never actually played Warlock before. And the amount of times you hear, like, oh, trust me, bro, I could totally learn how to play Warlock. But then suddenly, surprise, it's like one of the rare tiers where Warlock actually isn't that good. And now they're left in a position playing a spec that they aren't very good at, that they're not comfortable with. And there's, like, maybe another guy in the guild who plays Warlock, but now because Warlock's not good, it's, like, basically a one-of spec. And they're stuck being the guy who isn't very good at Warlock, and then they don't get a raid spot, and then they're upset. I have seen that happen. You love min-maxing Augs and Dragonflight to give buffs to people as they pop certain CDs. I'm glad you enjoyed Aug. I hated Aug. Thought Aug was a cancer to the game, and I believe that it should have been removed a while ago, but at least the changes that they're making to it are better. And it's a shame, right? Because, like, I understand the appeal of Aug to some people. The problem is Aug just objectively made the game worse for other people who weren't Aug. And that was bad design. So. So, I've seen a few other Devourers, so I was worried that somebody would have killed these rares, but thankfully no. With Arcane being more simple to understand, that means you could stand to play all 3 specs, not just 2 of them. True. Yeah. I don't really know much about the different mage specs. All I know is, like, the drama with, like, fire being pruned to shit. I don't know how much of that got reverted. I know some of it did, but it definitely got way over pruned, from what I heard. That felt like pretty good damage, I gotta say. Like, with this bug, this is suddenly not bad, but even then, like, this is still not as good as, like, the other meta leveling specs. But, like, if this was what Devourer was supposed to be permanently, it would be okay. Unfortunately, this is bugged. But I'm also missing a main hand weapon, so, like, it maybe averages out a little bit. And, like, the scaling on this is currently not as aggressive as it might get later on. You do not like that Aug deleted dev from the groups for 1.5 expansions? That, honestly, yeah. So I didn't play Evoker personally, but a lot of my friends who played Evoker in Dragonflight, that was actually a really big complaint, and I think a really big fuck you to Evoker players from Blizzard. Aug should have been like Devourer on the next expansion kind of thing.
I think releasing it in the middle of the expansion was a mistake. Because what I saw happen a lot of times, honestly, in almost every single case of Evoker DPS that I met, like, towards the end of Dragonflight, almost all of them were like, oh yeah, I really liked Devastation, and I thought it was really cool, which is why I played it, right? Like, they probably tried it in the Dragonflight beta, thought Devastation, like, kicked ass, and were like, okay, I'm gonna play this. They played it for Vault of the Incarnates, probably still enjoyed it, continued playing it throughout Avarice, and now suddenly they're in this position where they are the guild's Evoker DPS. They picked Evoker because Devastation looked really cool and they had fun playing it. And now AUG is super broken and they're expected to play AUG, but most of them fucking hated AUG. So, I knew a lot of people who were really pissed off because they really enjoyed Devastation, and now suddenly Blizzard's like, well, basically, if you want to keep your raid spot, you need to play a completely different spec that you would have had absolutely no idea existed when signing up for it, right? That's like a big difference there. Because in the case of, like, Mage, for instance, if you are signing up for, like, a Mythic Raid Guild as a Mage, you better be prepared to play, like, all 3 specs, like a serious Mythic Raid Guild. If I ever see, like, you know, or like a Hunter, right? Like, I know some Hunters who are really, really, really good at survival, but, like, one of my friends in one of my previous guilds, Leap, one of the Hunter Theory Crafters, like, he is really good at survival. And he likes playing survival. But whenever we needed a ranged Hunter for a boss, he would switch to BM or MM. Because, like, obviously, yeah, sometimes you just can't play your favorite spec in a boss, especially as a pure DPS. It just doesn't work like that. You can be literally the best survival Hunter in the world, and you might still need to flex. So if you're signing up to play like Hunter in a Mythic Prog guild, I would say it's more common than not that, like, you at least need to know how to play BM and MM. There are obviously some people where they don't play survival, and that's historically has been fine. Survival has not necessarily been super meta. But, like, if you're signing up as a survival hunter, well, you better know how to play BM and MM, basically. And that's kind of an expectation at this point. But the problem with Evoker is, like, the people who signed up to play Evoker decided to play a spec, or a class that only had 1 damage spec. When they signed up for it, when they decided that that was going to be the thing they played, that patch or that expansion or whatever, they didn't know that there was this other spec that played completely differently and, according to many people's preferences, not very good, not very fun. So now, like, suddenly they've decided on their main, they really like their main, and now they're being told, like, oh, you have to re-roll to this other thing that you don't enjoy. And that was, like, never part of what you had agreed to. That's rough. And that was something that I saw happen a lot. And, man, it sucks. And obviously the reality is now, you know, if you really like Devastation, you better be able to play AUG. That's life. So, at least at this point, there is the expectation of that. Play whatever spec you love to play, yeah. Yeah, and to be clear, when I say this stuff, you know, I obviously said it earlier, but I know some people are going to join in midway, or, like, you know, I don't want this to get clipped out of context. We're talking, like, high-level Mythic rating stuff here. If you're just looking for a spec to play for fun, like for solo content for, like, Pug Mythic Plus, again, play whatever the fuck you enjoy. That's the most important thing. But obviously, you know, I'm talking more generally about Mythic rating, which is the main thing that I do in this game, and I do think that is important. And considering, right, that's like my wheelhouse, right? I think offering insight into how that stuff works at a Mythic Raid level will maybe help some people who are potentially interested in trying that, because, well, obviously I think Mythic Raiding is really fun, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. So I definitely think more people should try it, but there are some important things that you need to understand, like if you are trying to get in there. But, like, especially when you're just getting started in raiding, even, like, higher-end Mythic guilds, like top 1,000 kind of thing, it is infinitely more important for somebody to be good at one spec than be able to play all of it. So, like, all of the stuff that I just said about, like, it's expected that you know how to play, like, all the specs, we're talking more like top 500 world range. Like, that's kind of, that starts to be the expectation. Below that, I'm pretty sure every single guild would rather somebody just be really good at one spec in particular, and they'll build around you. If you're, like, the top DPS and you're, like, ranked 1,000 guild or something like that,
they probably don't give a shit if you can't play the other specs. They will recruit around you more often than not. So. Dev Evoker was always called Devo. Devourer in the game, you can't call Devastation Dev anymore. True. I mean, I've always called it Dev Evoker. I've never called it Devo Evoker. But it is definitely something. Am I stuck in a perma meta? Yes. You missed clipping Disintegrates to optimize Dragon Rage uptime when it was first released. I briefly tried Devastation just for fun when it first came out, so I remember that. And I actually agree. I thought that was actually kind of a fun mechanic. I didn't play it super seriously, though. I just, I did some pugs with it. But I enjoyed that aspect. And please go back to the Black Arrow Explosive Shot Survival Hunter and give up on the thing we have now. I mean, current Survival Hunter is a bit of an abomination, but a lot of the mechanics, like, what you're thinking of, like, Mop Survival Hunter, that's basically marksmanship now. Kind of. A lot of the core gimmicks from that era are ported into MM.
Well met. Need help? Well met.
How are you?
Snapshotting Serpent Sting? Yeah. You've not rated Mythic and WoW, but you're looking to possibly do it in Midnight with FF14 about to enter a content lull. Yeah, I've been hearing unfortunate things about FF14. I definitely want to go back and try it at some point one day, but it's not been in the cards, it seems. I've not heard very positive things. I think I lost like a bit of uptime on my 10% XP pot. It's not a big deal. I keep seeing the talent thing. Gotta remember not to spend. As you said in the past, unless you're actively going for Hall of Fame, you can play whatever you want and be fine.
What can I do for you?
I mean, with all due respect, Nazal, I don't really think that's entirely accurate, and I don't necessarily think that you should be saying that, right? Like, look, to each their own. Everybody wants to play the game in the way that they want, and that's fine. But I also don't think you should be speaking so confidently on things that I know for a fact you don't really know much about. Right? And I would consider that to be untrue. Now, where exactly the line is drawn between this is, like, you need to play... Like, what's the exact thing that you said? You can play whatever you want. And that's the thing. Saying the words play whatever you want is very vague. The unfortunate reality is, based on some previous conversations we've had, I know that for you that can mean literally just do whatever the fuck you want, which that is just not true. Right? You still need to play meta builds. Like, the entire conversation thus far has been spec-based. Like, you can play an off-meta spec, which... In the modern era of WoW, spec tuning is close enough that you can basically play any spec and be fine. But, if you're going to play, like, the worst spec in the game, even if the delta between the best and worst spec is low, you still need to be playing it correctly and not using one-button rotation, right? Like that. So you can't just do whatever you want. There is definitely a limit there, depending on the level. But saying that that only exists at the Hall of Fame range is just fucking untrue, right? Like, you definitely cannot do whatever you want. And, like, you may be able to do whatever you want and get carried to, like, Cutting Edge at a lower tier, but your guildies will notice. Believe me, they will. Right? Like, that is not something that you can just do and not have any consequences, like social consequences. Because
I've only recently started raiding at a Hall of Fame range. I've raided cutting edge for years and years and years, and most of that has not been at a Hall of Fame range. And believe me, when somebody is just doing whatever they want, I fucking notice, the rest of the raid team notices, and they don't like it, because it's disrespectful. When, like, one person is just doing whatever the fuck they want and gray parsing, and making everything worse for everybody else. Ruins everybody's experience. That's not just Hall of Fame range. Now, if we're specifically still talking on topic of you can play any spec and get cutting edge, yes, that's a separate thing, but that's also not what you said, and I mean, let's be honest, we've had this conversation before, me and you. Collapsing Star is pretty trash in less than 5 targets. Yeah, that makes sense. Dude clearly was talking about spec. Nizal's welcome to respond. But this is not just some random guy. Nizal is fairly active in my Discord and chat. So I'm not, like, straw-manning or talking to a random person. I am using my knowledge of past discussions I have had with this specific person who said that specific message, and letting that influence my response. So, if Nizal wants to correct me and say that he was specifically referring to spec, that is fine. But that is not what he said, and that is not the stuff that he has implied in the past. So I'm just preempting that. Just so we're clear.
Need help?
And look, me and Nizal have very different opinions. I'm well aware of that. But I also do think it is worth saying that in advance.
You need something? Have a good one.
Europe's back up. Nice. Must be doing something wrong. This spec is stupid. In a 5-minute target dummy fight, your Reshi Raps did more damage than Collapsing Star. Ah, I see. I think Blizzard really hates when you're clipping a channel in any way. Arcane has been clipping missiles for years, and at midnight they changed it, and it feels worse. Yeah, I could see that. I will be honest, though. Like, I dabbled in Arcane a little bit, and I did not like clipping missiles. I thought it felt kind of lame. Now, that being said, though, like, I don't want to say that, like, my opinion on that for the record is, like, the definitive opinion that you should have, because there are a lot of times when somebody will say something about, like, a spec that I play a lot, and they'll be like, I don't think this is good design, I don't like this. And I'm like, that is, like, literally the main thing that I enjoy about that particular spec. You're wrong. And so, if you want to say that, like, oh, you think that Arcane Missiles clipping was, like, a cornerstone of Arcane, I wouldn't even necessarily say you're wrong. I feel like that's a perfectly valid opinion. But my entire point is, like, having played it, I personally did not feel like it was very fun, and it felt kind of awkward to do. So I at least can understand why that is a change that they made, because I cannot imagine that I am the only person who thought that it did not feel very good. So if I felt that way, there's probably a good amount of other people who are like, who also felt the same playing it, and that feedback probably trickled down to Blizzard. Nice. We finally have a new PvP talent. I guess I can take that without having to spend any talent points. Oh, but it... Yeah, that's funny. It did actually cancel my meta. That's fine, though, because I can still... Like, the bug is still active, so I can still do that. I just have to stack it up again. But honestly, to get 20% armor, that's probably worth it. Okay, the damage is definitely noticeable, yeah. I feel like I'm killing things significantly slower now. So it definitely feels like the Void thing is really good.
second.
Does Reshi Raps have a catch-up system for alts? I don't necessarily know if, like, it has a specific, like, if you've already done it once, it's faster, but there is a generic, like, catch-up system. And in my experience, having gotten it on a few alts, it is very, very easy to get it up to max. Honestly, it might even be account-wide. I can't remember. But I know for a fact that I had to get it again on Europe, because obviously that is not shared account-wide. And when I got my Reshi Raps again on Europe, like, late in the season, it was extremely fast. It took me, like, an hour. So, it's not hard. You just run a few delves and you get everything that you need. It is fully upgraded on alts? Okay. I thought so, but I could not remember, especially considering the European stuff. I was like, did I hallucinate it, or was that, like, only because it was Europe? That's good. Alright, there we go. We're back into the perma meta. Yeah, the damage is... okay, that is very noticeable. Seeing it side by side like that, yeah. Yeah, this is good. Give me like 1 second, because I've fallen a little bit behind on chat, so I want to make sure I've read everything. You mean Og, but learn to play Devastation since your friends always got angry at you if you played Og? How do you normally level 50 to 70? So if you're... My guess is, if you're asking that, you're starting at level 50 on like an old character. Just follow my guide from the start. It's not necessarily, like... The sections of the guides don't apply to specific level ranges. Everything scales, right? So... if all you're looking to do is level for, like, a set of 20 levels, you just follow the most efficient sections of my guide, which technically for Alliance would be lock mode on, which I think I put later on, just because it's more convenient if you're starting from 10 to go there later. So you'd probably start with lock mode on if all you need is that specific area. But you can really just follow it from the start, and it all scales. So. Blizzard hates skill expression, yeah. Most of the recent class changes have indicated they're trying to move away from a lot of spec mechanics that would allow for skill expression. Depends. It's not always the case. They have neutered some specs, but I think people have been generalizing that to, like, this is their entire design philosophy now, and I don't necessarily think that's fair. Like, earlier in the stream, I even talked about some specs that have gotten more complicated. And there is more room for skill expression with the changes. So I do not think Midnight across the board has... like, just made everything easier, as a lot of people are dooming about. And that was a concern of mine, so I'm not, like, trying to cope or defend Blizzard. Genuinely, I was really worried that Blizzard would fuck it up. And would make it so, like, everything was just extremely easy baby mode. And I've done a lot of Mythic Plus testing and a lot of raid testing, and that just hasn't been the case. Some specs, 100%, yeah, they went overboard. But that's a specific spec case, not, like, a general design philosophy thing. Flipping itself wasn't particularly fun, but it's how they went about encouraging you to channel missiles that feels bad. Yeah, I will say I have not looked at Arcane at all. All I know about Arcane and Midnight is that they, like, very heavily changed it from what it was before. That's all I know. I know that they did something with, like, Arcane charges, but in terms of how it actually plays, I have no idea, so I don't really have a frame of reference. I mean, if you want to explain it in chat, I'd definitely be interested in learning more, but... I wasn't, like, when I said that I wasn't comparing, like, oh, I think that it's better or worse, just, like, how I felt about that in a vacuum, just within its own self-contained environment. It's like kind of the same thing how with Brewmaster Monk, right? Like, did Brewmaster Monk have problems that needed to be addressed? Absolutely. Brewmaster was not a perfect spec. The fact that you talented out a Breath of Fire this patch, well, admittedly, interesting. I actually did not... I liked Brewmaster and Mana Forge Omega. It was such a strange build. It was the first time I can ever remember where Breath of Fire just wasn't used at all. Outside of, like, Miss Pandaria, like, technically, if you're min-maxing damage, you don't need to press it because it's, like, it doesn't do that much. But in terms of, like, modern brew, it was very unique, that's for sure. But, like, obviously, they need to do something to change that. Like, everybody agrees. And Brewmaster had, like, a little bit of button bloat still. I think a lot of that did get addressed. But was the solution to fixing Brewmaster's problems, like, completely neutering the entire spec? No, absolutely not. They went way overboard with that. So, I think that's probably how a lot of people feel about their particular specs. It's like, there's a clear problem, and instead of fixing just the problem, Blizzard just takes a fucking sledgehammer to it.
Light be with you. For the Alliance.
I could probably switch out my trinket at this point. Scaling is still very good. I'm still going to switch it out just so I don't forget. Probably comparable. Warband wide is probably the most accurate descriptor for the cloak. Yep, that makes sense.
Well met.
What am I missing? Yowler. Ah, shit, I forgot to do that quest. That's an upgrade. That's nice.
Looking for something specific?
I'm probably not going to get many super great usable PoEs. Actually, that is identical. Interesting.
Have a good one.
Rank 6 was already there, you just had to go to the NPC to apply it. So let me just respond real quick to a message. Actually, that's a complicated question. I'll just answer that after I'm done streaming. Am I stuck in a perma meta? Yeah. Can somebody, whenever people ask about the meta, could like somebody do me a favor and just like explain how it works? I feel like otherwise I'm gonna just have that asked like 50 times. Good to see you though, Merp. I've fallen a little bit behind on Twitch chat, so just give me a second, I'll try to catch up. I haven't messed with Hero Towns yet, so I don't know. Can't really speak to that. Am I going to do beta runs? Yes, at some point, 100%, I'm going to do runs on beta sometime this week. I don't know exactly when, so
What can I do for you?
my initial plan for beta runs was like, I was probably going to start it like Friday, well, so tomorrow. But that was before I decided to do this. I kind of just had like, you know, a flash of inspiration, I guess, and I decided I wanted to do this run. The main reason is because I've been getting so many questions from people about like 10 to 80 leveling in pre-patch and like, is XYZ working? Why is this broken? Blah, 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 blah. So I wanted to just make sure I did at least one run to have this information so that I could accurately answer people in the meantime. And then I thought, oh, perfect time to do a Devourer run, right? So I decided to do this. I'll be honest, though, I am still, like, I've at least gotten a good amount of sleep since the end of, like, Legion Remix, but I went, like, kind of non-stop for a good amount of time there of just, like, busting my ass to get everything done, and I really haven't had a break, so I might, like, after finishing this run and stuff like that, I kind of just want to, like, take a day or so off to just, like, do some shit, like play a game on Steam or something for fun.
and just, like, not worry about YouTube for, like, a day. And then we're gonna just slam nonstop 80 to 90 test runs for, like, the next month. So there will be a lot of 80 to 90 midnight testing, don't worry. But I'm just not entirely sure exactly when I want to start that. Every mage spec has been drastically changed to midnight. Yeah, I've heard there's been a lot of stuff. If you can play slightly unoptimal builds to get CE, if it's only like 3% range and you're doing good enough. So, yes, but I would say, like, the big thing with that is if somebody's playing, like, a slightly suboptimal build at, like, a cutting-edge level, there has to be a reason for it. And sometimes there are genuine reasons. Like, sometimes this is, technically speaking, on paper, the highest damage build, but, like, in practice, it's actually really hard to play, and then if you fuck it up, like, you actually lose more damage. So then there's, like, a genuine case to be made. If somebody's just, like, losing 10, even, like, 5-10% damage, something like that, because they're just, you know, playing with a talent, it's like, I just think it's neat, right? Or, like, I saw a really, really, really cursed log while looking at, Race to World last logs. I'm going to give as little information as possible, so, like, the person who, if the person who sent me the log is watching this, they'll know I'm talking about, you know, the somebody in their guild. But I will be very vague otherwise, so that nobody accidentally gets caught in the crossfire. But I saw a log of a Blood DK progging Mythic Dementius who pressed Dancing Rune Weapon once in like a 6-minute pull. And what I realized is that they were only pressing Dancing Rune Weapon in Phase 3 of Dementius. Across this guild's 4-hour night of prog, the Blood DK had 11 casts of Dancing Rune Weapon. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just not okay. Like, that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about when I'm like, you can't just do anything you want. This person was objectively holding back their guild's prog. And, like, I don't know enough about that guild to know, like, is this a thing that people noticed? Right? I have to imagine, like, if somebody in one of my guilds that I've been in the past, like, even like at a lower level than where I am now, was just not pressing their main ability for most of the fight, like, I'm pretty sure that I would notice, and I'm pretty sure that it would really piss me off. Because I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you not pressing the core mechanic of your entire class? That's insane. But somehow this person got through, like, hundreds of pulls of Mythic Dementius, not using Dancing Rune Weapon as a Blood DK. That's, like, your entire spec. As you might imagine, they're getting, like, non-stop Grey Parses on literally every single boss, but then, like, looking at their logs, they're getting Grey Parses on literally every boss the entire tier. So I didn't look at all of their previous kills, but if they're consistently getting like 10% parses on every single mythic boss the entire raid tier for this over the span of multiple months, I have to imagine that they were probably doing the same thing and just barely pressing their main offensive and defensive cooldown. And then I just have to wonder, like, did nobody in their guild notice this? Did nobody in their guild wonder, like, gee, I wonder why our tank is doing 0 fucking damage, and then look at the log to see, like, casts of Dancing Rune Weapon 1 across an entire fight? Because that's the first thing I would look for. And mind you, this person killed Mythic Dementius. So, like, that's when I said before, like, technically speaking, you absolutely can get, like, cutting edge and do whatever the fuck you want. That person clearly was, but you better believe they were being hard carried by the rest of their guild. And if their guild knew that they were doing that, I imagine that they'd be pretty pissed off. I don't think they'd just be like, yeah, it's okay, buddy. You can just not press your main ability and do, like, absolutely 0 damage. That's okay. I'm totally fine picking up all your slack and progging, like, I have no idea the specifics of this guild, but likely multiple extra weeks of time just because this guy, in a critical role on this fight, was unwilling to press his main ability. For whatever reason, I don't know. I don't have enough insight to understand why that was happening, but it shouldn't be. It's not good. Probably best to add text on screen. I mean, it's a decently complicated explanation that I can't just do a quick thing, and I don't necessarily want to go through all that. You only full channel missiles now because it gives you max stacks in the new buff. I see. Issue with missiles is it didn't do a lot of damage on War Within, but it granted you nether precision, which made your arcane blast and arcane barrage. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, DH got a new set of hero talents. It's called, I think, Annihilator is the name, and it's shared between Devourer and Vengeance. So Vengeance loses Fellscard. Thank God. Fellscard is the worst shit ever for Vengeance. I do not understand why people actually enjoy that playstyle. They fixed the Warglaive? Yeah, I figured that would get fixed very quickly. For the record, Dancing Rune Weapon is part of the Blood DK rotation assist. This is one of the cases where you feel it's appropriate to tell him to use that. I mean, yeah, I would hope it is. It's literally the backbone of their entire spec. Blood DK does not function if you don't press Dancing Rune Weapon. There's a reason this guy was getting straight Grey Parses. The irony there is, like, yeah, the rotation assist probably would have done significantly more damage than this person. But... like, and here's the thing. I am giving an extreme example. This is not even a hypothetical extreme example. I'll be honest. Until I saw that log, if you had told me before I saw that log that it was possible to kill Mythic Dimensions while, like, not pressing Dancing Rune Weapon at all until the final phase of the fight, I would have said, you're fucking stupid. And I would have said that's a dumb hypothetical to even give. But I've seen it. It's real. It happened. So, like, now... I know how bad it can get, and, like, yeah, obviously that's a situation where, like, you should never even reach that point where, like, you're playing your class so suboptimally that you're not using your main damaging ability. But, like, I think that even that is, like, a very extreme example. And mind you, this is, like, Race to World Last, right? This is still... I'm not going to say the exact rank, but, like, you know, look at, like, the ranks of, like, the final few Dementious kills, like, within the last month or so, and you'll have an idea of what range we're talking about. As far as cutting edge is concerned, that's still pretty low by the vast majority of people's standards. When I said earlier, like, the example I gave was, like, top 1,000, even. At that point, you should have at least a basic understanding of your spec. And then I would say even, like, when you get to top... I don't know. We're kind of using arbitrary numbers to an extent. Like I said, where exactly you want to draw the line kind of depends. But when you start taking cutting-edge prog remotely seriously, you shouldn't just be doing whatever, is kind of my entire point. The main reason why I kind of pushed back against what you said earlier, Nizal, is because you said specifically Hall of Fame, right? There's a very big difference between something that is required for Hall of Fame and something that is required for just cutting edge in general. Playing the correct stuff to kill the boss is not like a Hall of Fame thing, right? That's just a getting cutting edge thing, unless you're that Blood DK. But I can guarantee you that while that Blood DK may not have been playing correctly, I did look at the logs, and there were a lot of people, like, the disparity of skill in those types of guilds, you'll find, is there are some people that are doing really, 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 really good damage, and they're, like, getting really high parses, and then there's people that are just getting fucking deadlifted through the raid. That's the reality of those types of situations. Like, you cannot get through cutting edge, no matter how late into the tier it is, except maybe now. I've heard the raid got nerfed to shit in pre-patch, but it's also not cutting edge now. But you cannot get cutting edge with a full raid of 20 people like that Blood DK. You just can't. It's impossible. And even in that guild, that wasn't the case, right? They had a handful of really good players that were hard carrying the people like that Blood DK who were just gray parsing and coasting until the end of the tier.
So just because, like, technically speaking, you can do something and still, like, get certain achievements with it, does not mean that anybody would consider that to be, like, okay, acceptable behavior. Even at a regular cutting-edge level, much less Hall of Fame, right? And I saw earlier, Nizal, you said you were mostly referring to specs this time. You've mellowed on builds. Meta builds exist for a reason, though you still think giving up less than 5% DPS for personal preference should be fine. Yeah, and see, I appreciate you clarifying that, right? And that is a good clarification. And I would mostly agree with that. Specs, obviously, yeah, I completely agree. Like I said before, any spec can clear cutting edge handily. There are the only, like, very specific examples I will give where obviously every spec can clear it. There are some cases, I would say tanks, and I'm saying this from personal experience. Some bosses are really hard to do with certain tanks. Every single tank can kill every single boss, but a lot of times certain tanks, unless you have a specific co-tank to handle, like, certain mechanics for you, there are a lot of mechanics that need to be handled by, like, one of a select few specs. So if your co-tank can't play one of those select few specs, then certain tank comps just do not work. So sometimes you may not be able to play a specific tank for some fight, because if you don't play like Blood DK, Brewmaster Monk, etc. on this fight, like, you cannot do XYZ mechanic. At least not realistically speaking. That is very much a case. And tanks are a lot more rigid there, right? Because, like, a lot of tank comps for certain bosses are very, very, very rigid. You need to have, like, at least one of something. And because there's only 2 tanks, there's not a lot of wiggle room, right? So certain tanks see, like, next to zero play on particularly some end bosses, like Dementius is a good example. Because, like, unless your co-tank is able to cover certain mechanics for you, you just can't do it. But, like, DPS, there's a lot of fights where you need, like, one of some DPS to handle a mechanic, one of some healer to handle a mechanic, but, like, there's enough healing spots, enough DPS spots, where as long as, like, somebody on your raid team is playing it, there's usually enough wiggle room to bring even, like, the technically worst spec, as long as you're playing that spec well. And now, you said, like, meta builds exist for a reason. I really appreciate you saying that. That is very true. And kind of my point earlier is that if you are going to play, like, the worst spec in the game, right? Like, if you're going to play Survival Hunter when Survival Hunter historically was bad, then you better be playing the correct Survival Hunter build. Because, like, even though, technically speaking, on paper, Survival might not be too far behind the best specs, that is when Survival is played correctly, right? But then if you play the worst Survival Hunter build, you might just be, like, dead last. Hero talents are another classic example in recent years of something where... let me... responding to guild chat. But, like, hero talents, I think, are a great example, because when we're talking, like, meta builds, where, like, if a talent is just, like, this talent boosts your damage by a shit ton, and you're not taking that talent, like, you're just a fucking troll, right? So, I'm not trying to seriously push the idea that there are people out there who are just like, I'm not going to take this really high damage talent just for fun. Realistically speaking, when we talk about, like, meta builds and whether you should or shouldn't run something, it usually boils down to, kind of like you said, personal preference, right? But then personal preference usually has to have, like, a reason. Like, nobody's personal preference is to just do, like, 30% less damage or something like that. So if there's a talent that's just, like, your main damaging ability does more damage, you're probably going to take it. If there's an ability like Dancing Rune Weapon that just objectively does a shitload of damage and is the backbone of your spec, you should press it, right? So, like, stuff like that, we can all agree, it is crazy that the Blood DK did not press Dancing Rune Weapon more than once on Mythic Dimensions. Like, that's just fucking crazy. But the situations where it gets, like, a little bit iffy is stuff where it, like, changes your playstyle in a dramatic way, but isn't necessarily that much of a damage increase. The best example that I can think of historically is momentum on Havoc Demon Hunter. that is like the classic example that I hear where, technically speaking, there have been a lot of times where momentum is the best way to play Havoc, and a lot of, like, I'm not going to say, like, really good Demon Hunter players, because, like, I think the best players will always just play the best thing and figure it out. But still, solid Demon Hunter players, who I don't think were bad, preferred not to play it, because they just knew that they would not get as much value with it. And they still did solid damage, they just didn't want that playstyle, but the difference was, like, relatively small. And there are some fights where momentum is, like, really, 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 really hard to make work. And, like, technically speaking, the top parses might be, like, ridiculously good with momentum if you can play it perfectly. But in situations like that, it might be so hard in a, like, practical scenario to play momentum well that the vast majority of Demon Hunters opt to just eat the slight damage loss to just make their playstyle easier. So that, I think, is a good example kind of what we're talking about when it comes to, like, personal preference playstyle stuff. And like I started saying, hero talents, I think, are another really good example of that, where a lot of people really preferred, like, the overall playstyle of hero talents, because that is, like, a binary thing. You can only pick one. You have to pick one set of hero talents or the other. You can't, like, pick and choose the best ones of both. So if there's, like, a mechanic from hero talents that you really like, but that whole tree is bad, I'll give you a great example. Brewmaster Monk, Shadowpan versus Master of Harmony. I fucking hated Shadowpan, but one of the main things that I really liked about Master of Harmony is the double Celestial Brew charges. Obviously, like, now with the Manaforge Omega stuff, like, it has its own reasons for, like, why this is so good. It gives you, like, more harmonic surges and stuff like that. But even before that, just the quality of life of having the second charge of Celestial Brew completely isolated from, like, how that impacts your damage and stuff. I always felt like when I was doing raid testing in beta, that made Brewmaster feel so much more fun. So when I did Narubar Palace raid testing before War Within came out, I really, really, really liked Master of Harmony Brew. And that was my top pick going into the new expansion. Like, my guild at the time, I told them, yeah, I think Brewmaster looks really good. I'm really enjoying Master of Harmony. It's really fun. But then, you know, obviously tuning happens before the expansion, and now suddenly Master of Harmony is just not very good. It got nerfed by a lot. Shadowpan got buffed by a lot. Shadowpan feels like fucking dog-ass to play, and Shadowpan ended up being the optimal playstyle for Brew. So, Heroic Week of Narubar Palace, I basically told my guild leader, hey, look, if we need Monk buff, I will continue to play this, but I'm going to let you know right now, I fucking hate this, and I want to jump off a cliff playing this fucking spec. And I did ask him at the time, I'm like, is there anything that we could do so that, you know, I don't want to die? And thankfully at the time, our Boomkin, who was our only remaining Druid buff, really wanted to play Windwalker Monk, and I was really into Bear, Druid of the Claw, fun as hell. So for Narubar Palace, we made the swap, and our Boomkin swapped to Windwalker, and I swapped to Bear, and it worked out well. But that's the kind of thing where, like, I didn't hate the core playstyle of War Within Brew, and I thought Undermine Brewmaster was fun. I thought Manaforge Omega Brewmaster was fun. And as it so happens, actually, Undermine Brewmaster still ran Shadowpan, but it was, like, less of an impact on your overall rotation. And then, obviously, finally, in Manaforge Omega, Master of Harmony was, like, massively buffed and ended up being the meta spec, and what do you know? Master of Harmony Brew actually ended up being really fun. And it was the main tank that I played throughout all of Prague, and I liked it. But something as simple as, like, 2 charges of Celestial Brew really, really, really made me like Master of Harmony, even though, like, the rest of the kit was, like, yeah, forgettable. But that made it feel extra bad when, like, I don't have that utility if I have to play Shadowpan. Now, there's a lot of other reasons why I think Shadowpan sucks massive dick. But that's, like, one good example, I think.
Need help? Greetings.
And I can understand how that would be the case. Like, honestly, a great example, another one is Guardian Druid. Where, like, I, generally speaking, enjoy Guardian Druid. But there have, like, actually, I have literally the perfect example. I just got done saying how I played Guardian for my guild on Narubar Palace, right? Well, I loved Druid of the Claw, and I thought Druid of the Claw was really good. It was significantly higher damage, but on Queen Ansarek, despite it technically being better damage to run Druid of the Claw, our healers were really struggling, and I just found that with my Druid of the Claw build, I simply couldn't reliably keep myself alive without some support from our healers, and if they were, like, just panic struggling and unable to heal properly in phase 2, I would just die.
Hello.
And as much as it felt bad to drop Druid of the Claw, which is the build that I preferred, and lose a shitload of damage, I eventually just said, fuck it. I made the swap to Moonbear, and as Moonbear, I was unkillable. I did significantly less damage. What the fuck? I hit a tree branch, and then I got put into a free fall position. It just, like, it didn't even glide me to the ground. Okay. Thanks, game. Not seen that very often. But yeah, so I had to make the decision to swap to Moonbear just so that I could survive for Prague. And it felt bad, like, the reason that I need to play Moonbear is really just for the arcane damage survivability, the leech that you get from it. But I have to give up on all of the other Druid of the Claw stuff just to be able to take that. And that sucks, but it's a decision I had to make. So, all that to say, to kind of your point, Nazal, about sometimes, you know, it's worth playing suboptimal guild or playstyles for personal preference. There are also legitimate reasons, even at a higher level, where that is a decision that you might want to make. Like, technically, suboptimal stuff is just better for the guild to kill the boss, even if it feels bad. But there are, like, here's the thing. I can explain to you in detail the exact reasons why I made those decisions. It's not just like a vibes thing of like, it just doesn't feel as good to me. Like, I could explain, like, I kind of mentioned Shadowpan Brew. I could explain in excruciating detail all of the problems I had with Shadowpan Brew, except I think I've done that on stream like 50 times before throughout the entirety of the War Within. So I don't necessarily think I need to rehash that rant before, but every single time throughout the entire previous expansion when somebody was like, why don't you like Shadowpan Brew? I'm just like, where do I fucking start? And then I'd launch you into an extremely long rant about all the problems with the spec that I really don't like about it and makes it feel really bad to play. So, like, I had genuine reasons outside of, like, not a vibe. Which, like, to be clear, if you're the type of person who's just like, yeah, spec's not a vibe, like, that's fine, to each their own. But, like, if, let's say, like, some DPS on my raid team was, like, doing shit damage and not running the correct build, and I messaged them and I was like, hey, buddy, why are you not running, like, the objectively correct talents here? And he's just like, I don't vibe with it, you know? I'd have questions. So, you know, there's always a point where you have to be like, yeah, this is maybe not, like, a good view to have. Let me scroll up a little bit. Can it be that he's saving that particular CD for an oh shit button? In that case, no. So, if you don't play Blood DK, owner, Dancing Rune Weapon is like, I mean, it's like Metamorphosis for Demon Hunters. Like, I guess that's a bad example because in the case of Vengeance, Demon Hunter Metamorphosis is actually an oh shit defensive button. But like, basically, whatever spec you play, think of your main damaging cooldown, the most iconic one, that like True Shot, Avenging Wrath, Monk doesn't really have, like, Storm, Earth, and Fire, Serenity, blah, blah, blah. Literally, like, Combustion, your main cooldown. Imagine just playing an entire Mythic raid boss fight without this cooldown that does almost all of your damage. And then think about it, it's a tank, and it also does almost all of your passive survivability. Like, that would be, like, what it's like to not press Dancing Rune Weapon. Like, the entire spec is built around pressing Dancing Rune Weapon. It's not like a defensive cooldown. It is like your core rotational cooldown. It is the main thing that you press. A good comparison of like an oh shit button for Blood DK would be something like Icebound Fortitude. Believe me, he wasn't pressing that either. But Icebound Fortitude, while technically like cooldowns like that, you should have assigned places where you are prepared to use it. A lot of people will just save that stuff as an oh shit button, and like especially at a lower level, that's a little bit more understandable because like you don't lose anything by not pressing Icebound Fortitude. It's just like you're gonna take more damage. But you lose so much by not pressing Dancing Rune Weapon as a Blood DK. Like, I can't even begin to overstate how crucial that is to your rotation. Not casting Dancing Rune Weapon is so outrageous you can't even comprehend how you get to that point. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly what you said, right? There's nothing Blizzard could change to stop somebody from doing that, which is why when I see things like that, I'm just like, is it really the case that the game needs to be simpler, right? If people are making it to Mythic Dimensions and not pressing Dancing Rune Weapon still, like, that is not like the game is too complicated thing. That is just this person aggressively does not give a shit. Like, they make it their effort to give as little of a shit as possible about learning what they're doing. There's absolutely no sort of, like, level of spec design or whatever that can stop that person from deliberately walking into Raid and saying, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing and I'm proud of it. That kind of thing. And, like, those are the people who are going to sit there and be like, oh, I don't like that XYZ thing does more damage and I wish that XYZ thing was nerfed. But it's like, the game shouldn't be designed around people like that, right? You had some people in your 2 out of 8 Mythic Guild which didn't get enchants until you called them out repeatedly while progging Dimensions Heroic. And so that's actually good to know, Nizal. So even on, like, your Heroic Dimensions 2 out of 8 Mythic Guild, you're still telling people that they should get enchants. And that's actually a fantastic example. Exactly the kind of thing that I mean. Obviously, it's a little bit different than, like, builds and stuff like that. But even like, AOTC guilds, there's an expectation that, like, hey, we're all spending our time here to kill this raid boss. You know, the least you could do is put on an enchant, right? It's cheap. It's easy to go to the auction house and slap an enchant on. And actually, the funny thing about that is, like, enchants are very low in terms of, like, your overall damage. It really doesn't make that much of a difference. Except for, like, rune forges and stuff. But most enchants, especially this late in the expansion, matter very little in terms of your overall damage. But you're absolutely correct for telling people you should put an enchant on. Because it has nothing to do with, like, how much of a percent increase is this. It's just a matter of giving a shit. If somebody shows up to your raid without an enchant on, that just sends the signal that they don't care enough. That they're not willing to put in the same level of effort to show up and help your raid as all the other people who are putting their enchants on. And they're basically wasting your time because they can't be bothered to do this one very simple thing that would just, you know, every little bit counts. And if every single person decided we're not going to do this little simple thing, well, then you're not going to kill the boss. So it's not about, like, the percent damage increase. It's the same thing with, like, running the correct build. It's not about, like, this build is, like, 5% damage or 5% more, like, blah, 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 blah. It's just about this person doesn't care enough about me and the other people on my raid team to run the correct build. That's why this is, like, a problem. This kind of all... There's like a Folding Ideas video kind of about this. I've heard a lot of people just, like, quote that Folding Ideas video, and for the record, I love that channel. I love the videos that he makes. I actually, out of a lot of his videos, I think that was a really weak one. I think it's probably really interesting to people who like, don't know World of Warcraft quite as well. I think one of my biggest issues that I had with that video when I watched it, and admittedly it's been a while, is that the overall message that I got from that video at the time wasn't necessarily like, hey, this is how the World of Warcraft culture works, and isn't that interesting? It's more like, hey, this is how the World of Warcraft culture works, and isn't it kind of bad that it's gotten to that point? At least that was kind of the impression that I got from watching it. And it was kind of like, you know, it's a shame that people take it to this level, but this is why it's kind of brought to that point. When really, I would say, like, no, like, social shaming because of stuff like that is just kind of a standard part of human culture. And it makes total sense why, you know, even in a video game context, people would be upset if it seems like one person just doesn't give a shit and isn't taking it seriously. But, I mean, it is, you know, a video about an interesting topic, and that I do think that to a lot of people who maybe aren't familiar with this stuff, it brings that information to them. And generally, I still remember, it's been a while, but I remember thinking it was a good video. And generally speaking, I thought that, you know, I think Folding Ideas makes, like, a lot of really, really, really good videos. Especially recently. I forget which one it was, but I just recently watched, like, a new video he put out, and it was really, really, really good. But obviously, that's, like, a topic that I'm heavily biased on, so, you know, I'm maybe not going to see 100% eye to eye. But it still gets to the heart of the issue that we're talking about, right? Which is, you know, even if it is a small thing, it's still it's the disrespect, it's the lack of care that really matters in these conversations. And that's why when I'm saying, like, you know, certain builds shouldn't be played at, like, high level stuff, it's not that you can't theoretically kill the boss with it, it's just that you shouldn't kill the boss with it. But it sounds like you actually agree with that. So that's good. Okay, I can get new consumes in 1 level. I'm not going to refresh any of my stuff then, because then I can just replace it shortly. Anyone else having tooltips where items just not show up? Yeah, I had that bug. Usually whenever I slash reloaded, it would fix. Okay, so that's the second time now that I bonked my head while dragon riding, and it's just completely killed my momentum and dropped me to the ground. That is not great. Hasn't killed me yet, but... Saw something in guild chat. Made me chuckle. Oh, I'm just blind. My stupid metamorphosis form's blocking the question mark. Those guilds can actually be really easy to parse in because no one's doing any damage, so if you know how to do damage, you can just do all the damage. You can be the guy doing all the damage on the Demi platforms. Yeah, that's fair, right? And I'm not going to pretend that, like, the people who were getting good parses in that fight, I don't necessarily think they're, like, amazing players for it, to be clear. But the reality of that log is what I'm saying is, like, it was not, like, you look at, like, my guild's logs and stuff, you'll see, like, a pretty natural trend of, you know, like, a bunch of people, like, the fall off between, like, the top DPS and, like, the bottom DPS, who's usually, like, an undergeared alt or something in a split run, is, like, it's a pretty general curve down. There's not usually any, like, gigantic jumps. But that guild, when I looked at their damage meters, it's literally, like, purple, 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 then green, green, gray, 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 gray. Like, that's the way the logs went. They're just, like, somewhere in the middle, there was just a cutoff point where it just went straight from purple to, like, okay, yeah, this person's barely green parsing. So, like, yes, definitely, like, were those people playing amazingly well to get, like, those higher purple parses? Is high purple parse really even that good? Not necessarily, but they were clearly doing something that the people below them weren't. And without them there, I do not think that the green parse people were magically going to kill the boss. That was kind of the point that I was making. But you are correct, for sure. And yeah, that's why Dementius is such a bitch fight to actually parse on, because it's just so impossible to get any add damage in P2. Nice. Alright, level 40. That is very nice. We get a lot of stuff here. I'm going to reapply this. I'm going to eat bear tartar. I can take this off my bars now. I'll put this up here for whenever I get to 55. I think that's, like, the last major consume until I get to, like, Algari Mana Oil. Yeah, pretty much. How is he getting bone shield charges? Fuck if I know, dude. The moment I saw... Because, like, so, the thought process went like this. Like, friend sends me their logs. I look at the logs. I see a gray parsing blood decay. My brain, as a tank main, immediately goes, I wonder why that blood decay is gray parsing. And then I'm like, I'm looking through most stuff, and I'm not seeing anything that, like, really immediately registers to me as, like, you know, their general damage breakdown, it's, like, it's not good, but sometimes you can immediately tell, okay, this person's just using the wrong rotation entirely. Their damage breakdown looked weird, but nothing where I'm just like, okay, are they just, like, not pressing Death Strike, not pressing Heart Strike? Like, what's going on here? And then I looked at their overall casts, and that's when I saw, like, Dancing Rune Weapon 1, and I went, oh, God. And I kind of just stopped there, and I got the information. I'm just like, this is not good. You may want to talk to them about this. And I really didn't look further. That was kind of all I needed to see. So, how they managed beyond that, who fucking knows? The Brewmaster monk was also running, I forget the name of the talent, but it's the one where you, like, tether your transcendence to another person. Which, I don't even know how you play that on Dementius. I asked them, can you ask your Brewmaster what they're doing in P3? Because, like, you know, I play Brewmaster, I've tanked Dementius, and I even, like, I did a sanity check. I looked at, like, all of the logs, like, the top few hundred logs to see if was anybody running that talent that, like, you set your transcendence to tether to a person, and I could not find a single log, so I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy. Nobody plays this. The problem with that is it's not even, like, an underplayed talent. The strategy for Brewmaster in Phase 3 of Dementius is literally, you use your transcendence while actively tanking the boss to dodge the waves. So you pre-place it, the waves overlap, you transcend into the gap between the two waves, and that way you only take one hit from the waves. So you take, like, massively reduced damage compared to basically every other tank. I guess Blood DK can AMS it, I think. But if you're transcending to a player, then when you transcend to them, Dementius will punch you and knock everybody back. So, like, they couldn't be doing that, right? Like, surely they're not transcending and punching their raid to dodge the lines. There's no way that's what they're doing. So then how are they doing the fight? And to this day, I don't know. I never got an answer. I don't think they felt like asking their Brewmaster, which, like, fair enough. You know, they might have not been comfortable enough, like, asking somebody. It's like, hey, so, like, my Brewmaster friend wants to know what the fuck your problem is. Like, I don't know how they would bring that subject up, but, you know, I genuinely was curious. I'm like, I don't even know how that's possible. And to this day, I still wonder how. Like, how did you manage that? Maybe they just didn't transcend the lines at all and just fucking diffuse magic ate it to the face, which, like, I guess with enough gear? Maybe? But, man, I don't know. Okay, we got all the quests here. Survival over momentum. You don't like rushing into tank busters when the whole raid is pixel stacking? Yeah, for sure. Grandpa Harldan, tell us again about how you hated Shadowpan Brewmaster. I'll make you a promise. So, well, actually, I was gonna say, if Shadowpan Brewmaster ends up being meta in Midnight, I was gonna rant about it again. Here's the thing. I still think that Shadowpan is just a dogshit set of hero talents, and I don't think that Shadowpan in Midnight looks interesting at all. And I'm, like, if I don't, like, without Master of Harmony, Brew right now is just fucking boring. It's just a really, 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 really lame spec. And not very good, in my opinion. But I will at least say that a lot of my biggest problems with Shadowpan throughout the entirety of War Within are gone in Midnight. The build is now bad just because it is, like, ridiculously boring and has basically nothing except minor passive effects. But all of my massive issues with how Shadowpan played, those have all been fixed. Which, if anything, makes me feel vindicated, because the stuff that I've been saying, like, how is this okay? How is this acceptable design for this fucking hero talent? At least clearly Blizzard agreed, or other people also complained about it too. Because it's fixed now. Kind of. I mean, fixed, quote-unquote. It's went from one of, like, the most aggressively dogshit hero talents in the entire game to, like, it's just kind of meh now. Which, like, I'll take it. I'll take that compared to what we had before. Holy shit, what we had before was a travesty. But, like, it's a low bar. Really low bar. The level 71 in War Within quests are showing up. How do you get to Isle of Doran? I mean, shouldn't you just get a quest? I guess, assuming the quest isn't automatically popping up. the way that it has worked for the entirety of War Within is you get a quest that, like, teleports you to Silithus. So, if that's not showing up, then I maybe go back to the major city and, like, look for the portal. And maybe that works. I don't know. Hero talents for tanks, especially early on, were split into a defensive set and offensive set, and that's not really true. Literally, the only case where that's where that is true is Guardian Druid. And I don't necessarily think that was an intentional design choice. I think it's just they didn't know how to tune it properly. Rogue Deathstalker would like to have a talk. To be clear, what Nizal said is, hero talents were split into a defensive set and offensive set. For tanks. So he's saying that one set is intended to be the defensive hero talents, and one is intended to be the offensive. Which is not true. I can understand if all you're looking at is Guardian Druid, I can understand that mindset, because that was technically true there. But that is, like, the one example that, like, if you can't just take, like, one particular case and expand that out to cover the entirety of tanks. Like, Sand Lane and Deathbringer both augmented your survivability and damage in different ways. Deathbringer's more about Marrow Rend and Bone Shields. Sand Lane is more about Heart Strike and, like, self-healing and stuff. But both of them have damage and survivability components. Brewmaster, like, as much as I dislike Shadowpan, neither of them, well, Shadowpan is a less interesting defensive build to play around, but arguably one of the problems with Shadowpan versus Master of Harmony early on is I gave the example of, like, the second charge of Celestial Brew, and while, like I said, I thought it was more fun to play around, that doesn't necessarily mean it was better for survivability. It wasn't. It was not better for survivability. Shadowpan had, like, a flat 10% damage reduction node, which is just better. It gave more survivability. Was it interesting? No. It's boring as shit, but Shadowpan did more damage and was just passively tankier, which was kind of the problem. So Master of Harmony, like, may have been more centered around, like, using your brews and stuff. Like, although Celestial Brew is kind of the linchpin of the spec, and you got, like, a second charge of it, its survivability benefits were not, like, that extensive. And when Master of Harmony became good, it was because they added significant damage components to, like, the Harmonic Surge stuff. And now that's baked into Master of Harmony in Midnight going forward, which is great, because I thought that was good. I like that stuff. But, like, Shadowpan was just a flat generic damage proc, and then, like, passive survivability increases. Just wholly uninteresting. But it was just better at both. And I mean, keep in mind, all of these hero talents are intended to work for, like, a damage spec or a healer spec as well. So, like, in the case of Master of Harmony, you maybe could have argued, well, because it was meant to be shared between Brew and Mistweaver, like a tank and a healer spec, it was more defensive, but that, like I said, that's not really the case. That's just, like, kind of a coincidence. And, what's it called? Like, I mean, thinking about other tanks, like, Mountain Thane and Colossus, you could kind of argue that, like, technically speaking, Colossus was, like, a more damage-oriented setup. But then again, like, Colossus also had survivability nodes, right? Like, Mountain Thane, technically speaking, ended up being, in most cases, usually tankier, but that was also just because the Thunderclap builds allowed you to run more survivability talents, whereas, like, the Colossus builds tended to be greedier. That more coincidence than anything, really. Though, Mountain Thane, like, technically did give you more survivability, but it wasn't necessarily for anything other than the flat damage reduction buff that you got from the Thunderclap thing was better than the flat damage buff you got from the big fucking slam your sword into the ground thing. They were both offensive abilities and animations that happened to provide a damage or a defensive bonus, and one just also happened to be more defensively slanted than the other, better tuned, I guess. But I really wouldn't say that Mountain Thane was like a survivability-oriented one. What else? And they both did comparable damage, for the record. Vengeance, Demon Hunter... Vengeance, you could maybe make that case. Eldrachi was historically a much more defensive build, and Felskar definitely was less tanky, and at times did more damage. That one kind of, nowhere near to the, like, the delta for Bear. But if you wanted to make that case, I wouldn't disagree. But then again, Eldrachi was also really good on high target. If anything, it was more that, like, Eldrachi was better for AoE, Felskar was better for single target. But Eldrachi definitely was, like, a much tankier playstyle than Felskar, for sure. And... like, you could... The problem with Lightsmith, like... in every single iteration of Brat, either Templar or Lightsmith was just the best for damage or healing. In Rhubarb Palace, Lightsmith was just best damage and healing. Or damage and survivability. In Undermine, Templar was the best damage and survivability. In MFO, Lightsmith went back to being the best damage and survivability. So, like, you could maybe argue that, like, the aesthetic design of Lightsmith hinted that it was meant to be more... how should I put it, like, survival-focused than damage-focused, like Templar was, but in practice, how it actually worked gameplay-wise is, in both cases, one ended up being the best for both things. So... So I will at least give you some credit in that, if you really think about it, technically speaking, 3 of the 6 tanks could have been argued to have something resembling what you just described. But then I would also argue that any result of the design being like that is accidental rather than intentional. Blizzard didn't set out to make one tanky and one offensive. They just kind of forgot to give Moonbear any sort of damage whatsoever, and it happened to be tanky. Which, for the record, is also kind of why Moonbear's in a weird spot right now, because in Midnight, they also have still forgotten to give Moonbear any sort of damage whatsoever. But the problem with Bear's tankiness was not that Moonbear was really tanky, it's that Bear's core kit was dogshit for survivability, and Moonbear gave you a lot of survivability, which allowed you to actually live. And now that in Midnight, Bear's, like, baseline mitigation has gone up by a ton, suddenly Druid of the Claw, which also, for the record, had its survivability increased, just that set of hero talents has better synergy now. So Druid of the Claw has gotten better, but also baseline Guardian Druid has gotten better. And now that you don't need Moonbear to survive, well, suddenly Moonbear has literally no purpose, because it doesn't meaningfully boost your survivability, and it still does dogshit damage. So unless you're doing, like, giga super duper high keys, which realistically you'd never use Bear for anyway with the current state of the tuning, then Moonbear has absolutely no place. And in raids, it has absolutely no place. Right now, that is. His NFT videos, yeah. Folding Ideas is NFT video. I would say that video is, like, dealt, like, a genuine blow to NFTs as a whole. I already thought they were stupid, but, like, I think ever since he made that video, like, in the time before that point, you still had, like, so many fucking NFT bros. And ever since, I think, like, as that has spread to more and more people, it's such a good summary of, like, all of the fucking problems with NFTs. And as that, like, over the years has spread to a wider and wider audience, I think more people are starting to realize how fucking dumb NFTs as a concept have always been. Which has been refreshing. Well, kind of. Admittedly, one of my favorite forms of YouTube content for many years has been people dunking on NFT bros. So, unfortunately, that has declined in recent years because there aren't as many NFT bros. But now they're like AI bros in general, so they're, you know, there's always stupid people doing stupid grifts that say stupid shit that people can make fun of. and I will always love watching those videos. Wonder if he'll do an AI video as well. I want to say that he has at least discussed AI, because that is like exactly the type of thing that he would discuss. Another one, his Flat Earth video is fantastic. That is like a really, really, really good video. If he hasn't made a video talking about AI, he almost certainly will, because that is like 100%, like you said, within his wheelhouse. You looked at your own logs of that guild, you were regularly getting purple and even orange parses, even while using Heckley. You feel like you were pulling your weight at the time? Well, to be clear, Nizal, the entire argument that I was making, right, is like cutting edge level. And yeah, you mentioned that before. By all accounts, you were pulling your weight in your guilds, but you're also not rating at a cutting edge level, which again, is fine. But my entire point is that if you are trying to push for cutting edge, then, you know, the standard shifts. And I will say, those are heroic logs, right? Not to diminish that, but there is a massive difference between good parses and mythic and heroic. By the sound of it, to your point, it does sound like you were pulling your weight in your guild. But like, that's the thing. That's not a cutting edge guild, which my entire point was cutting edge. That was the context that I was speaking with. How much is the speed buff? 56 from Bear Tartar. Okay. Wait, that's not bad, actually. I kind of thought the scaling would completely fuck Bear Tartar, but actually, it's pretty good. I'd imagine that at higher levels, it loses a lot of value. Probably scales, but... pretty good. Let's see. I will say, like, AHB, I'm not sure what the context for the Rogue Deathstalker comment was, but I agree that if what you were trying to say is, like, Rogue Deathstalker was not a fun spec to play, then I agree, because I did not enjoy Deathstalker. I don't know if they've changed it at all in Midnight. I haven't really looked too closely at Rogue, but I did play a good amount of Rogue. I made a concerted effort to learn Rogue this expansion in War Within, and I pretty much only played Deathstalker because, Fatebound was really bad outside of, like, specific raid situations, but I mostly played my Rogue and M+. And what was the other one? Trickster? But Trickster was Outlaw Sub, right? And when I played Rogue, I mostly played Assassination. So I mostly played with Deathstalker, and I did not enjoy it. I had to play it because it was the only viable build, but yeah, it was not very fun. You say regular, you mean the first 6 Undermine bosses were purple and the last 2 were blue, and in Maniforge you had orange parses and Plexus and Saladar? You hated using Lightsmith, you always used Templar because Lightsmith just felt so bad to play, having to frequently cast armaments on others. Well, you don't need to cast armaments on others, right? Like, I will say, if you, as much as, like, I personally prefer Templar, right? But the damage of Lightsmith was, like, so good compared to Templar and MFO that you kind of had to run it. It was kind of the same thing with, like, Colossus Prot Warrior. But Colossus Prot Warrior, I actually did play a little bit at the start of the tier before making the switch over to Mountain Thane, and it was surprisingly not terrible. It did okay. The main thing about Colossus Prot Warrior is it's very consistent damage, whereas, like, Mountain Thane is very RNG heavy. So I did, like, decent. But then, of course, I eventually switched to Mountain Thane once I had all the stuff to make it happen. But Templar... The problem with Templar is
Templar is so reliant. Like, the only reason it was really good in Undermine is because of the set bonus. Without the set bonus, like, Templar Prot just doesn't really work. So that, combined with the fact that, like, the set bonus it got in Mana Forge Omega wasn't very good, and Lightsmith just got buffed through the roof, it just can't really play Templar Prot in MFO. Yeah, you always could just cast them on yourself. Both of them. They're like, very early on in the expansion, there were, like, some gimmicks to, like, having to put it on allies, and they very early on fixed that. That was one of the first reasons why Lightsmith even got played, because, like, nobody liked that design. It was really, really, really bad. And, I mean, admittedly, I still think that Lightsmith was a pretty boring spec because of it, but that's the thing. That was Lightsmith. You literally just don't overcap your armaments and just use them on cooldown. Either one, doesn't matter, and you just get, like, a big buff. And that's it. It is a extremely simple spec. You basically just play, like, bog standard prop pally and then just press your armaments basically on cooldown, and it does not matter. Templar had a completely different playstyle, which was very fun, which is why I preferred it. But yeah, no, I guess it's unfortunate that you only just realized that now. I think Lightsmith probably still plays about the same, but now you know. You can play Templar Prot, or Lightsmith Prot. You literally just press it on cooldown, on yourself. The way that it works is it always gives you the buff, and then it just gives the buff to a random other person. I think, technically speaking, if you target somebody, it gives them the buff, and then gives you the buff, so you can, like, if you want to, pick who gets it, I think? But it literally does not matter. Like, I cannot think of an example where it would actually realistically matter. There might be some, like, super high-level Mythic Plus reason why, but, I mean, I tanked a good amount of Mythic raid bosses, and I can tell you for a fact that, like, for raids, it did not matter at all. Nobody played around that, so. I think, yeah, my XP pot fell off. That's fine. It was such toxic design, yeah. NFTs benefited from no one really being able to describe what NFTs are or how they work, so when you have someone really break it down to you in such a long form, you realize how pants on fire dumb it is. Yes. I think that's a good way to describe it, yeah. I think the real thing that always surprised me is, like, because I knew about, like, NFTs pretty early. Because, like I said, I've always been following, like, for years and years and years, like, you know, look at the stupid crypto bro type videos. So when NFTs really started to gain traction, like, I watched videos early on about, like, what is this dumb shit that these people are going on about? And I'll admit, yeah, it was hard at first to really understand it, but the thing that you quickly realize is, like, most of the people who were, like, investing in NFTs also had no fucking clue what they were investing in, which I think is also kind of the entire point of that video. It's just that nobody actually gives a shit about what it's supposed to do. They're just using it as a stupid fucking investment scheme. Huh? Oh, I fat-fingered this. Okay. I was wondering why my movement got cancelled. I gotta say, it turns out that when you have permanent meta, Devourer actually, like, this has been pretty chill. The unfortunate thing is this is not intended gameplay. I'm pretty sure. But, like, if this is how Devourer felt all the time, this spec would be kind of good. The crazy thing is, like, I still would not even consider this to be, like, a great leveling spec. It would be okay. Like, Devourer without this bug is, like... I don't know if it's, like, Outlaw Rogue levels, but it's, like, it's down there. It's low B tier from the little that I experienced with it. And looking at the talent tree, I'm not really seeing that much saving grace in here that would make it magically better. So, I don't know. With this stuff, it's, like, it's high B tier. It's solid with this. But I don't really think this is intentional, so... yeah. Unlucky. You're welcome. Yeah, I appreciate it. It definitely makes the spec feel a lot better. Thing is, if anything, like, I think this just highlights the problems with it, so, I don't know, if somebody at Blizzard ever watches this video, then maybe they know how to fix Devourer. Because if this, like, this is how Devourer should play, right? I'm going to be completely honest, though, like, this PvP talent, this needs to be somewhere in the actual tree. Like, without this, Devourer instantly feels like 500 times worse. This single PvP talent has made the spec feel, like, way better. Not even including, like, the bug, right? I would say that instant cast consume just feels so much better. And, like, nothing about that screams, like, PvP to me. So I don't really understand why that's a PvP talent. Like, what about that is like, this is only useful for combat against players. Like, no, it's not. This has just made the entire rotation feel so much smoother. Why is this not a baseline talent? Weird. I don't know. Did none of them do 10 to 80 Devourer testing on beta? Well, let me put it this way. I'm pretty sure that if a single Blizzard employee did 10 to 80 Devourer testing on beta, they may have noticed that there is not a single heirloom weapon that works for Devourer. I'm pretty sure that is like a safe bet, that that is something that they may have picked up on. So the fact that they didn't notice that tells me that they probably did not do any testing for it whatsoever. So, yeah. A reminder, by the way, for anybody who has joined the stream late, this is my heirloom weapon. Just in case you missed that whole part. This is the weapon that I am using currently on my Devourer Demon Hunter. Notice the grayed out agility. This is the best that I can do. There is nothing else. It's either this or I buy like a green or something and continually do that for the entire leveling process, which I don't really want to do. Isn't a quest screen better at that point? Well, if I got a good one, sure, but I haven't. Like, none of them have dropped. I can check my bags, but yeah, I'm pretty sure none of them have. Oh. Also, keep in mind, though, even though, like, the lack of intellect obviously hurts, this is enchanted. It has 2 intellect gems in here, which would make up for part of the lack of intellect. So, like, it's not completely worthless, the weapon that I'm using. But obviously, if at higher levels, when the gem's scaling kind of fell off, if I got a good intellect weapon, then yes, it might be worth switching to that. You think the GameStop short squeeze incident also created this moment where a lot of traditional investors and investment companies started to believe they didn't really understand a part of the economy? Yeah, that's fair.
Good day to you.
Like, the whole Wall Street bets shit definitely played into the rise of NFTs. You're not wrong. Unrelated to WoW, but you hope you've had your measles vaccines? I mean, I usually keep up to date with all my, like, health-related stuff, so... If I haven't, then I probably will whenever it's, like, scheduled or whatever. I don't know. I go to, like, my regular checkups, and they're like, here are the vaccines that you need. And I'm like, okay. And I don't really think about it outside of that, so I don't know. It's the bug. Okay, so if we're talking about the metamorphosis bug, I'll give a quick recap now, just for a few people asking. I don't want to repeat this like super often. Basically, at level 20, you automatically get this ability. But the version of this ability that you get at level 20 doesn't consume Furi. And I think it technically does, but at a very, very, very reduced rate. If you spend your talent points and get the actual version of that ability, then it consumes Furi as intended. So you have to level without any talent points. I don't think that at max level this would actually be good. The problem is the Devourer talents are so completely dogshit that having a permanent buff to your main two abilities, being Devour and Cull, or whatever the base, like Consume and Reap, I guess, like the regular versions of it, a permanent buff to those by having uptime of this is worth not spending any of your talent points, because they're just not very well designed. That's the situation we're in right now. Let me look at Twitch chat. Sorry, Twitch chat, I haven't read in a little bit. See. Leveling seems fairly slow. Yes. So, okay, a few things, right? For anybody who's, like, joining in now. Is leveling slow right now? Yes. Yeah, leveling is slow at the moment. The biggest reason, by far, is that the 25% account-wide bonus is not working. It is supposed to be working, but it is not. Some people have thought that it's, like, gone. The wording implies that it is not supposed to be gone. It just is. They fucked it up, right? So, not having that is obviously... I mean, it's literally 25% slower, right? The general XP scaling is also not great this time around. Worse than it was in previous expansions. However, if you are familiar with how the XP scaling has generally worked, you may have started to notice that I've started to gain levels faster over, like, the past hour. And that is because the general trend that has existed since, I think, Dragonflight, of the later levels are significantly faster than the earlier levels, is still the case here. It's a little bit less pronounced. They've adjusted the amount slightly, but it is still significantly lopsided. So what you're going to notice is that I've taken a while to get here, but 50 to 60 is going to be pretty fast, like it has been. It's just math, right? You can look at the raw XP values and just know that that's how it's going to shake up. Guided by the light. Like Forged. Where did I missed something at the entrance? I think it's at the entrance to the tomb, and I just forgot to click something that I normally click. Oh, yeah, okay. Oops. I guess I thought I did it, and I must have walked away too fast. But yeah, so that trend is going to continue, and I'm going to start leveling faster. So that's a thing. Oh yeah, so Unstable Elemental Confluence still gives really good buffs, so that's still worth running. Another thing, though, on top of the missing experience buff, the leveling scaling being lopsided, also the fact that Devourer, even with this bug, is still not a fast leveling spec, right? Like, this is pretty slow. If I was playing a Guardian Druid or a Monk, I'd just be going through this a lot faster. I'd be pulling everything, killing it all in one sitting. I'm still killing, like, only 2 to 3 mobs at a time. Like, Devourer has really, 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 really bad AoE. As far as I can tell, Devourer's AoE is built around, like, the Collapsing Star stuff, which, like, I think I could technically get it now, but even if I got it now, like, it wouldn't really do that much damage, because it requires, like, ramp-up time, which just doesn't work for leveling. So, Devourer is just not good for leveling. The only reason that this is not, like, Outlaw Rogue's levels of bad is because of that bug. So, when you see this time, imagine you're watching, like, one of my previous Outlaw Rogue speedruns, and that's, like, what you should be expecting, pretty much. So, all of that, and then on top of all of that... Oh, right, I forgot that they put this here. On top of all of that, at the very start of the run, I did, 4 time walking dungeons, which were very slow. Time walking is, like, really, really, really bad for leveling now. The only reason I did that is because it gives me this buff, the 30% Master of the Time Waste buff. Because since we don't have the account-wide bonus, I wanted to at least simulate how the later leveling feels once you have that. But the overall time it took to do time walking was not worth it. It was pretty significant time loss. And then, I mean, just to top it all off, I'm not really playing with any real sense of urgency right now. You know, it's just a testing run for fun. I'm not trying to, like, set a world record or anything like that, so... You know, I'm not, like, super micromanaging my cooldowns and stuff like that. Or my, consumes. So, when you take all of that into consideration, is level 50-ish at this amount of hours bad? I would actually say it's better than I expected, largely because of the Devourer bug. If Devourer was still, like, absolutely turbo dogshit, it would probably be a lot slower. But the fact that I'm actually able to kill stuff, well, that helps. Am I dead? I can't tell if, Holy shit. That was close. And why do you not like Shadowpan Brew? It's not Leatrix anymore? You are correct, it is not Leatrix anymore. I don't understand the context. Unless you're responding to the guy who's saying it's, you know, why is it taking a while? But, to be clear, Ramzer has been around for a while. Yeah, so I think Ramzer responded to that. So I think Ramzer's more so saying, why is it taking slower than, like, past Chromium runs? That was my interpretation of the question. Can't wait for this to happen with Devourer and someone not liking Void's Guard and going Annihilator. Yeah. I mean, that's how it goes.
Get Gavin or get going.
So I can take that now. We also, by the way, another thing, I have not even done the best zone in the entire route yet. Like, we haven't even done Lochmudan. In fact, one thing I should probably do is I'm going to queue up for a time walking dungeon. Because I want to refresh my buff. So I have 2 hours to finish the run. Honestly, I think that's doable. But actually, do I have... Yeah, I have 2 hours to finish the run. Okay.
Can I help you?
But yeah, 2 hours to finish the run. We have 30 levels to go. The next 10 levels are basically non-existent because they're really, really, really fast. We haven't even done the best zone yet. We have War Within crafting for the final 10 levels. It's not as bad as it looks on surface level. Is it slower than, like, War Within crummy time? Yeah. Is it that bad? I don't think so.
How are you?
I'm gonna check for this rare just to see if it respawned. Didn't think so because I killed it. Yeah, fuck. Speaking of which, I think it is Lochmudan time. I'm gonna scan for rares just because it's been long enough, yeah. Long enough since I quested here that they're probably up. Look at that. Already 51. Like I said, the XP scaling's fucked. Hi, Harldan. I see you're using Garrosh's heirloom weapon. Are you missing way too much intellect? I guess I think I'm reading this message late, but I actually accidentally answered your question. I guess, I think, with the what we discussed earlier. And as for am I missing too much int? I mean, it misses int, but it's more of a convenience thing. Like, obviously, long term, the odds that Blizzard doesn't give Devourer a functioning heirloom are like next to nothing. Right? They're going to fix this. It's a pretty blatant oversight. There's almost certainly going to be some intellect scaling weapon, right? So I wouldn't worry about it like long term. In the short term, like if you put a gun to my head and said like you had to try and get like a fucking Devourer speedrun world record and do like everything that you could to make it as fast as possible, I mean, what I'd probably have to do, the only real solution, is you just have to buy green items off the auction house like every 10 levels or something. Do I want to do that for the purposes of the run? No. Is it required? No. Like, I'm able to survive doing this. Would I love to have, like, actual functioning weapons? Yeah, but, like, that's way too much effort. And especially the fact that I have, like, the enchant and the gems and stuff like that. It's not like I literally am missing a weapon. I at least have something in that slot, and I do have my offhand tome, so, like, there's something there. I have, like 1.25 out of 2 of a weapon. As for consumables, if you want to know, like, all of the consumables and stuff, like, obviously I spent a lot of time at the start of the stream going over that, so you're watching on Twitch. I don't know how the playback on Twitch works exactly, but the YouTube recording will still be up here. So if you're curious for, like, the section of the run where I looked through all of my different consumables, I literally went to, like, my bank alt where I store all that stuff and looked through all of it and broke down, like, all the scaling and stuff. You can find that at the start of the YouTube stream. Lots of info there. But, frankly, it's not even, like, a case of, like, I don't want to repeat it. Like, there's almost so much information there that, like, I don't even remember it all. Obviously, like, you can see the consumes that I've chosen to use, so, like, the ones that I'm using are obviously still good. But if you want to know, like, why I'm not using XYZ consume, like, some of them just don't scale well, but then you'll have to watch that. I look through all of the traditional items to see which ones are worth using, which ones aren't. Shy the Mage said the goat has blessed us with a stream. Appreciate it, and I'm glad you're here. They were a Void Elf Monk and they spatial rifted across the beams. I play Void Elf Monk, and I'm going to be honest, if somebody's playing Brewmaster on Dementius, I have no idea if they were Void Elf or not, for the record. If somebody is playing Brewmaster on Dementius, and they're not using Transcendence, but they're using Spatial Rift, first off, it's not up for every single set. Second off, it is infinitely harder to do that. I actually considered that, like, when I read about Dementius, like, in the Dungeon Journal, and I was talking to my co-tank at the time of, like, how are we going to survive this fight? I actually considered doing that, and I was like, we might need to use Void Elf Racial to dodge the rings. Turns out, in practice, it's, like, borderline impossible to line that up. The precision that you need to, like, perfectly time a Void Elf Racial and dodge the rings while also not accidentally Void Elf Racialing straight into a black hole, it's really fucking hard. So I don't think somebody that isn't doing, like, the super basic easy Brewmaster strat would be doing something that's, like, that much harder. Does Dev get some pity artifact weapon in Legion? You know, I'm not sure. I can't imagine they do, though. I mean, they didn't give Evoke or anything, right? So... Sooth still. Europe went down earlier. It's possible they're already fixing it. I doubt it. We also had a maintenance earlier, but that had nothing to do with it. I mean, like, I'll be honest, I don't really think this is, like, a super pressing issue. Obviously, this is a bug, right? Like, this is a very silly bug. But, like, if I thought this was, like, a game-breaking exploit, I wouldn't be using it. Like, if I thought this was really bad and, like, oh my god, I'm gonna get banned, like, I obviously wouldn't be using it. It's a dumb little bugged mechanic that, like, makes a really, really, really bad leveling spec a very mediocre leveling spec. And first off, I don't even think it is worth using at max level, this gimmick. I don't think this is good. Even if it is, I doubt anybody's going to be using it to clear super high-end content, so I really don't think it matters. This is, like, very dumb. The other thing is, like, as far as I'm aware, the only thing that changes from Devourer, from what everybody's told me, if I don't run this and I take the regular talents, is I press the exact same buttons, except they have different icons and they do less damage. Which, like, I have to imagine that just gets fixed with tuning at some point, because, like, the only thing that my meta does is it makes these abilities stronger. It doesn't, like, fundamentally change the gameplay. So, in a perfect world, Devourer would play kind of like this, except the abilities wouldn't hit, like, for 0 fucking damage. And things would actually work properly. But the general playstyle of, like, spamming 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, from what I've heard, that's just Devourer. It's just instead of spending talent points on things that do, like, basically nothing, like, do I want, fucking 2% mastery? Or do I want my abilities to hit, like, twice as hard? I mean, I'd rather have my abilities hit twice as hard. It would be nice if we just fixed the talent tree. I said this at the start of the video, that I did not think I was going to like Devourer very much. Like, we're testing this because, like, hey, it's the new thing, right? But I've looked at Devourer, and even without this bug, I did not think it looked very interesting. And even with this bug, it's not very interesting. It's, like, mildly amusing, but it's not, like, good. The good AoE talents come later? Yeah, which is, like, a death sentence for leveling. I still can't say whether or not it would be good for 80 to 90 leveling, because, like, again, that depends so much on so many factors. There are so many specs that are, like, quote-unquote good for 80 to 90 leveling. The bar is, like, so much lower. There's a lot of specs that, like, without proper gear are really bad. Like, some specs scale really well off, like, a particular secondary stat. So if you're in, like, endgame gear with, like, perfectly optimized secondaries, you do, like, really well. And then for, like, new expansion leveling, they can actually perform really well. They have all their talents and all their proper gear and stuff. And then there's specs like Windwalker or Guardian Druid that, you know, don't require super good gear, super good stats. They just have really strong baseline kits that just perfectly work for leveling. And generally, those specs are also still very good for early expansion leveling. But they may not be, like, that much better than a different spec, right? Another thing that is, like, a little bit hard to say is, like, obviously I never base, like, my recommendations or my personal runs. Like, I always do solo speedruns on expansion launches. And I probably will do that again, just because that's, like, I always do that. It's what I prefer. Not that I, like, hate leveling with other people, but also it's more fun for me to, like, test my routes and test my abilities. I've only ever grouped with people if it's, like, literally there is a very broken strategy. Like, a good example would be, like, the intro to Dalaran, right? At the very start of War Within, I had my guildies help me with, like, the first 1 minute of the run, just because it was significantly faster to do it that way than to do it solo. And especially that early on, I kind of needed every advantage I could get. So, in situations like that, I guess I have to come back here for a quest later anyway, so. In situations like that, I obviously will group on launch day briefly, but I mostly do solo stuff. But I would say more often than not, most people play with their friends, play in a group on launch day, and, like, it's pretty safe to say that, like, in terms of solo leveling, there is a very clear meta,
And generally speaking, the top of the meta is tank specs or melee specs. Not necessarily all melee specs, but like the best melee specs and like most tank specs, with like Blood DK kind of being an exception to the rule, kind of. But, you know, like Prop Heli's really good. Brewmaster's okay. Brewmaster's only just kind of hindered by the fact that Windwalker is like the best melee spec in the game for leveling, so generally it's like, why would you play Brew? But it's not bad, historically. I'm not a huge fan of, obviously, Brew in Midnight, but I would actually say, even though I don't like it, Brew in Midnight is probably still going to be a solid leveling spec. It has, like, pretty good burst damage. It's a tank. Like, nothing about it screams like this wouldn't work for leveling, but I still would play Windwalker, so. But, like, Guardian Druid, obviously, historically very good. Prot Warrior, pretty good. Both Warrior DPS specs, pretty good. Rat Pally, good. Havoc Demon Hunter, good. Vengeance kind of similar, historically similar situation, where it's like, it's not bad, but why would you play it compared to Havoc? But Vengeance is also receiving a lot of changes that, as far as I'm aware, make it a lot more bursty front-loaded, which kind of has been one of its downsides recently. You know, like it's, what's it called? Like frailty stacks kind of don't work super well in leveling. Like if your damage has a ramp-up time, then you don't do as much damage at the start of a fight, which is not great for leveling. But that's like kind of changing a little bit with like the Vengeance rework, so maybe Vengeance will actually end up being pretty good for leveling. Better than it has been, right? Like it has always been a good spec, but Havoc has always been better for leveling. But then you look at like, what would I consider to be like the best casters? Probably Mage. And like one of the main things that Mage has done well historically is Mage does not have many, when played properly for leveling, Mage doesn't have many casts. Like Arcane and War Within was a little bit wonky, and I actually didn't think it was that great for leveling. But like Fire can be done basically entirely while moving. So Fire is not easy to play, but historically when I've done Fire speedruns, I've been like, wow, this is actually pretty good. You can do a lot while moving, and you're basically like a glass cannon. I think there was literally a talent called Glass Cannon, and it fits. You can't just like sit there and face tank things, but you can kite for days, and you can do all your stuff while moving, which, in my opinion, is a lot harder to play, and because you're forced to kite, ends up being a little bit slower than something like a tank or a good melee DPS, but it wasn't bad. And like old Arcane, when like Arcane Explosion and Arcane Barrage were just like a, you know, Explosion to generate charges, Barrage to spend charges, and you just do like big AoE burst damage while kiting. That version of Arcane was really, really good for leveling, because again, it was kind of like Fire. You could just kite really well. But like any sort of turrety caster, like I think when I made my tier list, I'm pretty sure I put like Warlock in low A tier, and that's probably fair just because Warlock is like so tanky that you can kind of just sit there and face tank things in melee as like app. And even though you are like a very turrety caster, you can survive being a turrety caster. But it's not necessarily great. And then like Devastation Evoker was always a weird one, where once I got comfortable with Devastation, I kind of liked it. Dev obviously suffered from the fact that, like, for a while there, its talents didn't really flow well while leveling up. I think it's okay now. Though, admittedly, I haven't really done that many Evoker leveling runs, so it's hard for me to say. But I remember when I did, like, start a War Within, I did an Evoker leveling run, and I was actually, like, surprised at how much better Devastation felt. But the problem is that was also while I was very comfortable with Devastation. It's still very fragile. It's just I had played with the spec enough by that point to, like, understand how to play it properly, understand how to, like, kite with hover. And basically at that point, Devastation plays a lot like Fire Mage while leveling, where you're just very, very, very fragile. But if you know how to do your rotation properly, you can round up a bunch of mobs and then just erase them with a big burst window. Which, while effective, isn't still necessarily, like, good compared to a lot of other stuff. And the main thing that Devastation has going for it is its mastery obviously works really well in a leveling context, because doing better damage to higher health mobs, well, you're going to be fighting a lot of high health mobs.
And you want, while leveling, very good upfront damage, which Devastation excels at. So that was, like, it was always pretty good on the damage front. It really is, like, the survivability thing that is historically struggled with. Numbers aside, do you think Devourer is going to be good at level 90? Honestly, I'm probably the wrong person to ask. Like, this is my first time playing Devourer, to be absolutely clear. This leveling run, I have not played it at all, like, on the beta or anything like that. And from everything that I've heard from people who have played it on the beta, I've heard, like, very mixed opinions. Fuck me. Yeah, like, even with this stuff, now I gotta build up my stacks again, by the way. Like, Devourer is just so fucking fragile. But obviously, part of this has to do with, like, the scaling issues are real. Like, I'm just getting melted, right? That's just not good. But also, I'm losing some survivability by not spending my talent points. That is also true. But the spec is also just very, very, very weak. Like, this has been the case the entire time. So, yeah, it's not that good. Mixed is in bad? Mixed is in mostly bad. Maybe mixed is probably the wrong word to use. I have generally heard unfavorable opinions of Devourer, which has surprised me because I keep thinking, like, surely they fix it at some point, right? Surely they make it broken. Because there is, like, no way Devourer, in my opinion at least, ends up not being run in, like, the Race to World first. I feel like if that happens, Blizzard would consider it a failure. So, surely they have to do some sort of numerical tuning to make it, like, force viable. But I don't necessarily know if people would like that. I think they wouldn't. So, I don't know. But yeah, I've heard mostly negative things about Devourer. Generally speaking, whenever I hear a conversation about Devourer, it's like people saying Devourer is like one of the worst specs they've ever played, and then like one guy is like, I disagree, I think it's kind of fun. And then they will like admit that, oh yeah, it has a lot of flaws, but I still think it's kind of neat. And that's like the best defense I've ever heard of Devourer. It's kind of neat. I've really not heard any like glowing recommendations of it. The critiques I've heard of Devourer have also been, like, way more scathing than, like, the praises. Like, people have pointed out some very obvious points, which I can now see playing it. Like, the spec has no real direction. It's basically just the most generic builder-spender playstyle you could ever have, with, like, I guess, at max level, a big finisher ability where you, like, consume resources, and it's basically Breath of Sindragosa. So builder spender, builder spender, builder spender. Ah, Breath of Sindragosa, back to builder spender. But like that's, I don't know. My impression of Devourer, from everything I've heard and now the limited amount of time that I played it, I think they had the idea for the aesthetic design of this spec and had no fucking idea what coat of paint to put on it. So they were like, we want to make a Void Demon Hunter spec. And then they're just like, what mechanics can we attach to a Void Demon Hunter spec? And then nobody had any ideas, so they just gave it the most generic playstyle possible, and then made its abilities look kind of cool. And that's how we got Devourer. That is my read on it. And, like, admittedly, there have been a lot of specs that have come out that have had, like, like, I think Havoc is a good example. When Havoc first came out, Havoc also really had no direction. Like, I don't really think Havoc had a very distinct playstyle when it first came out in Legion. Obviously, it has gained its own, like, distinct mechanics over time, where now they're, like, recognizable Havoc playstyles, but at the time, I don't really think it was a very interesting spec. And, like, even Vengeance, when Vengeance first came out, in, like, Emerald Nightmare, it was the most bland tank I've ever seen. And then they made changes, and, like, Spirit Bomb became the meta for a while, and then for the rest of Legion, Vengeance was, like, the resource management tank of, like, generating souls and spending them. Like, Builder Spender, but with, like, extreme high APM Builder Spender, and, like, you do leech based on your damage dealt. And that was a very unique playstyle. It was like Blood Decay, except instead of Death Strike just healing, it was a percentage of your damage healed. And so you were encouraged to, like, do crazy damage and be rewarded for it. Which was a very fun playstyle. Like, and to me, that was Vengeance, right? For many years, that was the Vengeance playstyle I came to love.
And then they kind of ruined that over the years, which is why I've stopped playing Vengeance as much. And now it's getting massively overhauled. I've heard good things about it. It's still not my Vengeance that I will 100% play whenever Legion Classic rolls around. But it still seems okay. You feel the same about Dev Evoker? I honestly though, I think Dev had a much more like Evoker compared to previous releases of classes. Obviously, like original Dev Evoker had very little interesting gameplay, but I feel like that wasn't necessarily because there wasn't stuff there. It was just because like Disintegrate was overtuned. Like original Dev Evoker was literally just Disintegrate spam. But I feel that once they fixed it, personally for me, I thought Dev Evoker was pretty cool. And like Preservation, as an example, had a very clear like design behind it. It's a very weird healer, but there was an intent there. They weren't just like, we need to add a healing spec. It's different, for sure. But like, I don't know, I'm just, like, I'm struggling to see the vision, right? Like, with Dev Evoker, I remember being like, oh, I see the vision. But like, yeah, at the early days, you did just kind of spam Disintegrate, and that was kind of the entire spec, right? But I did think that there was like some cool stuff there. And while leveling, at least, Disintegrate, obviously, which was mostly single target, wasn't as, like, this is the only button you press. Nowadays, we have Mass Disintegrate, but there's still, like, more nuance to it. Yeah, exactly. And also, Devourer, or Devastation was actually fun, right from the get-go. Like you said, WoW Hex. I liked Devastation, and mind you, right, I generally don't like casters. Like, I went into Devourer thinking, I'm not really going to like this, and, well, I was proven right. Devastation was actually the exception to the rule, where I remember basically doing exactly what I'm doing now, like, trying it out of obligation of, like, well, I may as well try this new spec, because, like, you know, why not? And then I remember thinking, like, wait, this is actually fun. What the hell? And I played a lot of Devastation Evoker in the Dragonflake prepatch. And, like, even back then, yeah, it was very simplistic. Like I said, very much Disintegrate spam. But I saw the vision. That was, like, the key difference. I'm like, okay, I see what they're cooking here. I looked at the talents, and there were a lot of talents where I'm like, this seems cool. It's just not tuned very well. But, like, I look at Devourer, and I'm just like, I don't see the vision. Like, I look through these talents, and I'm just like, what? Like, the entire kit is basically what you run, right? It's literally just, like, Builder, Spender, Collapsing Star. Like, Metamorphosis, Collapsing Star. Like, that's the entire thing. Builder, Spender, Big Explosion. But, like, it's not very interesting? I don't know. Also, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, the animations are not great so far. Like, as far as I've seen, Collapsing Star looks pretty cool. But, like, Disintegrate, say what you will about Disintegrate spam, Disintegrate is a cool fucking spell. Like, you shoot a fucking laser beam at the target. It's very unique. Very much like, oh yeah, this is like a new class, right? This is like, I charge up a void thing, I flick my wrist. Charge up a void thing, flick my wrist. I shoot like a little scythe, right? Like, the scythe sweeping animation is like, okay, but you don't actually use the scythe at all. And then there's just recolored I-beam. Okay. And then, like, a lame version of Immolation Aura. I don't know, there's no vision here. In my opinion. Like I said, I think they designed the aesthetic first, and then were like, we need to slap some mechanics on it, and then they couldn't think of anything worthwhile.
Also, by the way, I think it's worth noting, of fucking course I got Sethraless, which is just like, ugh. Isn't the spec supposed to be burst AoE focused? Maybe burst AoE after a ramp-up time. Like, I don't know. Collapsing Star may end up being very bursty on AoE, and that may be its, like, end-game gimmick. For leveling, anything that requires you to ramp up before doing damage is just not going to be good for leveling. Period. Oh, that's really unfortunate timing. Any sort of upfront, like, damage is going to be significantly better than, like, you do 5 times the damage of the upfront damage, except it takes, like, 5 times longer to get there. Or even, like, let's say it takes twice as longer to get there, but you do 5 times damage once you get there. It's still probably going to be bad most of the time. Because in a lot of leveling settings, if you built your spec correctly, the mobs will be dead before you finish the ramp-up time. So yeah, when your ramp-up is finished, you may quickly kill the mobs, but the other specs will have already killed the mobs and moved on to the next pack by that point, because they have more upfront damage, and they didn't need to do this, like, crazy build-up. It's like, I remember we had the same conversation with, like, back in Legion Remix, with, the Fell Tree. I remember literally, my last stream, right, which was fucking 3 months ago, I remember having this exact same type of conversation of a lot of people were telling me, hey, everybody's saying the Fell Tree is the best tree to go with. And you know what? Obviously, hindsight, they were right. The Fell Tree did end up being the best tree for the remainder of Legion Remix. And while I was leveling, what did I say over and over and over and over? That may be true, and I'm still not going to run it while leveling. Because until you get Fell Spike, it had no upfront damage. It was pulsing damage over 30 seconds. And it may be really good pulsing damage, and the proc effects and stuff may be really good with a bunch of stacked mobs, but for a leveling context, what did I end up running? I ran the fucking Neurons Everdisk or the Storm effect. And it was better. And I will die on the hill that it just is better for leveling. Even though, like, yeah, everybody who told me, but the Fell one is better, the Fell one is better, they were absolutely correct at endgame with all of the stuff. The overall damage you got from, like, Fell Spike plus, like, all the Fell Tree things, yeah, ended up being significantly more damage, proven, over the course of Legion Remix. And yet, while leveling, when all you care about is just doing burst damage, rounding up a bunch of mobs, the Ron's Everdisk, boom, everything's dead. It doesn't matter, like, that you can, yeah, ramp up the Dreadlord and do good damage over, like, 15 seconds. In like, a Mythic Raid, where the boss is at least gonna live for, like, the 20 seconds it takes to, like, build up the Dreadlord and do all that stuff, yeah, the Dreadlord was fantastic. And, like, Remix M+, yeah, the Dreadlord was fantastic. But without that, nope. Same general deal here. For all I know, Devourer may do fantastic burst AoE at endgame with all the stuff built up. But right now it doesn't. And from what I can tell, even when it does, it requires significant ramp-up time. And in a Mythic Plus setting, like, yeah, the average Mythic Plus pull is going to last long enough for Devourer to do most of its damage, I would imagine. But the average leveling pull, when done correctly, like, you're going to spend most of your time rounding up mobs, like the way that I usually level as, like, a bear, is I run around, Moonfire, 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 and then once the mobs are all stacked up, the mobs should be dead within 5 seconds. Fuck me. That's unfortunate. Fucking puddle. I think I'm gonna lose my buff, unfortunately. This is literally any other dungeon. Unfortunately, also the queue time took a really long time to trigger. There's no way that I complete the dungeon in time, so my buff's probably gonna fall off, which means it's probably worth it for me to just leave the dungeon at this point, and we'll just continue questing in Lockwood on with 30% less experience. Because even the rest of Temple of Sethraless, that's like the amount of time that it would take me to do all that, to then get back a 5% damage buff, I genuinely think it would be slower.
Or 5% XP buff. God, what have they done to time walking, though? Look at this shit. This is so bad. Come on, man. Please drag it out. Oh, man. Jesus fucking Christ, please. Please drag it out of the fucking sand. Oh my god. This is painful, man. I fucking... Yeah, I mean, Temple of Sethralus is, unironically, the worst dungeon ever made. Like, when I said that earlier... not even, like, when I said that, by the way, I did not realize that I would have to run Temple of Sethralus later twice in that exact same stream, right? That was not on my mind. I was just saying that because it's true. And then, of course, BFA time walking. Fucking... Such is life. You got Shrine to the Storm, and of course no one knows how to kick the Spiritualist. Yeah, that one's almost as bad, to be fair. Alright. Is dungeon spamming still worth it to level? I just read that comment. Well, I think I've answered your question without even having to read it. I'm a prophet. To be fair, dungeon leveling was never the best way to level, but I think as we can see, it is really bad now with the current scaling. Throat's starting to fucking give out on me, man. Oh my god. I, like, opened my mouth to respond to what Goose said. I don't necessarily want to say dungeon spamming has never been worth it. Like, I mean, obviously, you know my opinion. It's never been the best way to level. In, like, recent years, it has not been bad. The main issue that I always have is when people are, like... the amount of times people ask me, is time walking still the fastest way to level? And I'm like, what do you mean, still? Still the fastest? You received some wrong information in the past. That's how I feel whenever people say like that. Like, has time walking always been a viable alternative? But, like, the people who will confidently tell you that, like, time walking is the fastest way to level just because they can't follow my leveling route, like, those people kind of piss me off, I'll be honest. Like, the people who tell me, I prefer time walking, I think it's fun, and I'd rather do that. I'm like, yeah, go for it. But then some people are like, oh, every time I've tried your leveling route, I haven't been able to follow it. Blah, 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 it's not faster for me. And I'm just like, well, like, maybe if you invested a little bit of effort into, like, watching the fucking video, it's not that hard.
You got my attention.
But some people, like, swear by the fact that, like, for most people, time walking's faster. And I'm just like, not really. Especially because, like, in the vast majority of tests where I actually tested time walking times, it was usually me carrying a group of 4 other people. And even then, like, it was still not very fast. If, like, the average person is getting a group of 4 randoms who aren't pulling their weight, it's going to be even slower for them. Yeah, no, I know what you meant to say, for the record, yeah. That's why I was just like, I figured that's what you meant, but you did touch upon, like, a point that, like, I agree with, and I just thought it was worth ranting about. Seems 89 questing is broken. There's a big-ass tree in Fairbreeze blocking off a lot of objectives. That's funny, if so. that would be crazy if they finally fix, like, that bugged quest. Because I've been waiting to do 80 to 90 testing. I thought about doing it a little bit last month, like, after they changed the XP, and then I've heard that it was bugged, so... then obviously with the Legion Remix stuff, picked up a lot. So I haven't had an opportunity. If they fix that only to break it in another completely random way, that would be kind of hilarious. And exactly the kind of thing that I would expect from Blizzard. Shit. You know, it was never the best, but it was alright, yeah. Yeah, compared to how it used to be, you're definitely right that it is really, 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 really bad now. Like, I would say it is unplayably bad now, compared to how it used to be. I'm out of XP pots. I didn't think I was going to run out. I'm going to quickly switch over to my bank alts and drop them in the Warband bank. And then grab them. Because I do have some left over, but I wasn't able to get them. Unfortunately, this probably means I need to build up my meta again. But so be it. Reported the bug. Who knows if they will read it? They won't. They definitely won't. Unfortunately. In TBC, there's the Ring of Blood, the final challenge quest chain. Wouldn't that give at least 2 levels? I mean, there's a lot of quests that give a lot of XP. Is it worth it to fly all the way out to Ring of Blood just to get, like, a moderately okay questline? Not really. It doesn't give enough XP relative to, like, regular quests to warrant all of that travel time. Like, Ring of Blood's not bad. Obviously, historically, it has always been a decent questline. But is it, like, you have to weigh the travel time, right? Like, if you could snap your fingers and instantly reach the Ring of Blood, yeah, it might be worth it. But is it worth it to go all the way over there to Outland just to get, like, some mildly better quests? And also, I don't even... For Devourer, I'm not even convinced that Devourer could solo Ring of Blood. Right. Right, because Okay, I can't even use these because I passed level 50. Okay. I guess I should have restocked beforehand. It's whatever. The wheels are coming off. Unfortunately. But, I mean, we kind of knew that going in. This is a bit of a scuffed setup with, like, everything that is wrong right now in the pre-patch. Or just making do. Just to reiterate, by the way, for anybody that's joining late, if you want to level alts, if you want to level the Devourer, do not do it right now. Wait until next week. Bare minimum next week, we get a 50% XP increase. Should go without saying that is worth waiting for. There's literally 0 reason to level right now. This might be like one of the worst weeks in recent history to level a character because of, like, what came before and what came after. You want to level Devourer? Wait until next week. If you wanted to level alts in general, you missed the deadline for Legion Remix. There's like, very little incentive, if at all, any, to level right now. But I gotta do the testing, and obviously you'll still be able to follow along with this next week. It'll just be even faster. 10 to 70, about an hour with Dragonflight Elite area, then another hour for 70 to 80. What, for like boosting? I mean, yeah, boosting good experience more at 11. Like, this is not new info. I mean, just, like, look at Heroic World Tier, right? Like, if anything, Heroic World Tier really highlighted how absurd, like, open world boosting stuff is. But, obviously, killing those mobs at a speed required to, like, level fast enough is not practical unless somebody's doing it for you. So that's not, like, a solo leveling viable strategy. Same with, like, Siren's Isle, right? Like, what was it? I forget who said it, but, like, I was reading a conversation. Like, one of the weirdest things about being, like, slightly well-known in the WoW community is, over the last few years, I've gotten a lot of opportunities to read conversations that people are having about me without realizing that I'm able to read their conversations about me, and they will say, like, the wildest made-up shit about me that I'm just like, gee, I really wish that they knew that I could read this, and I really wish that I could say, the fuck are you talking about? That is just so untrue. But, like, I'm not gonna... Like, especially when it's completely random people who don't even realize I'm, like, in their Discord server reading their Reddit conversation. Like, that's the kind of thing where it's like, I don't want to be like, actually, you're full of shit. But you know, it's kind of like, it's hard to not read stuff that people are confidently saying about you, even if it's wrong. And I remember one comment, I don't remember where I read this specifically, but somebody was like, Harldan never understood how strong Siren Isle boosting is, and, like, he was convinced that his, like, solo leveling strategies were better, and so he never covered it. And it's like, motherfucker, I know how boosting is, like, fast. Like, you think I just didn't realize that Siren Isle boosting existed? But, like, what do you expect me to do? Like, I'm gonna make a leveling guide about step 1, find a booster in trade chat. Step 2, pay them money to boost you through Siren Isle. I hope this leveling guide has been helpful. Like, what do you expect? Obviously, leveling guides are meant to be, like, things that anybody can do, not, like, something that you need to pay somebody money to do for you. But, like, the fact that I didn't make a guide about paying somebody to do something for you means that, like, you know, apparently, I wasn't aware of it, clearly. And I confidently believe that my method was better. Like, no, of course solo leveling is not going to be better than getting boosted. No shit. That being said, in the modern days of WoW, solo leveling is significantly faster relative to boosting than it has been historically. Like, you look at Classic, right? The amount of time that it takes somebody to get, like, boosted through Maradon or whatever in Classic is light years faster than any solo leveling strategy, no matter what. But the fact that, like, boosting is, what, like a few hours? Like, 1 to 2 hours in, like, modern WoW expansions? For, like, regular WoW. Obviously not Legion Remix. Whole different beast. But the fact that boosting is that fast, and solo leveling is only, like, 5 hours, it's, like, a few hours slower. It's maybe, like, 2 to 3 times slower instead of, like, I don't know what it would be in Classic, like, 10 times slower? Something crazy like that. So, the difference has definitely gotten lower. Mighty Harldan, you're getting food at the Panera Trading Post. You can't think of an in-character way of saying mac and cheese. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of, like, a World of Warcraft way to say. I'm like, are there any mac and cheese items in game? Let me WoW hit it. Mac and cheese. No. There might be some, like, mac and cheese inspired cooking recipes or something somewhere. Jade Forest noodles with aged Mokushan cheese. That's a good one.
The only bugs they fix are the ones that benefit the players? Yeah, pretty much. Campsite background should have your other characters walk around. That would be sweet, yeah. Like, I'd love stuff like that. The spec looks boring as hell. Yeah. Yep. You're not wrong. I mean, so, I'll be honest. There are a lot of specs that are... Like, so 2 disclaimers for that. I don't disagree, but, a lot of specs are not very interesting while leveling, and I am deliberately not taking most of my talents. Like, just so we're clear, this is my talent tree right now. Because of the metamorphosis bug, I don't have most of my abilities. That being said, I'm also doing this because I have been told that even if I did that... Oh! It's back! They fixed the bug! Wait, when did that happen? I just noticed this. Okay, I'm gonna need to check the recording later. Has this been a thing since I logged in? Or did this just get enabled when I hit level 60? Huh. Either way, everybody who said that it was intentionally disabled, apologize right now, because I called it. It's supposed to be working. There's just some weird shit going on. What did they break when they fixed it? True. Yeah, something out there is now broken. The law of equivalent exchange. Hello, Leah Wolfie, good to see you. Versatilis said, I agree. I assume that's for, like, the Devourer stuff, but yeah, it's... Yeah, I'm missing, like, the remaining Devourer abilities. The spec would be maybe mildly more interesting, but one of the problems that I kept running into also with Devourer is that, like, Void Ray is not even worth pressing. Like, I-Beam is still worth pressing on single target, as, like, Havoc. This was not worth pressing on single target. So, like, I have this thing, Soul Immolation. This is supposed to be, like, a generator, but it does no damage. It just generates me resources, but because I don't have any of, like, the big resource spenders, there's no reason to press this. And my, my Void Ray only on high targets is it worth pressing. So until then, it is just 1 or 2 buttons. Now, part of that is the talent thing. Part of that is just the tuning issues. But, yeah, I do agree that the spec does not look very interesting just as a whole. But what you are seeing is exacerbated by, like, all of the problems currently. Nice to see you as well. You follow me on YouTube. Nice. I am currently multi-streaming to YouTube, in case you prefer to watch there, but that's why it's a multi-stream. It's whatever people would rather watch on. You have it on your level 12, did not have it before. Okay, so you guys checked the VOD and it popped up on relog. So I guess they did just hotfix it. That's good to know. Well, that's at least one thing. Kind of makes me wish that I just waited until tomorrow to do the run, but like, yeah, you know, whatever. Like I said, the route is unchanged. If anything, despite missing out on experience, the route has been mostly the same. Like, a lot of people were telling me that they think that the entire original route, like, all through WoD, all through that stuff, is going to be required. Like, Hina Lover in my Discord did a test and said that they had to do the entirety of the Alliance route. But I don't think they turned on War Mode, and I don't think they used either of the XP pots. And I'm pretty sure that this was still bugged. So, if that is to be believed, which, you know, I believe them, right? I'm guessing that they probably did a test on the beta with literally 0 XP modifiers whatsoever. And if the conclusion of a test with 0 XP modifiers is that they had to use literally the entirety of my leveling route, then that just confirms to me that my leveling route is perfectly calculated. Because the entire point of my leveling route has always been, you will not actually need to do all of this stuff. I put, like, so many different zones and stuff after the end of where most of my speedruns end, just because 99% of people will finish well before they reach the end. But, based on my napkin math,
I always assume that, like, I have included so much here at the end of the guide that, like, there is absolutely no possible way that people do not hit max level by the end of this, even with, like, 0 XP modifiers. And if that has been, even with the XP squish, proven to be the case, that you basically get exactly there if you follow the route, then that just tells me that the route is perfect. This week, only transmog farming is the call, unless the transmog is in Algathar Academy or Pit of Sauron, I guess. Or Skyreach, true.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, like, even... I just hit 61 and I'm already halfway through from one quest completion, so it looks like the generally favorable XP scaling for the later levels extends beyond just level 50, as I thought. I'm not sure if Skyreach Normal is bugged. Only one way to find out, though. It's not bugged, you just can't even enter it? Ah.
What's happening?
The next breadcrumb. Those bags hurt my eyes? Yeah, I know. It's one of my least favorite parts about doing speedruns like this. I always gotta clean out the bags after the fact, sort through all the mess. And, like, on one hand, it would be easy to just go through and vendor everything, but the problem is sometimes I have actually gotten, like, rare transmog while leveling. There was a leveling run that I did, like, a while ago, where I got, like, a 200,000 golds transmog piece from, like, a rare mob or something during a speedrun. Ever since then, I never just wildly delete stuff. Unless it's on the PTR. A lot of my speedruns I do on the PTR, and one of the nice advantages of that is I can just freely delete anything, because it doesn't matter. But any live server speedruns, I always, like, any BOEs, I always keep. Because you never know. You enter it, you can hear, ah, Skyreach. I have not been this close to her in many years. The High Sage will be well protected. We can fly no closer. Destroy their false sun, that we may meet again in the stick shade. I think I got that right? I did so much Skyreach challenge modes. Yeah, Humbert's breastplate. Fun fact, by the way, about that 200,000 gold transmog. I lost it. So, if you recall, the run where I got the 200,000 gold transmog piece, that was when I was doing a fresh account leveling run. So I put it up at the auction house, and then because we finished the run, and I had no reason to log onto that fresh account, I logged off, and I forgot. And then, like, 3 months later, I woke up and realized, like, literally right after I woke up, I just, like, had this moment of, like, oh, fuck. I never checked my auction house 2 months ago, or however long it was. And by the time I actually logged in to check, the auction had expired, it went to the mailbox, and the mail had expired, and that item was gone. So yeah, I actually never sold the 200,000 gold transmog piece. Oops. That one was rough. That's That's also why these days, whenever I do something like that, I always try to move all the items into like a bank alt or something. And I never just throw it up in the auction house anymore. Because I'm always terrified that I'm going to make the same mistake. We're checking the VOD. You acquired the XP buff when you relogged. Okay, that's good to know. Regarding your statement that anybody should be able to level up using your route, I mean, I don't know. You might be too dumb for the route. That is a possibility. And also, knowing you, you will probably deliberately try to fuck up my route just to be like, ha 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 ha, I win. Because that's what you always do. That's my dad in chat, by the way. It's so strange how, like, the comment that you wrote, like, on the 1 minute speedrun or 2 minute speedrun video was actually a pretty good comment. But then you just go around and, like, most of the stuff you say is just really dumb. But you have, like, these moments of, like, what are they called? Sanity, I guess? Where you say, like, actually normal, insightful stuff, and then it's just like, you know, back to the usual. Quad remix next. Yeah, I know a lot of people have, like, different preferences of things that they want. Why'd XP get nerfed? It really didn't get nerfed as much. People are... honestly, I genuinely think, like, so look, it got nerfed slightly. It didn't get nerfed, it's just scaling, right? Like, it's purely just how the scaling shakes up. They didn't nerf anything, they just... Like, sometimes the math was favorable for us in War Within, and it's just not quite as favorable now. But it's not that bad. I genuinely think that a big part of the reason why people are, like, losing their minds is they're just so used to Remix that they forgot how long leveling runs are supposed to take. Or they're used to doing, like, remember, when I do all of my super fast speedruns, it's usually with a bunch of XP modifiers. Like, I have Darkwind Fair, I have, like, Winds of Mysterious Fortune, I have all this stuff. So I usually have just, like, 50% flat more experience. So if you're remembering my leveling speeds from my fastest speedruns, well then yeah, it's not gonna be the same here. What do you mean leveling in 40 minutes is not the norm? Yeah. Well, like, right now, obviously I don't know exactly what the final time is, but this has been, like, a very, 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 very scuffed speedrun. Words. My fresh account leveling run on, like, Europe back in War Within, which, mind you, War Within, overall, much faster still. My fresh account run was, like, closer to 6 hours. We're still on track to beat 6 hours, and that's leveling all the way up to 80. With the worst scaling. So, like, 6 hours is a pretty normal time for, like, Chromie time leveling up the previous expansion stuff. This is not, like, a very, 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 very out there time. And I was playing, like, Prot Warrior for that run and stuff. I had a lot going for me in that, but it was, like, a fresh account. And when you don't have, like, all the crazy modifiers, yeah, it's not always that fast. Looks like the bug abuse is falling off at this point. Probably, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of want to just go through with it for the entire run just to see. Like, where does it really fall off? Especially because we're probably going to skip past, like, a lot of the later levels. So what we could probably do... I have about an hour. I think I might have enough time. Let me just quickly... Just quickly checking messages.
Must be the times he gets controlled by N'Zoth randomly. True, true. Reminds me of you forgetting to put your recent photo in the envelope when you were renewing your US visa. You woke up from sleep just to realize it. Yeah. Sometimes you just, like, you see it in a dream, and you, like, remember something, and you're just like, oh, fuck. And even if it's not, like, fully conscious, like, you just have that subconscious feeling of, like, I forgot something. And then it just, like, hits you like a ton of bricks.
What can I do for you?
Let's see. Does Catachrome time now scale up higher than 60? Yeah, Chromie time in general scales all the way up to 80. And look at the world map, right? Actually, oh, does it not? I think it's supposed to scale up to 80. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to scale up to 80. Maybe they haven't done that in pre-patch just yet. But it definitely, I mean, scaling up to 70 has been a thing since War Within. Either way, I mean, we're on track to finish Loch Modan by, like, level 70 or so. And then we just go to War Within, I guess. Frankly, I was gonna do that regardless, just to test, but it looks like that's kind of what you need to do. Definitely the scaling's falling off a little bit. How much int would a real weapon actually give at this point? Like, I think it's, what, 40 int or something? Give or take. For the last bit of the leveling run, I'll probably buy a new weapon after we get past all the scaling nonsense. Though, keep in mind, right, like, by the end of the leveling run, I will also have reached War Within content where my heirlooms will no longer be scaling anyway, so then it'll make, like, complete sense at that point. Shit, took a bit of fall damage there. Dude, without this PvP talent, the spec would feel so fucking ass. I really don't get this design. Okay, there's Lord Condor. Can't you buy greens to use at level 61 that are a lot better than heirlooms? I mean, like, I could have been buying greens this entire run. I chose not to. I didn't want to worry about that. But yeah, that has been an option this whole time. Boxes that I want to kill. Used to be plus 60 item levels compared to the heirlooms. The scaling doesn't match 1-to-1 anymore from what you're thinking of. They're actually fairly close now. Obviously, the fact that this has no intellect would change something. So, actually, I guess, to your question about can't you buy stuff that is better than heirlooms, now that I understand what you're asking, no, you can't. At, like, very low levels, the scaling might still be favorable for, like, greens, but I thought specifically you were asking about the fact that, I'm using an agility weapon. In which case, yes, a green weapon would be better. But I just don't want to buy it right now. yeah, the scaling... I mean, to be... Honestly. That was never really the case for heirlooms. Like, at very specific levels, yes, heirlooms always lagged a little bit behind, but it's like the same thing that I always said. Like, are you really going to buy greens for literally every single level? No. It's just not worth it. And, like, a lot of people don't realize that the heirloom set bonus, especially in like, a speedrun context, where you're leveling up pretty quickly, the heirloom set bonus is not insignificant. The rested experience is not great, right? So the rested experience for, like, actual fast leveling won't really change anything. But the buff that you get, like, the big burst of damage and, like, primary stat, that's not insignificant. And if you look at, like, my uptime on that buff in a lot of my speedruns, it's a pretty high uptime. I level fast enough that I have, like, almost constant uptime on that primary stat buff. So if you're going to drop heirlooms, you want to make sure that you at least have that set bonus, which is, like, what, 5 out of 7 pieces, I think? So there have been times where, like, I will drop 2 heirloom slots. If anything, you can drop 1 ring, because as long as you have 1 ring, it counts towards the set bonus. But if there's, like, a really, really, really good ring, there have been many, many times in past speedruns where one of my 2 rings is not an heirloom. Shadowlands, I did that a lot for, like, 50 to 60. Because the Shadowlands crafted rings, the Zereth Mortis ones, were really, really, really good. And you could give them, like, special effects. So they ended up being very strong for leveling. And that way you still maintain the ring for the set bonus, but you can just use 1 really powerful crafted ring and then 1 heirloom ring. And then if you want to drop, like, 2 different slots for, like, a particular reason, like, a lot of times the engineering helmets for, like, crafted gear would be really good. That is, like, significantly better than an heirloom in many cases, so I would drop that, as long as I had the 5-piece. So there are some situations where, like, in very particular contexts, you can, like, get stuff that's better than heirlooms, but a lot of times, like, the opportunity cost is a lot, and if something is not, like, so massively better than heirlooms, then for a speedrun, it may not actually even be worth the time it takes to, like, remember to swap it out. It's just easier to focus on, like, just going through the run. That's, like, an actual consideration you need to make. And then, of course, for casual leveling, it's like, are you really going to spend the gold on something that's, like, not even necessarily faster? I'd say 99% of those cases, no. Have I done any beta speedruns? Not yet, but they will be coming very soon. It's a good point. The stat buff is great. Yeah. A lot of people overlook that. Looks like the rares are down here. I'm not seeing Nyx or... I think it's just Nyx in this area. Keep looking, it has a wide patrol range.
love when you Devour with a friend and you're pre-level 20 and don't have an interrupt. The last boss was almost unkillable because nobody knows how to interrupt and shrine. Yeah. Yeah, it is really rough. Honestly, interrupt needs to be baseline at this point. Especially with, like, time walking. Like, the idea of interrupt not necessarily being baseline is, like, okay when low-level content doesn't have interrupts, but, like, now that time walking is, even in more recent expansions where so many bosses are built around interrupts, like, it's kind of mandatory. This was the perfect time for them to do that, and they didn't, so... Would DH better at higher levels? Nope. This is not good, by the way. Keep in mind, like, I'm killing these mobs. Just want to remind everybody, I am single targeting down mobs. When you are speed leveling, single targeting down mobs is not good. You do not want to do this. Now, I'm killing the mobs decently fast, but, like, if I was doing this on a Guardian Druid, I would go Moonfire, 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 round them all up in one spot, and then press Thrash a few times, and they'd all be dead at the same time. Instead, I'm running around playing Whack-A-Mole with a bunch of individual mobs. That's how this spec works while leveling, right? There's not much else I can do. But, like, honestly, one of the biggest reasons is it's just fragile as hell, and especially the scaling doesn't help, right? But this is really all you can do. But it's not good. At the very least, compared to earlier, I can single target down mobs. Like, that is a thing that I am able to do. Earlier, it was rough. Still have an Evoker to level from 70 to 80, you assume wait till next week? Definitely don't do it in time walking. Time walking is fucking terrible right now. Oh my goodness. But definitely wait until next week for Winds of Mysterious Fortune either way. Just don't do it in time walking, do it in, like, delves or crafting. I'll figure it out when we get 5 more levels, right?
Hey there.
Also, to answer your earlier question, I think this is probably the perfect time to finally get around to that. Of, like... what's it called? Which did I prefer, Legion or Mop Remix? So I've seen a lot of debate about, like, which was better, Legion or Mop Remix. I think the general community sentiment seems to be that Legion Remix was better. I've still seen a lot of people advocating for Mop, though. So, my opinion is, I don't really think either of them were that great. And it's really hard for me to say which one I liked more or worse, because when people are saying which one was better, the thing that I keep thinking of is which one was worse. It feels a little bit weird to talk about this, because, like, you know, I played Remix more than, like, the vast majority of people. Both remixes. Both times. I got the world record runs, right? So you would almost be like, well, if you played Remix that much, surely you enjoyed it. And it, like, no. And I kind of said that going in. If you put a gun to my head and said, which of the 2 remixes did you enjoy more? I would say it's, like, first off, it's a little bit hard to separate, like, my immediate, like, feelings because it's just, like, recent. And, because of recency bias, I'm actually almost tempted to say not Legion Remix. Because right now, there's still, like, so much lingering stress and stuff from the event where, like, I'm just so tired. And, like, right now, the thought of doing anything else in Legion Remix, like, genuinely makes me feel sick to my stomach. Like, if you told me that I had to go do something in Legion Remix right now, I would probably, like, throw up. It just would be miserable for me. I do not want to even think about Legion Remix anymore. I'm just so fucking tired of that game mode, right?
So, like, that's obviously part of it. But if I think about it, like, as objectively as possible, I honestly think that I probably had more fun playing Legion Remix than I did playing MoP Remix. And I have a lot of big problems with both of them. And the thing that I think is kind of weird is it really feels like they were designed by two completely separate teams of people. And I actually think that is the case. I'm pretty sure it was designed by two separate teams of people. They have similarities, but both events feel very different in some key ways. And a lot of the problems I have with MoP were, like, fixed in Legion Remix, but then, like, Legion Remix did a lot of stuff that I'm just like, MoP kind of had already solved this. So I very much think that it's the case where neither one was, like, strictly better or worse than the other. They both had problems, and they both had, like, good stuff to it. In my opinion, obviously, I can't speak for everybody, but I think if we're talking, like, objective, the overall, like, design, which one do I think was designed better and maybe, like, succeeded for its intended, like, target audience better? I actually think it was MoP. I did not like MoP as much, but at the time, I remember a lot more people being really excited about MoP, and I felt like a lot more alienated in discussions. Whereas, like, I personally have noticed a lot more people, like, a little bit not satisfied with Legion Remix. I think one of the biggest things is, like, in terms of, like, the collection side of things, it's just not good. Like, that is one thing that objectively Legion Remix did a significantly worse job at. They added, like, barely any of the collectibles that they should have. It's extremely lazy. So, for people who were looking for, like, cool stuff to collect, also I'm looking at what you sent, Bruce. That's interesting, I guess. But, I mean, the scaling on that doesn't really seem like it's very good. But, like, personally, I think that they were just way lazier. Like, the person who made Legion Remix just kind of did a shit job. They did not put a lot of effort into it. Either that or they're just not very good at their job. And they basically had the job of copying what the previous developers did for MoP Remix. And I have some decent information that is what happened. It was, like, outsourced to effectively, and maybe calling them an intern is a bit mean because they're technically not, but, like, they're basically akin to an intern. And, like, an actual dedicated team of, like, Blizzard employees meant to design events like Plunderstorm and stuff made the original MoP Remix. And while it wasn't perfect, it was definitely innovative. And Legion Remix, in many ways, just kind of, like, repeated the same thing, but, like, in an extremely uninspired way that didn't really add much of note. The only thing that it really did is it, like, fixed the blatant problems that MoP Remix had that they couldn't really fix during the event because they were already, like, too deep into it. But, like, it just didn't really do much that was good, to be honest. So, yeah. I think as an event overall, kind of almost objectively, I would say that, like, Legion Remix was worse. But remember, I said that I personally enjoyed Legion Remix more, and that's for two reasons. One, I just kind of like Legion content better. I think it's way more fun to play through the Legion content. In my opinion, it has aged significantly better than, like, the MoP content. And I still love MoP, right? But those quests did not age well at all. Like, they just really didn't. The raids also haven't aged nearly as well, especially, like, for an event like this. So, while I think the event was more novel, as far as MoP Remix is concerned, like, Legion Remix still felt better to play, in my personal opinion. And obviously, while I can, like, criticize the lazy design decisions behind the devs, at the end of the day, the thing that mattered to me the most was, like, while I am spending all of that time leveling alts and doing all this testing for guides, am I having fun? And, like, I was probably having more fun on average within Legion Remix. But I do want to give that disclaimer because, honestly, I don't think any of the credit for that goes to the Legion Remix dev. I think he did the bare fucking minimum. And the only reason that I actually enjoyed it is because just Legion is a fun expansion, and I like Legion, right? So, he should receive 0 credit for Legion Remix being any fun at all. He just
vomited out like a beloved expansion, and like, yeah, Legion good, big surprise. And the only thing that I think really, really, really makes me not like MoP comparatively is like the gearing system. So I think similarly, the artifact stuff for Legion is shit. Like, it's not interesting at all. It was like one of the laziest possible implementations, like the infinite 999% verse scaling, the gear in Legion Remix, like the way that the stats worked, it was extremely lazy. It was very poorly done. And yet, its worst offense was being lazy. The MoP gear was actively bad. I really did not like the MoP Remix gearing system. Like, it actively pissed me off, and it was something that I actively complained about for the entirety of MoP Remix. I really did not like the little Tinker Gems. I did not think they were fun to play around with. I did not like that basically there was one set of BIS Tinker Gems, and that was like 99% of everybody's damage. It wasn't really fun. It meant that I didn't actually feel like I was playing my spec. I felt like I was just playing the Tinker Gems, and certain specs benefited from them more, like Havoc Demon Hunter. And if all specs are doing comparative damage, and Havoc actually benefits more than others, well then what is going to end up being the best spec? The one with like the best utility and mobility, which is also Havoc Demon Hunter. Now, as it so happens, Havoc Demon Hunter benefited again in Legion Remix for different reasons, just because, I mean, the spec is just generally very good, but also it scaled very well with the artifact stuff. So, once again, Havoc ended up being one of the best specs for, like, separate reasons. But at the very least, in Legion Remix, when I was playing my Havoc Demon Hunter, like, I actually had to bust my ass to min-max my damage. Like, in MoP Remix, I was doing about the same damage as, like, other maxed out Demon Hunter players, because I played Havoc both times. And there were, like, every time I joined, like, Mythic SOO, and there was another Demon Hunter at, like, max item level, they would do about the same damage as me. And every single time I did, like, Mythic TOS, Mythic Antorus, by the end of Legion Remix, I fucking demolished every single other person I ran into. Except, like, maybe some really, 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 really geared unholy DKs at 999% verse. I fucking mopped the floor with people, because your actual rotation, the way that you actually played your spec, mattered way more in Legion Remix than it did in MoP. And so, again, in terms of did I have fun playing it, that was more fun for me. It felt more rewarding, to where, like, my ability to quickly just annihilate raid bosses was much more dependent on actual skill and knowledge of Havoc's inherent rotation than it was back in MoP, where I basically was just button mashing and, like, my procs did all of the damage. And as somebody who obviously likes to play endgame PvE, it felt satisfying being able to solo raids faster than other people could solo raids, because I just did more damage, because I knew how to play Havoc. So, that was nice. I liked that, but that was more so because it didn't have the MoP gearing system than because the gearing system in Legion Remix was particularly good. And the artifact stuff was, like, inoffensive, if anything. Whereas, like, the like, Lifestorm and whatever abilities, like, were just really annoying to play around in MoP Remix, for me at least. Some people like them, but, like, whatever. So basically, all that to say, overall, I just had less fun, because, like, playing the game in MoP Remix, to me, was less fun. My personal opinion. But that being said, even though I didn't personally enjoy it, I can at least respect the vision of the original developers who made it, because they actually made something unique, and they tried something that had never been done before, whereas the Legion Remix dev just copied his homework shittily. It's not a word, but you get what I mean. And he just so happened to omit the worst parts of MoP Remix, which, like, yeah, the event ended up being okay because of that. And yeah, I guess the only final thing where, like, pretty much everybody agrees, like, yeah, the, you know, MoP, or Legion Remix was better as a result, is, like, the fact that bronze acquisition was infinitely easier. Not having to grind for bronze was very nice, and not having to spend bronze and gear upgrades was good. I don't think that the Legion gearing system of, like, having to constantly farm slightly higher item level increases, and the fact that it wasn't guaranteed, and, like, at some points I could go, like, 5 gear upgrades without getting a single item level increase, like, that wasn't fun, that wasn't interesting game design, but, like, was it technically ever so slightly better than having to spend metric fuck tons of bronze to get a gear upgrade, when, like, I also want to spend that bronze on cosmetics? Like, sure. It also helped that, you know, the amount of cosmetics to spend your bronze on in Legion Remix was, like, so low, because they, again, barely added anything original, and just
added the existing appearances instead of anything really unique that people wanted. Would it be shitly or shittily? I don't know. Either way, I think we're making up a new word there. If I could redesign heirlooms, what would I change? A lot of stuff. But that is, admittedly, I'm starting to get a little bit tired. And my throat is giving out, and that is a topic that... Ask me again another stream, and I will gladly give you a very detailed answer, because I have a lot of thoughts on that, but, like, there's no way that I could give you, like, a satisfying answer in, like, the end of the stream, because we're nearing the end, kind of. I think this gets me to 70, right? 99% sure. 71, nice, alright. Yeah, so you do get kicked out of Chromie time, at least, so we can confirm that. I guess I am going to bring up my shopping list, and we'll just go and we'll test enchant leveling. Got the Fellbear, nice. I've been streaming for nearly 9 hours. Have I eaten anything yet? No, but my dad said that he ordered Panera, so there's food on the way, don't worry. Yeah, Legion Remix basically only gave you dungeon and raid loot. Anything else in Legion is still out there, exactly. You don't know anything that's happening, you just started the game yesterday, but you know this guy is passionate. Appreciate it. I'm glad that I can communicate that vibe through the screen. Yeah, mid-run they fixed the mentor buff, thankfully. Spamming time-walking dungeons right now is really fucked. It is not a fast way to level, unfortunately. Very, very, very bugged at the moment. Do not do time-walking. You can do time-walking to get your 30% buff, and then do literally anything other than time-walking. Even then, time-walking is so bad, it may actually not be faster. I don't know. It's really, really, really bad. So now the XP is... How do you still have the Warband Mentor buff? It goes all the way up to 80. Then now that they fixed it, it goes up to 80. Okay, so how do I get to War Within? Takes like half an hour plus to complete one dungeon, exactly. How do you have the Warband XP oath? Try logging out and back in, because it wasn't working for me earlier, but it's working now. Okay, you can just port to Dornogal. In Legion Remix, you were getting tired of how fast gear was being replaced. Yeah, so I guess that's definitely a really big fuck-up that they did with Legion Remix. Like, just in general, right? I agree with that statement, period. But something that kind of isn't necessarily what you said, but reminded me of a big problem I have. They did like a fucking Legion Remix turbo boost with the catch-up phase, and I fucking hate it. Thankfully, I was already done with the events by that point, but the fact that whoever garbage dumbfuck intern designed Legion Remix thought, gee, every single person is asking for a count-wide 999% verse. You know what I should do? Add higher item level gear. So that people who already have 999% verse and max item level on one character now have to farm higher gear on that same character. Absolute fucking moron, whoever thought that was a good idea. And, like, it technically did impact me, right? Because when we decided to do the run a second time, myself and basically everybody else was kind of like, well, I guess we need to farm the new item level cap now because it makes it faster to kill the bosses. Like, and admittedly, that is, like, a self-imposed problem. But it's a self-imposed problem because Blizzard, for some fucking reason, thought that would be a good design decision. Which is just fucking insane. Like, whoever thought that was a good idea? Genuinely, never cook again. Holy fuck. Absolute insanity to think that that was a good choice to add in the catch-up phase. And, like, I'm not counting that as much just because it's, like, it was at the very end, right? After basically nothing mattered, but it's still kind of crazy that they did that, right? Like, in hindsight, holy fuck.
work myself into a frenzy ranting about this shit. What? Oh shit, we got the stupid bug. Alright, hopefully... Yeah, there we go. Okay, OBS is back. Sometimes it fucks with OBS. I'm on NA. Yeah, actually, so that's true. If you're on Europe, the buff... Like, it might be a hotfix that hasn't been applied to Europe yet. That is entirely possible. But at the very least, if you are in Europe, then good news, because it should hopefully be fixed soon. Fashion equipment, enchanting. What? Okay, so this is bugged, I guess. So Bouldercloth Enchanter's hat, is that the current one? No, it's this. Weavercloth Enchanter's hat. Yeah, I'll buy this one, I guess. It is live in Europe? Okay. Well, that's good to know. You have to cast a lot for the new spec? I mean... What do you mean? I mean, it's a caster, right? So, like, are you spamming a lot of casts to play it? Yeah. Alright. I have my shopping list pulled up. Let's see how much XP this gives me. Gleaming Shard. 30. Fulgent Crystal. Wow, prices for that are low. This is pretty cheap, actually. Leyline Res. One second. Iridescent spores, crystalline powder. 5. And then I need a recipe, right? Yeah, this one. Professions, enchanting. Void Elf is probably going to be best for it then. Oh, for like the anti-pushback? I mean, Void Elf in general is just a pretty strong race at the moment, just numerically, but yeah. Probably. A boost in retail has to be the biggest scam in gaming. You can literally hit 80 in like 7-8 hours without really speeding through it. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, like, obviously I don't consider it to be worth the money. Like, for sure. But it is a lot slower for, like, the average person. Does that still justify the cost of a boost? Probably not. But at the same time, if boosts were cheap, then nobody would actually level. Honestly, maybe a hot take. I think the price of boosts is fine. And I feel like if Blizzard really wanted to sell boosts, they wouldn't do events like Legion Remix. I think the argument against boosts existing and being expensive is like the fact that boosts exists incentivizes Blizzard to make leveling dog shit and make it like much harder for people to do, which like obviously that is something that you can consider, but the reality has been that Blizzard has actually made leveling extremely easy. So while that is a concern, right, like, you know, making leveling harder is good for Blizzard because it incentivizes buying boosts, like that is a thing that you could make the case for. History has shown that, for better or worse, you know, Blizzard seems to be adding events like Legion Remix, which objectively make it harder for them to sell boosts. Which is, like, good for us, I guess.
May the Titans carve your path.
What expansion do I think the next remix will cover? I kind of talked about this earlier. I don't really have any strong opinions. I've seen people arguing it to death. I talked about, like, my reasons, but I think that generally the most convincing argument I've heard is for Wrath Remix. As for which one I want it to be, I genuinely do not give a shit.
I have an extended supply of
I'm going to optimize the leveling process no matter what it is. So, like, I don't really have a preference either way. Like, to me, it's just like... like, if it's fun, I don't give a shit. Like, I have no real attachment to anything. You have a feeling they'll skip WoD? Well, they quite literally did skip WoD. So. We went from MOC to Legion. The main thing to me is, like, so I don't say this to be like, you shouldn't argue about this. Like, if you guys, like, it is literally one of the most common things I see people, like, discussing. And if this is, like, a topic that you want to debate, like, I'll be honest, I have had topics that I feel like really debating. And I'm just like, I feel strongly about this, and I'm going to, like, argue my case, even if it is, like, some frivolous topic. And, like, I get it. Sometimes you just feel really strongly about something, and you just want to argue it. Like, I've been there, right? So, I definitely, far be it for me to, like, fault people for arguing that. But I don't really see the point, personally, in this debate. Because, like, there is absolutely nothing. And, like, I guess... let me separate it into, like, two categories. Some people are just like, I think it would be cool if XYZ was the next remix. And, like, that's fair. And if that's your question for me, like I said, no strong opinion. I really don't care which one it is. But then some people I've seen have got into, like, heated discussions of, like, no, there's no way it's going to be Wrath the Remix. It's definitely going to be BFA. And then, like, some people will be like, it cannot be BFA Remix because of XYZ reasons. I'm just like, dude, it literally could be whatever the fuck Blizzard decides it's going to be. Like, people have gotten really fucking worked up. Not necessarily, like, in my chat. I think the main thing is I've seen some fucking Reddit posts with this exact discussion. And they get, like, really fucking heated about this. And it's like, why do you care? Like, I get having, like, you know, an opinion of a preference of, like, I hope it's X. But, like, holy shit, it's not that big of a deal. And some people are acting like their life depends on it. Also, are you fucking kidding me? Dream Surge Learnings is in... oh, fuck. It's in 18 minutes? Well, that's awkward.
You'll find nothing better in the Isles.
The thing is, I don't know how much XP I'm gonna get for a first craft.
Like, I'll test one. So let's do one test. How much does this give me? With all of the current bonuses. I forgot to open up my XP tab. Okay. Alright, experience. 22,000. Yeah, so that's like 1/3 of a level. That's pretty good. I don't necessarily think that even with all of the first craft bonuses with 50% XP, it would be enough to get me all the way there. So... what are we looking at, time-wise? We are... How dare you suggest that your favorite expansion is not worthy of a remix? I know, right? Heresy. I think it's finally time to just spend our talent points. I think it has reached that point. It's probably good. I mean, this, honestly, this needs to not be a talent, and this needs to be baseline. This is... Void Ray just deals dog shit single target. This is not, like, an acceptable thing to force people to spend a talent on. Maybe hot take. But, like, also, why is this a fucking gateway node? This is so dog shit. You must spend this point to access an entire section of the capstone tree. Fuck off. Man, this sucks. I don't really like any of these talents. Alright, we're going with that. Honestly, I don't, at this point, even really care what I spend my points in. Alright. So, like, is this and Focused Ray are basically required to make Void Ray, like, not feel like absolute dog shit? Is that the case? Because that's lame. That's so lame. Or the hunts. And then what's... Hungering Slash is like one of my abilities turns into it, right? I think. Alright, so we have our Hearthstone set here. Void Ray's only purpose is making Furi not drain in Void meta. That, like, feels so lame, because why would they take Eye-Beam, a ability that, like, does a lot of damage, and reskin it to something that's, like, just not a damaging... Well, I mean, it does damage, but, like, it's not meant to be a damaging ability. It's meant to, like, stop drain. That's just kind of like the aesthetic design does not match the purpose of the ability. Void Ray looks like something that should hit really hard, and it feels like you're just lightly breathing on them. I just really don't like it. How does Devourer feel? Not good. I don't really like the spec. Alright, let's... So here's what I'll do. I'm gonna come back in to here at like 7:30 and do the crafts. And I think that's going to be enough to get me to the max level based on like the last, or on top of whatever else I'm gonna do like right now. But if it doesn't, I do need to go do M+ dungeons on beta with my guild like in 13 minutes. So what I'm probably gonna do is like I'll hop in the call with them and I'll be like, hey, look, I'm going to do this one last thing as I log into the beta. And then if that's not enough to get me to 80, then like we'll just acknowledge the fact that it's like, okay, like with 5 more minutes I could have gotten there. We basically tested the entire process. Now the question is, what do I do to level? Whoa, lag.
A lamplighter brings
Kind of lame that there's no delve quest there, but...
so here.
Glad you comply. Follow me down to the archive, and I'll show you what Dagrin and I have been working on.
What you waiting for? Let's go!
So I have... Yeah, I have like 2 quests that are basically completed with 3 delves. So I should do 3 delves. The question is which delves are active. Also, I just switched back over to Twitch chat. Hunter Angel said, you felt the complex systems they added to Leatrix was a little bit too much. Infinite knowledge and AP and bronze and item level and then the best jewelry and trinket grinds. I mean, like, kind of. The reality is, like, once you understood it all, it wasn't really that deep. Which I think, if anything, acted against it. So, in that case, I think it's probably, like, the worst of both worlds, right? Like, it's complex on the surface, so it makes it look worse to new players who, like, obviously haven't done all the research and stuff and aren't, like, used to min-maxing things like that. But then to experienced people like me, like, I figured out the best combination, like, within the first day, and then it was just really boring. Like, there's no depth to it. So it's just either, like, you have that bit of knowledge or you don't. And in both cases, it feels bad, which is, like I said, worst of both worlds. Hey, there's a Warglaive, a one-hander. There you go. I guess I should probably do that before I jump into delves, huh? Also, man, why is my frame rate shit right now? Holy. Oh. Well, that explains it. Why is my view distance so fucking... Also, I should note, by the way, obviously, like, I am going to be doing, like, beta dungeon testing after this. I am not going to stream that. Not necessarily because I think there's anything wrong with streaming it. The main reason why I'm not going to stream it is just because, like, my throat is actually, like, dying right now. Like, it's getting hard to talk. I mean, I've streamed for almost 10 hours at this point. It's rough. So, whenever I stream, like, I'm gonna try and provide commentary throughout, like, whatever it is I'm doing, and, like, talk through it and stuff, and the moment that this is done, I'm gonna need to, like, be as quiet as possible for at least a little while. So, I don't want to, like, pressure myself to, like, provide commentary during, like, dungeon testing or whatever. I'm just gonna focus on, like, getting the actual testing done. Alright, let's look at what we have available. Spreading Decay, that one's shit. Precious Ores. Come on, why is it not showing the world map, man? Let's see. Niffin napping. Ugh, yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Rain's Gambit is pretty good. Actually, is Rain's Gambit good? It's like, you don't get any of the... Oh, we have Smashing Skardan, though. We do have Smashing Skardan, though. Just spam Smashing... I think they just spam Smashing Skardan. I think I just do that. I think that's probably the play. I just spam it 3 times, get the mob kill XP, we get the completion bonus, and then I also get the Titan Disc Fragments plus like Delve meta quest completion. Like, there's some okay delves up, but obviously Smashing Skardan is just really, really, really good. And with a lot of the other nerfs that the different delves received, like, Smashing Skardan has always been, like, pretty fixed in its value. They could have turned on the old Mage Tower appearances. Yeah, there's so much they could have given us, and they just fucking didn't. Mostly because I genuinely think they're just fucking lazy. The guy who made Legion Remix... Well, it's not one guy, right? But, like, the main person in charge of Legion Remix... I am also... I don't want to give more intel, but all I will say is I am, like, even aside from, like, the way that Legion Remix was handled, I am a little bit biased against the particular Blizzard employee who I know is in charge. And I don't think they're very good at their job, but I'm not going to name them, right? Because I think that would be inappropriate. But I just do not think that they're very good. And I think that they... I don't know if they're incompetent or just lazy or what, but no matter how you slice it, I just don't think they did a good job. Wait, what? This isn't Smashing Skardan. Huh? What? I mean, it's a good variant, though. It's not worth spamming, but it's definitely worth doing once for the quest. I had to double check. The map definitely says Smashing Skardan, so they've broken something. What they have broken, I do not know. Let me jump off a cliff. Keepers preserve. To your point, they were lazy not adding stuff. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, not adding Evoker is definitely really fucking lazy. Forgot about that. It wasn't until, like, later in the event that I even remembered that that was a thing. That, like, they forgot to add Evoker. And I just remember thinking, like, wow, that's really fucking lazy. Look. Yeah, one more gem hoarder. Yeah, I do... Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do.
I'm going to finish this delve. We're going to complete the quest for this delve and see how much XP I get. I'm then going to take my Hearthstone. We're going to see how much XP I get from the crafting stuff. And if I hit level 80, awesome. No matter what, I'm probably going to be ridiculously close to level 80. Like, if I'm not level 80. And then I gotta run. So it'll basically be the same. It would be like, yeah, you do like one more delve, and then you're there. And I'd consider this like a successful test. That's the only thing that we're really testing anyway. I mean, like, I will say, though, the scaling here, I don't really feel that weak, all things considered, compared to, like, how it was before. But also, like, it's delves, you know, low bar. This is not, like, hard content. I think, if anything, what's probably the case is that the low levels have been impacted by the scaling way more than, like, War Within, which is newer content, so it's probably easier for them to get the tuning on this, right? Got some shoulders. Okay. This is what broke when they fixed the XP buff. Apps. Alright, so the Dread Pit's turned in down there. I think my, like, rough napkin math tells me I might end up being, like, literally level 79 or something. And if that's the case, so be it. Wow, that actually gave a lot of experience. Way more than I thought. Maybe not. I mean, if this is perfectly calculated, then I'm gonna feel like a fucking legend. We'll see, though. The timing on Dream Search Learnings is actually crazy, though. The fact that it was actually up at any point around the time when I needed it in this run is quite convenient. The loading screen of death here, though. Get another bug in prepatch? No way. I know, right? Harldan's getting old. I mean, kind of, but also, like... Look, I've been streaming for 10 hours. I gotta go do fucking beta testing, right? I was up for hours before even starting the stream, doing, like, setting all of this stuff up. And, just like, earlier this week, I got done breaking a world record twice. Cut me a little bit of slack here, man. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. All right. My napkin math appears to have been incorrect. W, let's go! Woo! I'm perfectly calculated. I'm not the last one on for beta testing. Woo! Alright. Alright, we got 80.
Sub 6 hours. Like I said, my fresh account run, like half a year ago or so, took me to get up to level 70, 6 hours or so. So we beat that. Now, keep in mind, I was missing the account-wide bonus for like a good chunk of this, but like, so is the scaling ever so slightly worse than War Within? Yes. The fact that the bonus wasn't working, did that make things slower? Also, yes. Is leveling in Midnight like significantly slower in Chromie time than War Within? It really is not. I'm telling you right now, it's not. Like, this time may seem slow if you've just like woken up from like, you know, amnesia and have forgotten all of the different leveling times, but I haven't. And I can tell you this is not a slow leveling time. Or, well, for the conditions of this run. Like, this is obviously on the slower end. But, like, if I had done this run with Guardian Druid with, like, perfect conditions, like, yeah, I probably would have gotten within, like, 30 minutes to an hour of my world record time if I had the same conditions. My world record 1 to 70, I could have gotten for 1 to 80. So, the XP is slightly worse, sure, but is the overall situation worse? And mind you, no Darkman Fair, no Winds of Mysterious Fortune, right? You think they fixed Drogbar Stones? That sounds about right. You might be confusing Drogbar Rocks and Drogbar Stones. Drogbar Stones was always around 3k. Drogbar Rocks was like 5 to 7k, depending on verse. So, that sounds correct to me. But yeah, no, overall, I'm glad I did this test because I will be real. My conclusion is I think people are, like, kind of overboard dooming. I don't think that this is nearly as bad. Like, aside from the bug, which has just now been fixed, of, like, the account-wide XP thing, I don't think this is nearly as bad as people were making it out to be. I think people are just kind of forgetting how long Chromie time leveling normally takes. This is pretty standard. Keep in mind, you should still wait until next week, right? Because obviously the bug's been fixed, but we still get 50% additional experience next week, so still wait if you're going to level, but this is normal. It's just when you're used to leveling alts in Legion Remix in, like, under an hour consistently, it's hard to go back to, you know, the world record times are 2 to 3 hours. Like, yeah, you know, it's how it goes. It's what it is. One proxy damage dealt, and the other in damage taken, yeah. Drogbar Stones is not very good, but Drogbar Rocks is really, 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 really good. Harldan, you met all these years ago during BFA, would do 20 hours of streaming, drink 10 gallons of coffee, and then stream 10 more. I don't know if Shadowlands pre-patch Harldan was that dedicated. Shadowlands pre-patch Harldan had also, like, a ton of energy banked up, right? And keep in mind, I'm still using all of that energy, it's just, except now, instead of it going towards streaming, it's got a lot more energy going towards videos, which I think overall I prefer, and is just more beneficial for, like, the YouTube side of things. But anyways, okay, my guildies are all here. I gotta run. Thank you guys for tuning into the stream. Got a lot of good testing done today. I will do another stream later in the week for 80 to 90 leveling. We're definitely going to do extensive testing for that. But yeah, good testing today. Appreciate you all showing up. And go watch the sub 2 minute run if you haven't already, but I think a lot of you have. And you said nice things. Shadowlands Harldan was a young man. War Within Harldan is a much older and bitter man. Just as bitter today as I was back in Shadowlands, I could say that much at least, but definitely older. Older and a little bit more tired, but still doing my best. They buffed Mage Tower? That's crazy. Alright. I gotta go. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
On the middle. The mine are bigger, but target stuff's usually on the middle. Debuffs are like top left.
And where'd you put their name?
Top left. It doesn't matter if a debuff covers up their name. Like you don't need to see their name.
True.
Is there a way to, like, copy my live UI to beta still?
Yes.
Also,
my live UI is better now.
Also, I want my, like, what's it called? I want their frame to change color if they have a dispellable debuff.
Yeah, it does that.
No,
Did
like
I not end stream?
so like if they have a magic debuff, their
Oh.
frame color changes blue.
I see the problem. Thank you for letting me know. I did double check. So hello YouTube. What I forgot is that because of my multi-streaming setup, when I hit end stream, it only ends Twitch. I have to manually end YouTube. Thankfully, my guildies didn't say anything crazy. So you never know. Some of them are a bit of a wild card, but bonus stream, yeah. But there we go. All right, ending stream for real. A little bit of bonus.